like paid out money not how much the product is worth. And I was like, well, I don't want to do anything else. I might as well do something like on my life. About it. Because my friends kept bugging me about how cool it was. It really helped that I have someone there's just something really cool about like not having to be famous. rather burn out than like between that and like, oh, viral. Like, fucking that comes out of that mouth and looks at
Oh, yeah.
And it is time to find your seats. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? I must say I'm impressed with how many of you showed up here at 8 a.m. on a Saturday morning. So thank you for that. Glad to have you here. Hope you're all feeling good and full and caffeinated for an awesome day. My name is Maya. I'm a senior program manager and director and founder of the Global Roundup. So really glad to see you all here. I'm just going to give some quick introduction to kind of what this is all about, some ground rules, and then I'm going to hand it over to, it's kind of weird, a CEO named Cam, who's going to hand it over to another CEO named Cam. So that doesn't happen very often, so it's going to be pretty good stuff. So first of all, I just wanted to say that just the idea behind this, I once heard somebody say that most people in the world, when it comes to what they do and the work they do, are just kind of okay with being average. You know, just kind of doing just enough to get by, right? Like, have we seen the movie Office Space? Oh, yeah. Yeah, like that movie kind of epitomizes like, you know, this dude who's, you know, hypnotized, and he just explains what it's like to do just only enough to not get fired. That's a lot of people in the world. And what's really amazing about 3DS is that it's this network of people who do not fit that category. So we have run 3DS programs, you know, they began right here in Austin at the University of Texas, and they have spanned to every continent except Antarctica, which we're currently working on very slowly. And I facilitated on 5 different continents and worked with, you know, thousands of entrepreneurs. And one thing I can say is that every single person I've worked with has something about them that makes them really extraordinary. You know, you meet everybody I've met, like there's some trait that says there's nothing normal about you. There's nothing about you that just says, I'm just going to do enough to get by in life. That could be just our hunger, our appetite. It could be our creativity, our ability to see a vision through and inspire people behind that. So everyone in this room and everybody that's part of that global network has something that makes us really extraordinary. And for me, I feel really just incredibly fortunate to be surrounded by such amazing people every day. So a huge thanks to all of you for being extraordinary. Let's see. So the idea behind the Global Roundup was, let's take all those extraordinary people and bring them together, right? In this one kind of central location. And I brought that idea to Cam, our CEO, and he said the same thing that he would say to any student at a 3DS program, because we really practice what we preach, and that is, go talk to some people. Go talk to some attendees, some customers, quote unquote, and just see what they think of it. So I went about talking to a lot of different students and just getting a sense of this global roundup, like what do people want to see out of this? And we really built it up in the image of what people are looking for. So a conference that's really designed towards early stage entrepreneurs, students that have just done 3DS, and helping them through those really challenging early days of a company. So we've got a lot of sessions and panels and whatnot that are going to be designed specifically for that. How many of you were not born in the U.S.? That's quite a few, yeah. So we've got some great stuff for you as well. Foster Global is here to talk about immigration. And this is a very interesting time, obviously, to say the least, to be talking about immigration, you know, for people who want to move here. We also have a participant-led session on international entrepreneurship where you can talk about what entrepreneurship is like in your community, in your country. So that should be pretty cool as well. We've got the VR stations. Who here's done the VR, virtual reality? Yeah, most of you haven't. So that's going to be super fun. So definitely check that out. I want to kind of finish up real quick with this by saying some thanks. First of all, thanks to Cam Hauser, our CEO, for believing in this, and really for being the type of boss who any idea we have, he's really on board with helping us out, just kind of see things through. So that's been really awesome. I don't think he's here, but I want to thank Bart Bond, because he's just a guy who habitually sees things very early on. There he is, sees things and sees the potential really early, and pushes through with it. And that was the case with 3DS. We would not be here without Bart being an early believer, and he was also an early believer in the Global Roundup. And last of all, I want to thank the Queen, Shayna, my co-collaborator. This would not be half as awesome without Shayna. Hustle and Show. She is my partner. She is the one that makes this stuff happen. So huge thanks to her as well. So let's give her a round of applause and everybody else. All right. And of course, I want to thank all the volunteers that make 3DS what it is. We literally could not function without people who see what we do, believe in it, and just really volunteer their time. So if you are a volunteer, let's stand up and give a round of applause for you as well. That'd be you, yeah. And the volunteers at the door as well. So, next up, just want to cover some quick kind of housekeeping stuff. The bathrooms. You probably think the bathrooms are in here. They are not. They're actually go out past the elevators, and then there's a big sign that says bathrooms. So that's where the bathrooms are. Half of the sessions are happening in here. The other half are happening in the Mobility X classroom. That is just down. Take a right behind you, and that's where Mobility X is. So you'll see the flyers, the big signs that show the schedule. So half the things in here, and half of them in Mobility X. Let's see. There's also a lounge area across from Mobility X. So check that out. Who to talk to if you have any kind of questions? You can talk to myself, Shayna. Where's Neil? Yeah, Neil will help you out. Andrew Culross, if you want to stand up. If you are pitching, presenting anything, Andrew's going to be handling the slide deck. And just general 3DS members, we got Ellison, Alexis, and Kelly. Like I said, the schedules are on the glass doors, both back there and on Mobility X, and you can also find them online. Let's see. Just want to say, treat this place with the respect, like it's your grandma's house, right? So just be really good to this place. It is our home, and we are really fortunate to be here, so definitely treat this place with a lot of respect. Let's see. The soda machine has water as well, so check that out back there if you're thirsty. Wanted to thank our sponsors. So we've got MSTC with a booth over here, doing some great stuff. So let's see, Bellhops, Capital Factory, of course, and Foster Global, who you'll be talking to. Where's Foster Global? Yeah, there we go. Yep. So if you want to talk to him, he will have a session tomorrow, and there he is right there. Also, finally, in the back of your name tags, you have Wi-Fi cards. And you have a VR card as well. So for those of you wondering, gosh, what's the Wi-Fi here? You have your card, one for each day, and then your token to do VR as well. Okay. With that, I would like to hand it over to Cam Hauser.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning, everybody. I'm super pumped for this. Oh, this is a little awkward for me because usually I'm the coolest Cam in the building. Usually I have that really under control, but I think my reign of dominance is in question. But I'm really excited to introduce Cam, who's the founder and CEO of Bellhops. The beginning, like the inception of this company, the idea came to him when he was thinking about moving and how such a pain that is when he was a student at Auburn. So he founded this company in Birmingham. Later, when they raised capital, they went to Chattanooga, and they started with the beginning of this company was $600 spent on a website, and now they've got scores of employees, and they're in, I think, 25 different cities across the country. So it is my pleasure to introduce Cam Duty.
I'm going to attempt to talk. This is the first time I've ever used these earpiece mics, and I think it's also a good thing to get out of the way that I'm not a professional speaker. I'm a startup operator. I think that the experiences that I've gained by running Bellhops have, I think, uniquely put me in a situation where I can talk a lot about the challenges of startups and also the excitement. So what I want to do today is kind of do an intro. First of all, I want to talk about what an amazing situation everybody in the crowd is in to even be in this room right now and understand and have interest in startups, period. Because before we started Bellhops, and even years after we started Bellhops, when we were bootstrapping, I did not even know what venture capital was, and neither did my co-founder. So when we bootstrapped, it wasn't like a means to go raise capital. It was like we just had an idea for a business, and I think that for a lot of people in the Southeast, which is kind of a more traditional side of the U.S., as I'm sure you guys are aware, being an entrepreneur in a city or a state like Tennessee or Alabama is many times like being a restaurateur, starting a restaurant, starting a coffee shop. The idea of starting a high growth business with raising venture capital it's just not something that we think about. Unlike all my founder buddies in Silicon Valley that grew up in Palo Alto that have been thinking about raising money and starting a company since Pee Wee Leagues. And so raise your hand. Obviously, everybody in this room understands what venture capital is. So just know you guys are light years ahead of where I was when we first started Bellhops. So just want to give everybody a huge props that the people in this room, you guys are going to change the world. You all are the makers. And as you continue to go down the path of entrepreneurship, you will be told time and time again that, from city officials, from mayors, from senators, from governors, everybody that is higher up on the food chain really looks up to all of you because of the risks that you take and the passion that you have to pursue something against all odds. And that's what makes startups really special. So everybody just know that's a really, really powerful thing that you guys are going to be embarking on when you start a company, and I hope many of you do. So with that, I kind of would love to tell the Bellhop story, and then we'll get into a slew of kind of learnings that I've had over the last 6.5, 7 years of scaling a business, and talk about a lot of the challenges, a lot of the excitement, and then finally end with something I feel really, really strongly about for our young entrepreneurs. How many of you guys are in college or freshly out of college? Okay, great. I was telling Cam that this is my favorite crowd to talk to because we started this business. The idea for the company came in college. It's your typical dorm room story. And then we ended up building a business that is totally reliant on an all-student workforce. And so I'll kind of dive into that. So with that said, Bellhops today, and I'll kind of back it out, we recognized that there was a huge hole in the moving market where you have this giant fragmented market. There are over 10,000 local moving companies in the United States. About 9,990 of them are mom and pops. The rest of them are, the other 10 are like the ones that you've heard about, like 2 Men in a Truck, or All My Sons Moving, or Meathead Movers, or a whole slew. The rest of them are like Jimmy's Moving Service and such. And so if you break down what the moving market in the United States looks like, 40 million Americans move. 75% of them, which I'm sure many of you in this room kind of fall in this category, move themselves. So rent a U-Haul and beg your friends to help you move. And then a quarter, 25%, actually only they hire moving companies. And that quarter of the market is a $20 billion space that is highly fragmented and has seen very little innovation technology. So we started Bellhops initially to change the way that college kids moved. And because as a student, moving companies were always kind of overkill. It always ended up being a situation where you're begging your friends and family. So we said, what if we created a tech platform where we can onboard some great athletic college students and give the rest of the students at Auburn, which is my alma mater, access to just tapping into these other college students who want to make money, lifting couches up, flights of stairs. And what ended up happening was within 2 years, we realized that the market for this service was just much bigger, and that we needed to kind of leave the student market behind and go into the mainstream market and take on big box movers. So to fast forward to where we are today, Bellhops is a tech-enabled moving platform where we have over 1,500 bellhops serving 25 cities, all students, four-year college students. We have 75 full-time employees, another 40 part-time employees in the office. And we're a tech platform. So we're onboarding this really high-caliber workforce of college students we call bellhops, giving them access to a platform where we are assigning them to moves as they come in. And we're a moving company that does not own any moving trucks. And so the way we handle transportation, very much the way Uber operates, we've onboard professional carriers that drive blank white 26-foot box trucks that are doing like midnight deliveries for Amazon. They're doing last mile deliveries in town, and they have extra capacity in their truck to pick up other jobs. So they come on with us, and we send them jobs. As a move is booked on our end, we assign that job to a professional driver in a truck. And then our bellhops, the truck goes to the first location, our bellhops go to the address. They're totally interacting with the customer, doing all the moving and lifting and loading. As soon as the truck is filled, they tap the back of the truck. The driver has never even gotten out of the truck. He's been watching Netflix or sleeping for the last 2.5 hours. Drives to the next location. Our bellhops follow him there, unload the truck, and as soon as the truck's done, it just goes on its merry way. And we don't have to pay for trucks. We don't have to pay for insurance. We don't have to pay for parking. We don't have to find drivers and train drivers on our platform. And we're getting these professional carriers that can back up 26-foot box truck, backwards through a maze and up, a hill. And so anyway, that's the boring story of what I'm doing. We are just such a typical example of a very simple idea, where we have taken technology, and today what Bellhops is we're providing the exact same in-service as like a 2-minute truck or any other traditional moving company, but in a much better way. Does everybody know what Net Promoter Score is? So it's, our NPS is a 74. It's on par with like Southwest Airlines and Zappos and such. We're providing a really awesome customer experience at roughly half the cost of 2-minute truck and half the overhead. And it's just through technology. Tech is a fundamental enabler for bellhops to operate a brand new model, a totally new model in moving. It's allowing us to provide a better service at a lower cost to customers. And what we're doing is going down market and making full service moving experiences, awesome moving experiences, accessible for more people than ever before. And so we're converting do-it-yourselfers, and we're also stealing customers from traditional moving companies. And that's kind of the bellhop story there. And so I'm super ADD. I'm going to jump around. I'm going to get right into a bunch of kind of learnings. And so this is one thing that I've been telling this story for a long time. If founders or entrepreneurs had crystal balls, or people who wanted to start a company had a crystal ball, and you could see the first 600 days of your startup, there would never be a single company that was ever started ever. You would literally see the first 600 days and see what it would take to get there. And you'd be like, F that, I'm going back to the bank to work, because there's no way that I'm going through this. The first 2 years are really, really tough in a startup. I used to tell my co-founder, if you were to log every single day for like 600 days straight, you may have 580 like bad days. You might have like 10 like decent days, and then you might have 10 like exorbitantly amazing days that are waves that will carry you through just miles and miles of crap. And that is a really, really exciting thing to me, because this is such a difficult thing to start a company, especially in the early days. I'll also say, and I don't want to go too negative here, but it doesn't really get easier. It gets harder. Like when your company gets bigger and you start to scale, the problems get harder. But the only thing that you can really lean on is you get better, and your team gets better around you, and you're better tooled to be able to take on the challenges. And hey, you're already 70 days or 700 days into this thing, and so you're not going anywhere. You're kind of locked into this thing, which is just a really cool thing. So with that said, I think a lot of startup founders worry about like getting the details right. Like getting all the details perfectly right. The whole thing, the saying, if you are perfectly happy with the product when you ship it, you've waited way too long to ship the product, right? And what I always like to focus on with our company is we're never going to know exactly how to get where we want to go. Okay, I give this analogy like, okay, take this. Like when Steven and I started this company, I liken it to like Steven and I in our fraternity house at Auburn University, sitting around breakfast one day and being like, you know what, we're going to climb Mount Everest, and we're just going to go do that like next week. And knowing nothing about mountaineering, have never doing anything like that. But you know what, we bought a plane ticket, or let's say we buy a plane ticket. We fly to Nepal or Tibet, and we get there, and we're like, all right, we're in. Okay, what now? I'm wearing shorts and flip-flops and like a tank top, and I'm sitting there, and we're like, okay, wow, it's a really huge mountain. Okay, so I guess we need to find some climbing equipment, and then we go to work at a shop, and we start sweeping floors and working at a coffee shop or whatever there is to do in Nepal, and then we start meeting some friends that know how to mountain climb. So we start hanging out with them, and then they like us. They kind of jump on board with us, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go take these total newbies up to the top of Everest. It's gonna be the first time we do it." And they kind of buy into the vision and excitement around like doing something that's never been done before. And all the while, we are just like totally naive to how hard it actually is going to be. So we go to like base camp, and then we get to base camp and realize like, oh my God, like altitude training, like we got to start like doing this like a lot. And then we got to find like a local Sherpa to find our way up there. Like, and eventually, after spending 2 or 3 years in Tibet, we're going to figure out how to get to the top of that mountain, right? Like that's the whole reason that we're there. It's the same exact thing with startups, where you never know exactly how you're going to get to where you want to go. You just have to focus on where you want to go. Like you hear all these stories, and you look at me up here on the stage with a mic, and like I'm talking with my hands and stuff. I don't know, like the problems, we have millions of problems in our company still. We're almost 6.5 years in, that I don't know how we're going to solve them. Like, no one knows. You know why? Because no one's done this before. And if you're starting a business that has never been run before, you're doing something that's brand new. And so don't buy into the bullshit of people, entrepreneurs looking like they're all high and mighty and all-knowing and talking buzzwords and all that, because every one of them, no one knows what they're doing. Everybody behind like closed doors is freaking the F out, I'll tell you. So, with that said, moving on to the next thing here. The best thing and the easiest thing in startups, and you've heard this a million times, but it is to hire people that are better than you. It's like the literal only easy button in startups. It's like the no-brainer, right? And yet so many people can't get over that. And for whatever reason, I think that I have very few gifts, but one of them is not being intimidated by people that are way smarter, way better at everything than me. I spend a lot of time recruiting, and so like I find it like I'm almost like a fisherman, like fishing, like getting someone really amazing from Harvard Business School that has super awesome experience at consumer businesses is like landing like a big lunker for me. And once we get them, I'm like, thank God, okay, you're way smarter than me. You take that thing on. I'm gonna go try to fill this hole over here. So never be afraid, ever be afraid of just going after extremely awesome talent in what you do. And keep in mind, in the early days, the talent that you surround yourself with is going to set the culture and the pace of your business from day one. And how you program your business from day one, which I'll get into, is like so impossible to change course from. It's like everybody's heard the saying, like kids their brains are wired between the ages of like 0 and 4. It's the exact same way. Like everybody talks about like startup being like a kid. It's literally the exact same thing. I have a little daughter. It's the same thing. Like it will consume your thoughts. It's very, very similar. It's a great analogy. But just if you take one thing, the team that you surround yourself from day one with, be really, really intentional and really serious around who those people are. And I would highly recommend, even as you go from 100, 200, 300 employees, interview every single one of those people. Sell them on your vision for the business, and then get out of their way. And that's literally the easiest thing that I'm going to tell you to do today. Okay, so I got to pull my notes on this one. I read this recently. Okay, so I'm going to tell one story. Who's heard of Airbed and Breakfast? Who's heard of Airbnb? Okay. Has anybody heard the Airbed and Breakfast story? So, Airbed and Breakfast started with two guys in a small apartment in San Francisco, and they said they're looking at their floor space in their apartment, and they say, you know what, if there was a conference in town and all the hotels were booked up and they were broke, and they're like, it would be really great if we just like went out on the sidewalk and said like, hey, we got an air mattress, you want to come sleep on our floor? And they ran with this idea, ended up applying to Y Combinator, being like, we want to create a company where we just let regular people put air mattresses on their floors and let people come and rent the floor space from total strangers. And that was like the literal stupidest idea that any venture capitalist had ever heard before. Like the number of liabilities and the number of problems that would come from that. Like they literally, Paul Graham was head of Y Combinator at the time, was like, that's the worst freaking idea I've ever heard in my life, but you are so crazy to think that that would actually work that I like you and I'm going to let you into the program anyway. And so, anyway, to get back to the story, it's Airbed and Breakfast. So they started onboarding customers, okay? And they started getting their like real early adopters. Like I don't know how hard that was to get customers to come sleep on people's floors. But they started hearing from their hosts that would say like, hey, I've got like an extra like bedroom with like a guest bed. Is it cool if I just, I kind of feel weird like making him like sleep on the floor when I've got like a bed like in the next room. Is it okay like if I just let him like sleep in the guest bed? And Brian, the CEO of Airbnb, was like, yeah, I guess, but okay, but you got to put the airbed on top of the bed if you do that. And then they started having hosts come and saying things like, hey, look, like I'm not even gonna be in my apartment this weekend, but I can like leave a key and they can just like rent my space out for like the whole weekend. Like, is that cool? And Brian was like, I mean, well, how are you gonna cook them breakfast in the morning if you're not there? And it's like when you're in a startup, you get like this tunnel vision around like just your original freaking idea that you just aren't gonna let go of. And that's like your conviction, right? That's like your like conviction on like why you started this company. But to this point right here, have strong convictions, but hold on to them loosely. Let me explain. So I read this like a month or two ago, and it's like how I might, like, I kind of want to live my life going forward. So one, having a weak conviction basically means you haven't thought long and hard enough about a subject to form a strong conviction, right? So that doesn't do you much good, having a weak conviction. As for holding onto that conviction loosely, I basically mean that I have the right to change my mind. Okay? And this is one thing that like drives me freaking crazy in like politics, where it's like, you know, take like Hillary Clinton or something. And somebody brings up the fact like, well, Hillary Clinton's saying that she stands like, you know, this is what she believes today, but look at this video of her in 2002 talking about saying the exact opposite from this thing. And I'm like, well, no shit. Like, that's how, like, you've never changed your mind on a subject before? Do we not reserve the right to be able to change our minds? Like, everybody, like, totally celebrates, like, learning from failure, right? But there's, like, this weird paradox that people don't, like, they don't celebrate people that change their minds. It's, like, the weirdest thing. So, there is no point in holding on to any conviction tightly, because that conviction's soundness should be based on logic and reasoning. And when that conviction's foundation fails, like when you realize, like, oh, maybe I was just wrong about that, so should the conviction fail and fall. And so that's exactly what Joe and Brian did at Airbnb. And that's what we did. You know how Bellhops first started? We started a company called The Dorm Movers. And we thought it was this multi-billion-dollar market where we were going to help freshmen move into colleges on freshman move-in day. That's like what we were like, oh my God, this could be so big. And only then when we started, we realized like, wow, students all move like in the same like 2-week period. So like we'll have nothing to do and then a massive amount of work and then nothing to do for another year. And the market just kind of slaps you in the face, and it's like, I'm telling you, you need to do this, okay? That's exactly what happened to Airbnb. Last thing I'll say is, there are very few founders out there that are like true Steve Jobs visionaries that know exactly like what they're, you know, looking to accomplish 10 years out from now. Most entrepreneurs start with an idea, they're just ballsy enough to like go after something, and then let the market slap you around until you just are like guided into one direction and you just execute and can adapt like pretty well along the way. So Paul Graham, YC, has a big thing that says don't do things that scale, or do things that don't scale in the beginning, where we're all kind of like programmed in thinking that everything that we do in startups should be something that you can just like put into a process and automate and forget about, so you can focus on other problems. But in the beginning, you just cannot do that. And so, and I think by doing that, you take the character out of your whole business. And so what we did at Bellhops, and long before we heard any of this, it's like when you're in an early stage startup, like no one really believes in you. Like even your like friends and family are like, oh yeah, that's cute, that's cool. I hope you do well with that. Good luck. Like I remember the words "good luck." Hearing the words "good luck," I want to be like, fuck you. I don't need luck. So, like in the beginning, it's like you have all this social pressure from people around you to like succeed. And it's like, I can't fail. It's not really about the money that you've taken on because you haven't raised any money. It's literally just like you've put your name on something and you better not fail because it's like my ego, basically. And so doing whatever it takes. So in the beginning, like when we were forming our team, we were this nothing company and we needed engineers and we're in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and there aren't a ton of engineers, 5 years ago in Chattanooga. And so we started going after people, on social media. We had a team of like 8 or 9 people at the time, all operations. We had very few little tech at the time. So we do these videos where we take like a MacBook and we get like everybody in a room, and I'd go after like the head of growth for like Hipmunk or something, or like the senior engineering manager like Amazon, or like just going after these like big fish because I knew that we needed to build a really awesome team. And So I'd take the MacBook and I'd start like a slow chant for like say his name was like Frederick, okay? And I'd be like, Frederick, look, man, I know you've never heard of our company before, but you're going to hear about it. And I think you need to leave your job at Amazon. You need to come work with us in Chattanooga. You need to move here from Seattle. And then like in the background, our team, like I haven't panned the camera around, our background, like 10 people would be like, Frederick, Frederick. And then I'd like turn it around and everybody would go crazy, like, Fred. Like we would go nuts. And we'd send these videos out and we literally had like a 100% success rate of getting those people on a plane to come and visit us. They were like, literally like we'd get an email back from Frederick and it'd be like, so I've watched your video like 39 times with my wife. And it's the most amazing thing that I've ever seen. I don't know who you guys are, but like I want to come meet you. And we're like, great. We don't have any money to fly you to Chattanooga. So anyway, and so we started doing stuff with customers like that. And like that obviously does not scale, right? But it gets you these like small wins in the beginning. And to never be like above doing any of that. Okay, companies don't fail because founders don't work hard. You know the movie Zero Dark 30 about the Bin Laden raid? And like, what's the redheaded actress's name? Chastain. So she had just given the presentation to like the director of the CIA on like that like mock-up, right? And she's like, you know, it's the line where it's like, it's 100%. Like, I know certainty freaks you guys out, but it's freaking 100%. Bin Laden's like in the building. And then, you know, what's the Godfather big guy? Gandolfini. So he's the director of the CIA, and so he's just like, okay. And he leaves the room with like his like, you know, person, and they get in the elevator, and Gandolfini's like looking, he's like, so what do you think about the girl? And the other girl, or the other guy's like, I think she's pretty fucking smart. And then Gandolfini goes, come on, Jimmy, this is the CIA, we're all freaking smart, you know? And so, startup founders, like, that's like a prerequisite. Like, working hard is just like, of course, like, the whole Gary Vaynerchuk thing, like the hustle thing, like, good for you, man. That's like, yeah, of course, you know, we're gonna have to work hard. That's like, if you're not doing that, then you just get that out of here, you know? But the problem is, you work on the wrong problem. So when you're in the beginning of a startup, you have so many different problems that you have to solve that it's totally overwhelming. And it's so overwhelming that you're kind of led into this tendency where it kind of feels good to like solve problems, right? That's what do? You go after like the ones that you can like solve. And so you kind of like naturally like go towards the easy problems to solve. Like Maya was saying, where is he? Yeah, you were saying like you're working on Antarctica, you know, like very slowly. But like that would probably be pretty easy to do. You like send one email to like one of 7 people in Antarctica and be like, hey, well, you want to come do the 3, you know. But what's that really going to do for you? It's not, you know, it's a problem that you can solve. You can add a continent to your like splash page. But it doesn't really do anything for the program. The same thing with startups. And so startups fail because you have to prioritize all of your problems. And you have to have good taste in what problems are most important. And that's actually something that I don't think is you can like teach yourself. Like you just kind of have to know, like good entrepreneurs just know which problems are the problems that you have to solve. You have to, it's like a feeling in your gut when you've got 10 million things to do, like which problems are the most important. Because most times it's unclear which problems are like the problems that you need to solve. So I don't really know what to tell you on this one, but have good taste in problems. And don't be afraid to solve the big problems first. Okay, culture is not beanbags and office kegs. It's the shared belief of everybody in your organization. So, you know, beanbags and office kegs, those are perks. going back to what I was saying earlier in programming your company from an early age, in the beginning of our company, we had we had 3 co-founders to begin with. A guy named Matt Patterson, and Matt Patterson was like the freaking motor of our company for the first like 3 years, like total MVP from day 1 to day like 900 or 1,000, and total freak of like driving this like culture of like buy-in and like hustle and rah-rah, and like anybody would jump in front of a bus for this guy. And he like, me and him came up with like our core values for the business. And like in the early days, we come from fraternities, so like you had to like, all new employees had to be able to say our 4 core values before a match lit out in your hand. Which I know it sounds really, I know hazing is kind of a hot topic these days. But anyway, what it did was it created this like, it was literally like a cult. It was a good cult. It was a cult of people that like all really believed like that Bellhops is a service company to the freaking core, that we care about our customers so much that we'll do absolutely anything for them at any time, no matter what. And that culture at the top literally wired our business from day 1. And like, I don't think we could change that if like, it would be almost impossible to change that today because it's so hardwired in. It's so hardwired in. We have 1,500 contractors or more across our footprint. And we get emails all the time. I recently got an email from the CEO of our chamber, and he was like, I have 3 daughters in 3 different states that I just moved with Bellhops, and I don't know how you did it, but every single one of those Bellhop teams treated us in the exact same way. And I don't know how you did that, and that just is blowing my mind. And I was like, it's because we just programmed it, and somehow culture is able to transcend down to Bellhops who have never physically met or talked to anybody in our company before. And so I would recommend building a cult. I'm running out of time here, but I'm going to run through these. Just lay bricks. Nothing, truly, believe me, nothing in our company really ever was like a step function change for us. It was like, we come into work every day, we know where we're going, we're getting small wins, we're building this wall, we turn around, we look back, and we've built this huge wall. And I swear that is how our company has been built. Like, there have been so few times where it's just been like a windfall of like, oh my God, like we got this contract, or like we did this thing. Like it hasn't been that. It's just been plugging away every single day, going in one direction, and keeping people focused on that one thing. This is something that we screwed up on really bad in the beginning. Group decision. When you've got 3 co-founders, everybody's got a million ideas, you're wearing like 10 different hats. Somebody has got to make the calls. Being a CEO of the company, you just have to make the calls. You got to be the tiebreaker. And even today, like anytime there's a meeting with like more than like 3 people, it's like the worst. Because everybody wants to be heard, and then when one person's talking, no one else is listening. They're just thinking about what they're going to say next time, when they get to talk next. And what ends up happening is the direction you go in after that meeting, and when you're doing groupthink, is just when everybody gets tired of talking about it, and whoever spoke last, you're like, okay, fine, we'll do that. And it's like that's the direction you go in. So just do not do that. Be very, very clear on what your responsibilities are as co-founders. Momentum is everything, and you have to get toxic people out of your company. Don't kill them, but terminate them. Okay, this is, let's see. Okay, really great piece of advice. So a lot of people this morning have asked about funding. clearly is a major part of doing a startup. This is the single most important thing that I was ever told by one of our investors, YC partner, Gary Tan. He goes, if you ask for money, you'll get advice, and if you ask for advice, you'll get money. And so, has anybody seen Wedding Crashers? You know, when Owen Wilson's like mad at the other guy, Vince Vaughn, and like Vince Vaughn's like sulking in the corner. He's like, rule number 197, bring attention to yourself, but on your own terms. It's the same way with fundraising. You bring attention to yourself, but on your terms. And so when you ask for advice, you're saying, hey, I'm not fundraising right now, I'm just getting to know people. But I want to get your advice on like how to do this, because you've led some investments in some other companies that I think are interesting to my problem. And so then the investor is like buying into you as a person, you know, because you're not asking for anything other than like, I need your expertise, which everybody likes to talk about what they're good at. And then as a seed investor, they're investing in people. They're not investing in the idea. Every good like seed investor out there will tell you like 99 times out of 100, the idea that they invest in is going to change like 10 times within the first 2 years. And so just remember that. The advice thing is absolutely key. And so build a big network of people that want to help you, and then when it comes time to fundraise, you can reach back out and be like, hey Jimmy, I'm raising a round, and I'm kicking it off next week, and you're one of my favorite, people who've been really helpful to me, and I would love for you to be a part of the process. And you know what's going to happen? If you've gotten them excited about your company, they're gonna start asking for diligence on your business. It's a very good thing. This is one of those things. I think there's a horrible like pop culture being a startup founder today. It's like being a celebrity almost, or it's becoming that way. And it's like everybody, like you go out to Silicon Valley, and like all my buddies in Silicon Valley, you ask them like, how you doing? How's the company doing? And like literally 100 times out of 100, it's like, oh, we're freaking killing it, dude. It's like, no, you're not. Even when you're, let me tell you this, even when you're killing it, you don't feel like you're killing it, because the amount of pressure that you have to continue killing it is scarier than like if you weren't killing it in the first place. And so everybody sees like these Wall Street Journal articles, the TechCrunch articles about a company raising 10, 20, 30, 50 million bucks. And it's like, God, how freaking awesome would that be? But you don't understand that what had to happen, like the 3 to 6 months leading up to that deal announcement, was like complete hell and agony for those founders trying to get that deal done, even if it was a competitive round, because it's just the biggest like cluster ever. Like fundraising is awful. It's really bad, and it takes you away from your company, and you can't execute during that time. It takes up all your thoughts, and it sucks. I'm just going to tell you that. But the exciting thing is when it's announced, you have like a 2-week honeymoon period where you can celebrate, and it feels really good. But then in 2 weeks and a day, it's like, oh my God, I just raised $20 million. Like $20 million, like people kill people for $20 million. Okay, last thing, and then we can dive into Q&A, is it's never perfect to start a company. The timing is never perfect. It's like having a child, and I know none of you guys are thinking about that right now. But there's never going to be a good time, except what I can promise you is it's going to get harder every single second from this second forward to do it. Because you graduate college, your buddies go to grad school, or they go get a job making what seems like a lot of money at the time. They start their careers, they add something to their LinkedIn profile, they're like climbing this ladder, and it feels like you're getting left behind. And to start a startup, instead of go and do something really safe is hard, but that's nothing compared to when you get married, you have kids, you get a mortgage, you have like expenses in life. Like imagine being like 40 and being like, I'm gonna take a step back and quit my 6-figure job, and I'm gonna make like $15,000 until maybe I raise some money, and then I'm gonna make $30,000 because I want to give the rest of the money to my team. It's just so hard. And so when I talk to college students today, the number one thing I can tell you is, and I'm not saying that you need to go start a company right now, because I think it's actually really valuable to go and get some experience in the real world, and one, experience like how draining the real world can be, which is a great thing. But also to understand the reality of like how to work in a work environment, get some experience, but it's not going to be easier. It will be easier to start a company now than it is in 2 years, but it might be a good idea to start a company in 2 years too. But starting a business now, you guys have no idea how lucky you are to be in a position where you have a full life ahead of you, and you can take risks because you have nothing to lose. And so if I charge you with one thing, it's if you're thinking about starting a company, think about how hard or how much harder it will be to do that company in 10 years. And if you have a feeling in your stomach that says, okay, I need to do this, then you need to do it. And the last thing I'll say is there is no perfect idea. We started this company hiring college kids to wait at the curb for parents with freshmen in college to pull up to the curb so we could unload them like a bellhop and take their baggage up to a dorm room. Like that's how we started. And we thought that we were going to be millionaires off of that idea. But we listened to the market. The market told us what to do. We got opportunities. We built a great team. We rode waves. We created momentum. We pivoted. We expanded our services. We continued to challenge ourselves. And now today, Bellhops, we've raised $27 million from some incredible investors. And we're at the very, very, very beginning of where this company can go. We're barely scratching the surface, and that's super exciting, and it's also a lot of pressure. And that's all I got. And I'll get with Shayna, and if you guys want the slides for this, I'll send those to Shayna, and Shayna can send them out. Correct. So, yes.
So you two slides. Number one was build a cult.
Uh-huh.
And second was groupthink is angel jet. How do you create a culture in which people still like you, but you have to kind of say, this is how we're going to act down the line?
I don't think you think about it in the beginning. I think you just ride the wave, and unfortunately, the hard thing about startups, and it exists in any startup, no matter how it's programmed in the beginning, certain employees don't scale with the company. There are people that are perfect for a company at a certain stage that just can't make that transition, and I'd say that that's the hardest thing in startups, because like truly like your best friends, like the people that you're in the trenches with, that you create these like incredible bonds with, are people that you have to like let go at certain times, and that sucks. But there's really kind of no way around it. I think you kind of have to live in the moment and build momentum around what you can at the time, and then as the company naturally progresses, those people are either able to make that transition or they're not. And maybe I'm way wrong in thinking that and setting people up for failure, but in my experience, it's really hard to, like looking back on Bellhops, if we had started thinking about how we're thinking about our company now, we would never be where we are today. Yeah.
So for like a recent college grad, you said you have two options. You can either just go head first, dive right in, dedicate all your time to a startup idea, or you get some experience first. What about the possibility of doing a side hustle? Do you think you can bootstrap a startup on the side?
That's what I did. That's what we did with Bellhops. We bootstrapped for 2 years when we had another careers, my co-founder and I. And we picked like a really seasonal thing in like student moving to where it was like 3 days a year where we had to work. But we worked on it year round. And absolutely, like moonlighting and starting a business and just getting some traction, I think is such a major, it sets you apart so much from, other entrepreneurs that it's like, I have an idea, I want to raise $3 million for it. And it's like, okay, what have you done? And it's like, no, but I've got this really great idea. And if you can go in and even just say like, look, I've spent the last 2 years thinking about this one problem. We don't have a ton of traction, but we've got a decent amount of traction. Say we're doing 50 grand a year in sales now. And I think I deeply understand the problem that we need to solve. And I just need some money to pour on so I can build a tech infrastructure around it to start executing on that problem. And I think that means a lot more. And I think you do that by use other companies in Moonlight and then go into maybe fundraising.
I had a question about the core team. Really handpicking the core team.
Yep.
So it's not about picking that. It's about where does your core team stand? When you have 3 people, what's the all your core team? When you get to 50, how many of those pull enough or where can you explain kind of any?
I think, so his question is who, when you start a company, it's like 2 or 3 co-founders, that's your core team. But then like as you go to like 50, obviously you're going to bring on like other executive talent. It just naturally happens. It's honestly like, it's when you bring somebody in and that person is like so bought into the problem and they're like swallowing up responsibilities and they've just like, it's just clear. You're like, okay, you're in the circle, I think you don't need to worry about that. Yeah, it just kind of happens.
Then I just wanted to ask you, in terms of like sort of equity with your when you've been discussing with fundraising, how do with investments?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Like how do you value your company?
Yeah,
You just say, hey, I'm raising I'm raising $2 million at a $200 million valuation. No, it's just market. It's like I would recommend in the beginning. We never took the approach of like, hey, we're raising $3 million on a $10 million valuation. Do you guys want in? It was like, hey, we're looking to partner with the right investors. Obviously, we want to take this company to an IPO, and we want to get a healthy valuation. But valuation is really not what we're optimizing for. We're really more optimizing for the right partner. And then the market will they'll come in with an offer that's pretty close. And what I've always been told is, like, whether you raise your seed round at like a $5 million valuation or a $3 million valuation or it's 10, like if you end up executing and exiting at like a $500 million business, it's like you're either going to be worth like $150 million or like $110 million. Does that make sense? So I just, in the early days, valuations get more important like the later that you go on. Yeah.
Hey, let's give it up for Cam. Hire better than yourself. That was my key takeaway. So be confident. So we're going to start with our VR panel, and we're going to bring them up in about 15 minutes up here on stage, so everyone's kind of keen to network and get some more coffee and fill your bellies with anything. And we'll get started here shortly again. So.
Real quick note, if you are pitching for the app, for the Build My App, if you are somebody who's pitching, I want you to come and meet me outside of this room. And also there's a session in Mobility X at the same time. Check the schedule for that one.
Hey everyone, we're going to get started in about 5 minutes. So up here we're going to have a virtual reality panel, and then next door in Mobility X, the topic is going to be talking equity with your co-founders. So either or, you have to choose. And also hashtag 3DS Global Roundup. So for those of you who are tweeting, Instagramming, get the word out, talk about social media. So we'll get started here in about 4 minutes. All right, everyone. If you guys want to sit down, we're going to go ahead and get started here. We're going to try to keep the ball rolling. We got a lot going on today, so we're going to try to stay on track. So when I start clapping and when everyone else starts clapping, we got to get the whole room going. So we all need to bring the energy up and get those hands together. So Brance is going to be the moderator for our panelist session today. And this is Brance. We have all the panelists that will be coming up here just shortly. And they're going to discuss VR and what we're going to be doing with that in the future, what the future looks like for mainstream adoption. And there's a lot of cool stuff happening with VR, and they are going to elaborate on a lot of that for us. So I'm going to hand it over to Brance, and enjoy, everybody.
Thank you, appreciate it. I guess we're ready to roll with this. Cool. I guess I'll just invite the speakers up. Y'all are casually hanging out over there. Come on over, take a seat. Do we have mics for me, or are we going to share this one? Cool. All right. So I guess first thing I'd love to do is just pass the mic down the line and have everybody introduce themselves. So kick it off with you.
So my name is Trisha Katz. I am a senior engineer over at Outdoor Voices. I run the Austin Web VR meetup as well as VR Beyond Gaming, and also founded a kind of an annual event for girls startup into VR and emerging technologies named Emerge.
My name is Ricky Holm. I am the founder of a creative agency here in town called Chocolate Milk and Donuts, and we help people leverage immersive technology. So VR, AR, 360 video, we help people and businesses use it for real business solutions instead of just fun marketing gimmicks. And I'm also the co-organizer of a meetup in town that's entitled Virtual Reality and 360 Video.
My name is Autumn Taylor. I work at Alchemy Labs. I am their knowledge purveyor and media master. Alchemy Labs makes absurd and highly polished games, including our VR hit Job Simulator as well as Rick and Morty VR. I also co-organize VR Austin, one of the largest meetups in the country for VR, and right here in Austin.
I'm Britt White, Chief Revenue Officer for Throwbox, and we are a behavioral analytics platform for virtual reality, augmented reality, and 360 video.
Okay, cool. So let me do a quick show of hands from people in the audience. How many people have been in a VR headset before? Okay, awesome. Like, pretty good percentage. That's one of the things I love about Austin is I think more VR headsets here than in a lot of places. So a lot of good opportunities today. I'm wondering if someone on the panel would like to do a quick overview of like the difference between VR and AR, because I know like getting into industry applications is kind of a big difference. Anyone want to take a stab at that?
All right, Ricky.
Yeah. We do this all the time for clients, and so there's basically three separate technologies that a lot of people group into the VR category, and those three different and you can blend all three of these. So the lines are becoming more and more blurred every day. But you basically have 360 video, which is like this small camera here and this GoPro rig you see right here. And basically what you do is you film everything in all directions simultaneously. And it's a good way to capture real life events. That's 360 video or photography. The next one, which is virtual reality, think about, the best way to describe that is think about gaming. Most of the stuff is game engine rendered, but the big difference between 360 video and VR is that in 360 video, you're riding shotgun in a race car. You're along for the ride. It might be a fun ride, and you might remember that ride forever, but you're basically along for the ride. In virtual reality, you're in the driver's seat. You're in control. You tell that race car or that whatever where to go. And that is the big difference between 360 video and VR. VR is fully interactive. You are in control as the user. Those are the first two. And then the last one is augmented reality. And the best way to think about augmented reality, and it's not a great example, but it gets the point across, is like Pokemon Go, right? You're overlaying digital assets onto a real world. And so, that's kind of the third technology. Snapchat filters, another great way, right? You're augmenting a real thing, your face. At least in this part of the world, most of us talk about faces, so that's nice. And so, anyway, those are like the three big technologies.
Awesome, thank you. Cool, so I guess we'll just kind of jump right into this, but what are some VR applications? And I'm just going to use VR to reference 360 video, AR, kind of this whole spectrum of technology. I really like how Ricky touched on how you can kind of blend all of this. But I'd love to hear from y'all, like, are there VR applications that you guys have seen outside of gaming that were really impressive, that kind of stood out in your minds? And getting kind of at the heart of that is like, why, if I'm a business owner, why should I use VR? Like, what are the strengths of using VR? So, Trish, you want to kick it out?
So a couple that most people in here may be familiar with that are great non-gaming experiences, Google Earth. The body VR is one of my personal favorites. You actually navigate through the body. You are a cell, and so you go through the cellular wall, and you kind of have that interactive experience of learning about DNA and how the whole body comes together. There are a couple of meditation VR experiences that are great. There's a couple of startups here in Austin, Idego and Aardvark Technologies, who focus on VR in the life sciences, healthcare, and mental health space. And then we were actually just talking about this earlier, especially with AR kits and a lot of opportunities for AR on the horizon, looking at e-com experiences and how to kind of use those technologies to start selling more products.
AR kit is Apple's version of AR runway.
Let's go down the line. What the heck? So we've done some stuff outside of we don't really focus on gaming ourselves, and so we've done some virtual reality type field trip or virtual reality education type stuff. It was 360 video. It was exposing. It was for an education company. They wanted to show students what it was like to actually be in different parts of the world. So we traveled around and shot 360 video to show students what it's actually like to be in the Middle East, for example, instead of just seeing pictures or hearing news stories. So that was really cool, and students absolutely love that. We've done some. We're working right now. Can't talk about too much, but we're working right now with a local company that sells sporting good products, and we're building some augmented reality applications that will hopefully reduce returns on products due to people not knowing the proper size of a certain piece of equipment that they need to purchase in the sporting goods realm. So using nothing more than a mobile phone internet connection, we can get you within a few millimeters of accuracy on what type of sporting good product you should buy. And then again, there's a lot of cool, really cool stuff in healthcare that's coming out. There's a company here at Capital Factory that's doing some really cool stuff with people in cancer treatment clinics, as well as dialysis. How do you say dialysis? Yeah, wait, that's dialysis. That's when you're getting your kidney. Yes, it is dialysis. And so they're creating these kind of like these 3-hour experiences, so people that are stuck in dialysis clinics for 10, 20 hours a week can go hang out on a beach in Bali or can meditate on top of a mountain type of thing instead of staring at a white wall listening to a machine beat. So just some different applications that I'm aware of.
So we do focus on gaming at Alchemy, but that being said, some of the coolest non-gaming VR experiences I've seen are kind of more on the creative side. So things like Tilt Brush, which is Google's kind of art creation platform, is really awesome. Things like Tilt Brush, Oculus is like Medium and Quill. Google just released a new product called Blocks, which is like very exciting. Tools like this where it's a lot more intuitive to kind of build asset creation for like rapid prototyping, whether you're building a game or you're building an interactive experience or things like that. So kind of simplifying a lot of pipelines for people who might not have proficiency in like 3D modeling software, etc. And then also just some really interesting stuff kind of in social VR, things like Facebook Spaces, but there's actually a startup here in town called the Wave VR, which is like an acid trip, like EDM concert experience, and it's incredible. Social VR, I think, is really interesting, like the amount of presence you can get from like a floating head that's like a dodecahedron, and you're like, that's a person. But yeah, social VR is pretty cool too.
Two recent studies I saw that were pretty cool. Boeing's been using daiquiri AR headsets for the manufacturing process of their planes, and usually they use desktop PCs to look up like ridiculous parts and wires and numbers, and it's not intuitive in the least. And so from like after 6 months of adopting the daiquiri headsets, they reduced their like accidents or errors in production from 8 to 1 for a user that was using this headset instead of the PC. And then I recently was talking with Glass House in town and another group that are interested in using 360. It's really like a policy litmus test to understand what factors of like public policy or new bills actually resonate most with people. And with VR and 360, you're able to have different, I guess, really like signifiers in it and experiences to see what specifically is speaking to people within these issues.
I'll leave the microphone down there. Britta, I mean, I love how you talked about Boeing using AR, the AR headsets to simplify kind of complex processes. So I think that's one of the benefits of the technology, right? Is that you can overlay lots of information like instantaneously on what we're consuming. Are there other applications that like, I guess, what are the strengths of VR? Like, why, if I'm a business owner, why would I use that? Why would I want to use this technology or let's say like this app? You know, like, what's the big difference? Thank you.
I do have opinions about VR. So I think like Ricky kind of hit the nail on the head that like with 360 you're kind of like in the passenger seat, and then with VR you are in the driver's seat. There's also another kind of analogy used by a VR creator named Chris Milk, and he kind of went over like an overview of what kind of media has looked like for humans, and it's like his example was that you are like a caveman and you hunt a mammoth, and then you tell the story about hunting the mammoth, and then society progresses, you write a book about it, you make a play about it, you make a video game about it. With VR, kind of the closest correlation to any of those is actually hunting the mammoth. So you can give people an experience that they are living firsthand. People have done research, and the way that the brain lights up when you're experiencing a VR experience is basically the same as if you had done it in real life. The memories you form are happening as if you were there. You don't say that my character did this or that in a VR game experience, what have you. You say that I did that. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for people to kind of build experiences that allow people to live things firsthand. I think it was like Lowe's just built something where people can learn to paint their walls or put up tiling, and people who watched a video on how to do it didn't retain the information as well as the people who actually did it, because you're getting that first-hand experience in real time.
Yeah, I think so. Some of the benefits to a business for using AR and VR versus standard apps, I think that one can be cost. Physical spaces cost a lot of money. You have to find the space, it has to be in a good location, there's kind of continuing costs associated with that. So with VR and AR experiences, you can have that kind of storefront presence without actually having the physical space. So there are opportunities and cost and availability to consumers. It's the reason that we have apps and websites. I think there's also the opportunity to showcase work better. So on the agency side, the ability for people to actually go in and look at the projects that you're doing has a higher opportunity to convert those to actual clients. So the ability to go in if you're a home builder or even if you're a digital product builder, so if they're able to hit your website and maybe look at a web VR experience and kind of go into that and see your work firsthand, that can be an opportunity for conversion. I think there's also opportunities with, Texas State University has a VR lab. They're doing PTSD and addiction VR experiences. And in those scenarios, they're taking kind of the old scenario where individuals would go through these mock scenarios. And so what they've realized is the opportunity for kind of presence and immersion in VR has actually worked out much better because they're able to tailor that to individual experiences versus offering kind of the same experience for everybody. And in at least kind of their preliminary results on how that's impacted individuals is that they've had a higher success rate with VR. So the opportunity to actually provide a better experience because VR allows for immersion and presence that maybe the real world mock scenarios might not.
Totally. I love that you guys all kind of touched on agency of like really I think one of the biggest strengths of this technology is that like it kind of puts you in the driver's seat, as Ricky was saying, that it enables you to kind of live out whatever this scenario is yourself rather than just consuming it.
Well, to build on that, right, is there's a lot of things in VR, both to what Trisha and Autumn were talking about, is things that either we don't want to replicate as human beings that are unsafe, or they're incredibly expensive. For instance, natural disaster training. I mean, how do you train for a 9/11 scenario, right? Well, you could recreate that in VR to a point where it actually creates deep-seated memories in those firefighters or first responders type of experience. I know there's a company in town that's doing some really phenomenal stuff with firearm training and personal safety training. And so if you're alone in a parking lot at night, like how do you identify where risk zones are in that parking lot when you're by yourself without having to recreate that? You can recreate those in a very safe environment where people feel comfortable and they can learn about personal safety or that type of things, which is incredibly powerful. We can start saving lives through technology like this. So it's very cool stuff.
Yeah, another interesting one I had seen was training for deep sea oil rigs. Like, you really want those people to know what they're doing. You want them to know where the big red stop button is, but you can't fly them out to an oil rig. They're probably just watching a PowerPoint presentation and then going out there. And so being able to do it in VR 100 times, they are much more comfortable with it. So one of the things that I find so interesting is that, like, as businesses are starting to adopt VR as a technology, a lot of them don't know what the heck they're doing, right? Especially big businesses. And it's one of the reasons I love VR is that it's really at the intersection of like film and video game and tech. So very equally important with any VR application is the ability to tell a story, right? And so I'd love to know, like, especially Autumn coming from the game side and then Britt looking at like the analytics side. Like, what are you guys finding? Like, are there skill sets from video game design that are translating over into how you tell a VR story? Like, what are you seeing on the data side of how do you tell these VR stories appropriately?
Right, I guess I'll touch on kind of some of the game design techniques and philosophies that do kind of bleed over into VR. So a lot of things don't translate, which is why you see games that feel clunky or have like a billion controls and all you have is a controller with like 5 buttons. But a lot of what we're learning about the way people interact with spaces in VR comes from a lot of game design. People who try to tell stories and remove that agency that you're talking about. Like, these stories aren't very effective. They fall very flat whenever you don't have that agency. So as a storyteller, I know, and some people who maybe come over from film and you have full control over that experience, it's a little bit hard to let go of that. But agency is the important element in storytelling, and a lot of game design kind of centers around things like environmental storytelling. What can you tell by your level design and by the props and environment art that you put in that space? Some of that is like architectural design thinking too. What do people think and feel when they're going through a space, especially in VR, because you don't have a character you're controlling on a flat screen. You're in the space. And so just as well, kind of when you're thinking about storytelling, you're more or less designing a space that encourages the player to uncover the story, but at the end of the day, it has to be their story to uncover. And so you try to give them all of the tools to put that together, and there are simple things you can do in level design that encourages in that, like putting a light over here or removing interesting things from a part of the scene you don't want them to explore, but it's all about creating the best possible environment for your story to be told, for it to be uncovered by the player.
Britt could probably speak to both of these, but just to add on to that from a 360 video perspective, one of the things that we try and do, and to be completely transparent, I'd say 90% of the projects that we develop for people are not designed to be watched in a headset. They're designed to be distributed on mobile devices and watched on a tablet or on a phone. So people are watching the screen away from their face, but they're interacting with the video. And one of the things that we do all the time when we test is we don't like to force the audience to like a big arrow, like look to your left, right? And so we have to encourage the user to naturally want to look to the right or the left or up or down to progress the story potentially. And so we're always experimenting with different ways because there are no rules yet. I mean, there are some rules, but we're figuring this all out. As an industry, we're figuring this all out currently, which is it's a fun time to be in this space. But what we try and do is it's like, how can we get the user to look to the right at the right time? How can we get the user to look up to notice that the whole time the character was hiding in the rafters above them? And that has to hit at the right moment in the story to make the story progress like a film. And when you talk about film, well, you would just cut to a close-up of the person in the rafters, right? And it would be done. And oh, okay, we got, that's the punchline. In 360 video, you can't do that. And so that's a tricky thing to do. And when, and Britt can probably speak to this a little bit more about when some of the systems they're building are going to help people be able to do that kind of after effect things.
We we've been like crunching some numbers lately on our infamous Fun Fest video, and interestingly enough, with storytelling in VR, like getting someone, or 360, getting someone to look a certain direction or whatever, we've been finding that having a signifier that they're familiar with at like the start of a shot allows them to then basically kind of break free and look around more, because it's something they're already aware of, they've seen it, they know it, it could be like a Vulcan logo, and then like based on that initial focus and then that exploratory phase after that, they then start to show what they're actually looking for. So in this one fun video, it's like, it has a big Vulcan logo on a skate ramp, but in the back right corner, Joey Badass is on stage performing, and we have 3 performance metrics. It's impression, exposure, and focus. And the metrics for impression and exposure were actually like 4 times higher for impression and exposure for the Vulcan logo, but in focus itself, Joey Badass completely took over the entire graph. So everyone would go look at the Vulcan logo, they knew it, but then we could actually know they're looking for Joey Badass and focusing on them. So then we could actually alter the start of the shot to have the Vulcan logo like left center and then Joey Badass right center, so you can look here, look there, and then there's the exploratory phase. So it's really just having the data to see how people behave in it, you know, and then enough of it to see the differences between different groups, even down to the country itself. That's interesting. Are you finding other, kind of, as Rick mentioned, we're kind of figuring out the rules. Like, it's so new that we're figuring out the best practice here. Are you, over at Dropbox, finding other phases of VR consumption? Like, I hadn't really ever thought about like the exploratory phase of VR, but when I first put on a 360 video, the first thing I do is I look all around. I'm like, okay, are there any monsters hiding back behind here? You're like, okay, no, okay, now I can watch the video. I mean, are you finding other like, trends in how people consume VR?
Yeah, usually there's, well, we've at least identified in each video in different countries, there's always like one specific topic that people focus on the most in the video. So we had a pretty nice data set from Doha, and it was in like a cafe, an internet cafe, and all these guys were sharing the video and downloading the app of Big Frida twerking. And it was only in these different regions where that type of content isn't accessible or culturally acceptable in some cases, where then they're then able to access it and share it and then all look at it differently. So it's really just like opening up the portal. People will tell you what they're interested in just by interacting with it.
That's amazing. Trisha, so you seem like much more on like the developer side, and so what are you seeing? Being able to tell a story, like how is technology and like coding development? How is that impacting how 360 video and game engines and web VR you touched on? Like how is that impacting what's accessible to the consumers for VR?
Yeah, so I think coming from the non-gaming space, especially the development space, I look at it a little bit differently. For me, I have been in the space of developing products that solve business problems or social problems. And so coming from that space, we are a little bit more cautious, I think, about how we use VR and AR and kind of emerging technologies. I think there's a lot of interest there. There's definitely more barrier to entry. Obviously, there's a cost associated with getting into VR production. There's also a kind of financial need that comes along with that. So how do we kind of help businesses make money? Or as a business ourselves, how do we use that technology to make money? And then on the development side, it's actually, I would say, even if you're not coming from the game development side, the skills translate very well. So if you're working in Unity, and if you come from C# or even JavaScript, it's an okay thing, it translates. I always encourage developers who didn't come from the gaming space to kind of start in web VR. And even what we're seeing with kind of younger generations, and as we start to bring ideally youth into these technologies, is starting at web VR because it's just a lot more accessible. The barriers to entry are not necessarily there, and the costs associated with it are next to nothing. So we're seeing a lot of that. I think when you're working with traditional developers, that can be. I think it's a good idea to bring in people who have both game development experience and then also bring in maybe more of those traditional developers. I think the two working hand in hand are kind of the best combination for non-gaming experiences, and mostly because traditional developers don't think like game developers and game designers. And you do need that when you're developing for VR spaces and AR spaces. I think it's a very different medium, and the design for it and the approach to it is very unlike developing an app or developing a website. So keeping those things in mind, and I think even being creative with how you structure the positions in your business. I have seen VR content creators bring in room designers, bring in people who have decorated spaces, and knowing that the needs are just different. So when you're looking at those designers and developers, how do you bring in the right combination of people, even if their skill sets may not align in kind of what you think of traditionally for a developer or a designer, because it's a different space.
Yeah, I know. Awesome. It always cracks me up. Every once in a while, I'll see a corporate design VR experience that stinks. Not good at all. And I'm usually pretty sure it's because they're taking some of their existing developers. They're like, hey, by the way, you're gonna work on this VR project. And they really have no idea what all these other pieces to the puzzle that are very important. Okay, so we touched on it a little bit, but kind of the whole reason we're here is like, what's the future of VR look like? And I loved how you put it in the context of like, it is a business. So who's making money in this? Like, what are the business models around this that y'all are seeing? Like, is it just kind of contract studios? Is it kind of raw VR technologies or IP? Like, what are y'all seeing?
So I think that there's kind of a variety of opportunities and kind of models, I think, with VR and AR and even just emerging technologies in general. I think you're seeing some companies do the one and done experiences, and that's really for kind of consumer engagement, customer acquisition. You see that a lot with emerging technologies where people are willing to pay for an experience because they want to be first to market, they just want to engage, they want kind of the PR and hype. And those can be really good opportunities. I mean, they may not be kind of residual opportunities that actually make you money, but they can make you money kind of in the short and long term by that customer acquisition. I think there are opportunities for models, especially in the healthcare and training space, educationally too. There are absolutely opportunities to build businesses in those spaces. I think that if you're on the product side, thinking about how you can increase kind of customer engagement and sales with these new technologies, because there's definitely opportunities there. As people start to move onto these platforms or want to experience things in a more real way, which is what we see now, people want to interact. So kind of moving away from that informational age into that interactive one, and people don't just want to go and get the information and read, they actually want to experience things. So I think there's a big opportunity if you've got people in a space, home building is a great one, anything kind of architectural, in retail, where people can actually go in and experience the product, interact with the product, and then that allows for opportunities to sell the product.
And just kind of on top, building on that a little bit, that's one of the things that we're trying to focus on is helping, and it's tricky, right? Because a lot of times you're going in and you have to educate a client. First 2 or 3 meetings we have is almost strictly education. God forbid you tell them you're teaching them anything, because no one wants to be told that they don't know anything. But we basically go in and we educate our client on what are the technologies, how do you distribute them, where's your user base. And so those are one of the things that we really focus on as a company, is not just building you or shooting you a beautiful experience, but let's start back at the beginning. Like, again, who is your target consumer? What messaging are you trying to get to that person, or what problem are you trying to solve? Let's start there, because you're going to get the PR, you're going to get the press, you're going to get the excitement about these new immersive technologies, because people are just in general, I think 91% of all consumers in our country are excited about the possibilities of VR and AR when it's explained to them what it is. I mean, that's huge, right? And so you're going to get that just by using these technologies. You have a VR headset at your booth at South by, people are going to be excited to see what you have on it. The next step, and the more important step, is to make sure that experience does something positive, if that's your goal, obviously, positive for your business. What are you trying to do, right? Are you trying to get people to get clothing that fits better? Are you trying to get students more engaged with an educational platform? Are you trying to create empathy? Are you trying to fix a medical issue? Like, what is the real goal and thinking about that more strategically versus just doing your one and done thing, because that definitely has its benefit. But I think just starting bigger, right? Because this is we're at the age where I don't even think we're quite there yet, but it was like the beginning of the the app kind of trend or the website trend. It was like, we need a website. Well, what are we going to put on the website? I don't know, but we got to have a website, right? And so we hear that a lot. We hear a lot of advertisers, and they're like, we got to put it in VR, and we're like, why? What are you going to do? And then we start. That's where we start the conversation. And so I think just changing that mindset and trying to get people to wrap their minds around this as a bigger long-term strategy, and there is more to it than this, is something that we just try and do. And so I don't know. It doesn't. That's how we try to make sure that our clients are getting a benefit, a measurable ROI from the experiences we build. So it's not just a marketing gimmick. So it's not just a one and done thing. Because this technology is going to be around for a long time. There's a lot of big people putting a lot of big money into this, and consumers' adoption is going up and up. So there's definitely a ton of opportunity coming in the pipeline.
So speaking more kind of from like developing this experience, I kind of like what you said about building it for the long term, not just doing a one and done. From a development perspective, you kind of just want to get it over with, but more and more people are getting their faces into VR headsets, and so you have to be thinking about those consumers and be doing your due diligence, like researching, testing. At Alchemy, we test extensively, both our developers while we're developing the experience, but also once we've built it, putting as many people in the headset and as many people as we can that are different. So testing for height, testing for disability, accessibility, making sure that your experiences are accessible to the widest range of people, because it's a little bit different whenever you have a flat screen, whether it be your phone, a tablet, or a computer. You can almost always ensure that everyone's going to have the same experience. In VR, you have to be thinking about that long term and really investing in your development cycle to make sure that as many people can enjoy this as possible, because kind of in the first year of consumer VR, we saw a lot of people who would build experiences, and then in QA, more like post-launch, discussions in the forums would come up where someone's like, oh, I can't play this because I only have use of one arm, or I'm too short, I'm too tall, there's a bug because I'm too tall. And so kind of thinking about development from a QA lens too, to make sure that your experience is accessible, because like Ricky said, VR is only growing, so you kind of have to ensure that your experience will work for everyone.
I think with at least consumer VR and AR, it's going to be Scott Ross. If you ever heard of him, he created Nuke and he did the graphics for Terminator 2. He has a quote about VR called, it's like sex in high school. Everybody's doing it, but nobody's doing it right. And one of his main beliefs behind that and what's coming is, I don't know if anyone's familiar with Otoy, but everyone should research them. It's Ari Emanuel's secret weapon. It's literally what Silicon Valley is about. And they are integrating with Unity, coming out at Unity Unite like this August, October. And that's going to bring like unbelievable graphic fidelity. And then this CES 2018 and then the Olympics itself will be having 5G between Qualcomm and Intel. So we'll actually have the ability to render high quality experiences in the cloud to our devices. And then we're really cooking with Crisco. But for the next year and a half or 2 years, it's enterprise driven. It's going to be the Mercs that are needing it for sales to display on a packet in rural India a $20 million bioreactor. Like how do you portray that and sell that without these types of tools? So they're using it for immediate ROI driven deployments, then also setting it up in kind of the architecture infrastructure for the consumer masses as it evolves. I'm glad you guys touched on kind of using VR, one, looking at it for long term, two, using it to kind of solve a problem, and really I think that touches on how VR initially was coming out as kind of like it's its own thing. It's like it's this VR, and really it's just another technology. It's just another tool that you have in your tool bag to do something, right? As a standalone thing, all right, like it's cool, but you're probably not going to do it over and over again. But as Britt mentioned, if you're using this to convert sales, if you're retaining customers with this, like that's immediate ROI, and you can look at it just as another tool that you can use in your skill set. So I always get excited. Like one of the things I love about VR is that it changes so fast, and like new headsets are coming out, people are launching headsets like every day it seems like. And then there's a lot of visionaries, I suppose, like talking about what VR will be. So one, I love that there's a lot of people thinking about what it should be, what it can be, and there's a direct line of communication between those people and the hardware manufacturers who are actually making this. But where do y'all see the hardware side of this going? Like, do I need to wait until Apple has like their sexy glasses, AR glasses, before I can deploy this in my business? Like, what tools do we have now, and where do you see it going from a hardware side?
The Daiquiri AR headsets are ridiculous. There's only 8 in the world. I think it has 32 sensors built into it, and it's like a pair of sunglasses that gets everything from thermodynamics, EMG waves, like, you name it. So they're able to use that and walk through like chemical manufacturing plants and literally read like every bat accurately, not with like a pre-programmed, shell models in between it, but like true data collection in real time. So that kind of stuff's insane.
I think to Rick's point, right, is when these technologies do exist, right? Are they iPhone ready, right? Are they going to be cheap enough and sexy enough and pretty enough and cool enough that they don't turn into the next Google Glasses? No, we're not there yet. But will we be in 10 or 15 years? Yes. Like the next Tesla is supposed to come out with a complete heads-up display on the windshield. So every single thing that's out in front of your car is automatically detected. If there's a deer running through the woods, your car will pick it up and show it to you when it's outside of your visual range and tell you like, hey, slow down, there's a deer that's going to run in front of you. And then boom, 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 there goes a deer. Right? Thanks, Elon. Right? But that's the future, right? Those are all things we all don't, at least I don't yet, we all don't drive Teslas in here, right? We're all, we have jobs and normal jobs and rent to pay and stuff. And so we use tools that are affordable and accessible to us. And so I think what's really awesome and amazing is the tools that are coming out that we can use on these, right? I took a $200 camera and just took a 360 picture of us on this panel in the audience with something I bought on Amazon and my Samsung, like mobile phone, right? That's a technology that 5 or 10 years ago was unattainable, right? So these tools are becoming available to the masses, but also just what you can do on your mobile device is crazy. Right? You can snap a nice mobile phone into a VR headset you can buy for $35 online, and you can get a really cool experience. Like, it's amazing what you can do. Is it as good as an HTC Vive or some of these high-end systems? No. But they're not, right? They're not as immersive. They don't have room scale tracking, aka doesn't know where you are in space, you can't walk around. But just what you can do on a mobile phone, especially with like the AR kit, which just came out from Apple, which is their open source software that you can basically get your hands on and start building AR for anyone that has an iPhone. Right? We use some Google software packages that are open source, right? This stuff's out there. Google and Apple, these biggest manufacturers in the world, are producing these things and just giving them away. They're free. It's like, here, we're going to give you the tools. You as consumers, you go tell us what you want to build with them. And I think that's what's amazing. That's what's really that's what's convinced me that this isn't going away. Is these really practical tools exist, they're free, and anyone that has base knowledge of development can start building these really cool things that 10 years ago would have been a joke in a sci-fi movie and now are real that we can build like today. So I think that's just amazing.
Yeah, I think Trisha kind of touched on it earlier, that one of the biggest barriers to entry for VR companies and people wanting to get into VR is the cost of hardware. And we're already seeing the cost of hardware dropping and it becoming more sophisticated alongside the price dropping, which is really exciting. So more and more people are able to get their hands on these headsets and develop for them. You don't have to be a company to develop, the next groundbreaking VR app. You can just be someone who downloads Unity or Unreal and develops a headset in their basement. So I definitely think that the headsets are going to get lighter, more accessible, cheaper. But not only that, like the amount of innovation that we're seeing in peripheral space is exciting. We just finished year 1 of consumer VR, so we were able to get people's hands on the controllers and in the room scale tracked experiences to see what works and what doesn't. Our studio just got the new HTC Vive Knuckles controllers, which are awesome. But even then, just knowing that there's a long way for us to go to really get that feeling of it's kind of like a compromise between like the fidelity of what our hands feels like in real life, but adding a layer of abstraction that is possible in VR to be able to do crazy things because it's possible. And then that being said, so there's a barrier to entry of kind of the cost of the hardware, but what I'm super excited about is as the headsets improve and we get things like eye tracking, that opens up the possibility for even more sophisticated software because it allows for foveated rendering. So right now we're rendering the entire scene in both eyes And also trying to hit frame rate with foveated rendering, we can render just what we need to and kind of measure analytics even better as well to improve our software experiences.
Yeah, I think I'm also going to put a plug in there for React VR. So if there are any React developers or React teams, is kind of taking a look at that and starting to think about VR experiences using JavaScript and some of those tools available. ARKit, obviously, but I think that the way that I've looked at it, especially kind of in this VR space, is that, you know, the web has 3 billion users. And so the way that we really bring VR kind of to the masses and get more content creators and more consumers is to get more people exposed. And the way to do that is to offer them something that they can experience and build in. So, you know, when you talk to people in Austin, and obviously in Austin we're very fortunate. We have Capital Factory. We have a lot of exposure to VR and other emerging technologies, but you go out to more rural areas or just, you know, other states, and they don't have that same exposure. And so how do you start getting them familiar with these technologies and start bringing them into the experience so that you can start to build that into your business as well? And I thought the New York Times did a really good job with, they did a storytelling experience named Displaced, and it was about refugees having to leave their homes and being displaced, and told their story and sent out cardboard headsets to 1 million of their subscribers and showed the story. Or when, I think it was McDonald's in, I want to say Singapore, maybe getting that wrong, Sweden. I knew it was with an S. Who did the, you could convert your Happy Meal into a cardboard, and you could play a little skiing kind of VR experience. And so how do you take those opportunities, use these technologies to engage with the masses? Because the higher powered VR experiences are amazing. But if you're going to get people kind of engaged in these technologies, we need more people exposed to them, and there are tools out there right now to do that with the hardware and tools we have available.
And just to bring that down to like ground level, right? She's talking about cardboard. Well, Google Cardboard, right? All you're doing is dropping in a smartphone into a $4 piece of cardboard. And just to add on to what you're saying about the New York Times, they now have the #1 news app in the world. Partially because of that, right? And they're doing daily 360 experiences, and they're seeing really high user engagement numbers. And again, you can watch these in a piece of cardboard, or you can watch them just on your mobile phone, but you get that real, more immersive experience. So when done correctly, when used properly, right, this stuff as a business can really increase your spread, your reach, your bottom line, whatever that is. So.
When they have the New York Times app, we talked to the head of it a couple weeks ago, and they get up to 3 application activations monthly, and they're not even uploading a new piece of content every month, yet people are still sharing it and re-engaging with it when they're literally just setting it and forgetting it, and are still getting consistent, $300,000+ monthly active users for old content. So it's still very good.
No, and I just did want to add, kind of like Trisha's totally right, the high-end VR isn't super accessible, so I think this is the grand future vision, is the two meeting in the middle, and then we get a standalone headset, and I feel like that's the goal, is having that high-end VR experience, but let me put it in my backpack.
So thank you guys all. We're going to wrap up and leave some time for questions, but real quickly, any words of advice or little tidbits for entrepreneurs who might want to start using VR, getting into VR? Any
That's it. The easiest thing is just do it. It's easy. There's free tools I'll speak to 360 because I know that space really well. You can get a 4K 360-degree camera for $150, right? Are they professional level? Not really. Is it great enough to blow your friends' minds on Facebook and YouTube and get a job out of it? Absolutely. And they're cheap, and you can use them on anyone's smartphone in this room will power one of those cameras. And so that'd be my thing. Just go out and start doing it, right? Just go start playing around, see what works, see what doesn't. Because we're in the fun stage where even mistakes sometimes can get you noticed in a good way, right? And so that's cool, right? We're at this really early stage that the barrier is still low, compared to what it will be in 5 years or 10 years or even 18 months. So,
I think connecting with community groups as well. Obviously, VR Austin is wonderful. VR Beyond Gaming or WebVR Austin. There's Women in VR on Facebook. If anybody is interested in here, I know Oculus, I was part of their Launchpad program last year. They did it again this year, and they'll continue to do it. They bring in 100 diverse content creators, and it's a great introduction into other people who are interested in the space but doing things that are different than you. And I think the biggest thing in VR is the combining of those skill sets. So finding places where you can connect with other people who can really help bring your idea to life the right way, with skill sets that you or your team may not have.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo Ricky and just say do it. That's not an action item, obviously. There's like a couple check boxes underneath that, but if you're someone who's interested in developing, Unity is a free tool. Their conference is this October. I'm not going to put a plug in there much longer, but it is very, very useful, and it's accessible all the way from like a hobbyist developer all the way up to professional, because we use Unity. And you can just jump in there and kind of build a scene. There's a term called whiteboxing in game design, where it's just you putting cubes, capsules, they're all gray, and just building a scene so that you can put on the headset, just pop a controller on the camera so that you can put the headset on and then fill out the experience. So just go in there, try things out. It doesn't have to be sophisticated for you to get kind of a simple proof of concept of your idea. And if your brain isn't quite in like that spatial design mindset, the Game Developers Conference has a GDC Vault, which has years and years and hundreds of videos about game design, about designing for these virtual spaces. That is super useful. And then two, drawing experience from other places, whether it's like set design. Immersive theater has a lot of very interesting things to help you kind of get in a different design mindset, and just always pulling experiences from different places that you don't think might work, whether it's architectural design, dance, understanding how the human body moves within a space, or things like theater or like escape rooms. That's like a cool, fun one.
I'd say do your homework. There's lots of, this has been worked on since the late 60s. And Apple itself has been working on the AR kit and mapping, 100 billion cubic meters since '96. And this is online, but you don't hear Robert Scoble talk about it because he doesn't do his homework. So there's, like, every idea you've had has probably been done and probably better than you thought it could be done. So just Google the hell out of everything about what your idea is. I promise you'll find out what to do and how to do it properly. And most people do not do that. Also, quit pursuing real estate in VR. Everyone's thought of it. It's the first thought. It's not your idea. That's it.
I'll also try everything.
The other thing we haven't talked about is audio, right? And we haven't touched on audio one time. And just music and audio and sound in virtual spaces is incredibly important and also incredibly powerful. So there's just a whole other avenue that we haven't even touched on when it comes to spatial and 3D audio that's just absolutely mind-blowing. So again, and echo her on one more time, is try stuff. Just try stuff. We have a VR lab here at Capital Factory. Come check it out. Play with games. Play experiences. See what you like. See what you don't like. Just do it. So.
Quick plug for that. I run that, by the way. That's on the 5th floor. It's literally open every day, Monday through Friday, and sometimes on weekends too. It's free. We basically see VR as like this really awesome tool that most people can't afford, but we have all the equipment, so y'all have all the equipment. So come try that out. We'll have this stuff set up all day today as well. So cool. I'm going to leave it kind of open for questions right now. Anybody have any questions for the panelists here? All right, yeah. Ricky,
this black thing in front of me. This is it's a company called Ricoh. They make commercial grade printers, actually, and 360 cameras. It's a 360-degree camera. There's two lenses, one on each side. They're each just over 180 degrees. And so this does video and photo, but this is actually the best, in my opinion, the best camera on the market. It's under $500 to do 360 photography. It's the only one with full manual control. That is a fancier version. That's made of 6 GoPros. You can see it blinking right there. That's a fancier version of this. Consumer, prosumer, and then you can jump into the really high-end professional rigs for like a cool $50K. Jonathan?
I was actually really curious what you think about microphotography and
So light field is, do you have a good, it's pretty tricky to explain what light field is, but you're...
What is it, or is it by
So I'm just trying to make sure the whole audience. So he's asking about what's like opinion of light field technology, and so what light field does. If anyone has a better explanation, please hop in. But light field cameras basically capture all of the light entering a given space. And so what that gives us the ability to do is to have real parallax in 360 video, which is a problem. And what parallax is, if you hold your finger up and you look at me, you're going to see two of your fingers, right? Well, if you focus on your finger, all of a sudden you see two of, I did that twice. If you focus on me, you'll see two of your finger, right? It's because we have two eyeballs, and that's how we sense depth perception. And so with 360 video right now, the problem is you notice that there's no parallax. So if I do this, Jonathan right here, he doesn't disalign with the gentleman sitting behind him in 360 video, but in real time he does. And so it's another level of immersion that you get in game rendered VR. And so light field cameras capture all of the light in a certain space. So if the light field camera has like a 3-foot sphere, it will actually capture all the light within a 3-foot bubble. And so that you can move your head around just inside about 36 inches and everything has parallax. You can look behind Jonathan, which is crazy. Is it amazing? Yes. Is it mind-blowing? Yes. The problem is the only current cameras on the market you can't buy. They're just not available. And even though the camera is only the size of like a basketball, the rendering farm and the data that comes with it is the size of a small car. And if we're talking about hundreds of terabytes of information being processed like by the second. And so we already have data issues, and we shoot on custom GoPro rigs, and we're already like running terabytes and terabytes and terabytes of stuff at a time. And so awesome technology, way too much data currently, but once that comes down in size and shape, I think it's going to be mind-blowingly cool. That's a long ways off, I think.
Jules Urbuck built a light field camera with a Sony A7 DSLR and a Nodal Ninja that just spun around this room like 3,000 times over a period of an hour, and was able to produce it in like a 80 gig file or something. So when they get their stuff, I guess, up and running with Unity and their graphically accelerated JavaScript, it may be possible to do that.
Camera nerd stuff, sorry guys.
Yeah, how close are we to having like shared virtual reality experiences? Say something like Magic School Bus.
Oh, like Magic School Bus? Oh, or have you read Ready Player One? No. Okay. Well, that's a cool book. It's dystopia. That's not the future we want. But some of the ideas presented in it are really interesting. So the idea of like a shared VR experience like Magic School Bus. There are a lot of shared VR experiences currently. They are grouped under social VR because it does take a lot of programming power to kind of get that networking to work at scale, because so the idea of frame rate is very important in VR. If you drop below 90, you start to get sick. So that's the baseline that we use. You can go a little bit lower, and like it'll be passable, especially with some of the technology like on the Oculus Rift, where basically if you drop frames, it mimics it. That's too much information for what you're asking. But so the idea that you're having to build these experiences to make sure that everyone is getting that experience, or else they vomit. That is not necessarily here yet. At a small scale it is. But I think in the next few years, as processing power becomes a lot more accessible, a lot more people have the headsets that are capable of this, then it'll be more accessible. But that'll probably be like in the next few years or so.
But it is social VR is absolutely nuts. I have a bunch of Gear VRs, right? It's a Samsung phone and a $50 piece of plastic, and we went to is it AltSpace, right? I did this thing in AltSpace, and it was a free comedy show. And so the comedian Reggie Watts was in a full like body, head to toe tracking suit. So you could see him in VR space like dancing around, because he's like a musician / comedian, and so he's very animated. So you want to be able to experience that. And so you log in, right? You snap your phone in this thing, you throw on headphones, and all of a sudden you're in this room with a bunch of avatars, like real people. And as you get closer to people, their volume goes up and goes down. So if I want to talk to Trisha, I can just get closer to her, and I can have and I can talk. It's like, well, I'm bored. I'm going to go over here and talk to Jonathan. And I move through virtual space over to a real person who's in London or wherever in real time, and I can sit and talk to his avatar. And you can send little emojis that float up. It's like, oh, I like this guy. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face, smiling poo. And the whole time you're in a comedy club watching a comedian perform live. And where I was going with this, sorry. is the first time I did it, I was like, oh, I'll log in and check it out for a few minutes. I came out of VR an hour later because my phone had overheated on the opposite side of my bedroom that I thought I was in. And I was just like, wow, that was effing crazy. And it was the first time, it was the second one they ever did. It was clunky, it crashed halfway through, but it still is something that I'll never forget. And we're just at the beginning. And so when it gets to the next level of this, and you can go visit a museum with your mother who lives in Florida, and the museum's in London, and you can do it together on a Sunday morning in real time, and hear and see your mom next to you, that shit's gonna be crazy, and it's not that far away. Social VR is gonna be huge. So.
I actually have a fun museum VR experience, and this is just a fun anecdote to kind of show the possibilities. So it's an experience called Bear. It's very, very closed alpha right now because server issues are real. So it is actually a virtual reality museum experience, and so it's an art museum, and it's positions itself not as a persistent world, but an event space that you go to. You make a night of it, and it's really cool because they even develop where if you have an HTC Vive controller, you can put your beer in the little donut hole. And then flip it around, and then in VR you have your beer. So it opens up the possibility for really interesting interactions where you're hanging out with your friends, clinking beers in VR, and I look like an idiot in my living room. And so it's really interesting, just the kind of presence. That was a situation I described where everyone's head is like a dodecahedron, but you understand that there's a person there. The artist that was being showcased that night lives in England. And I'm sitting there talking with her as if she was right next to me. And we're making ourselves grow large and small and exploring this world that she created, this art piece. And it sounds like a science fiction movie, because by the end of the night we were hanging out in an asteroid field. But the social interactions therein felt very normal. It was just like us sitting around a table talking, but it's real.
Cool, we've got time for one more question. I've had my back to y'all the whole conversation. Anyone there?
Is there a possibility to have a chilled out VR experience? When I experience the TV experience we have now, you lie on the couch on Saturday afternoon and just watch a movie. Is there a possibility to have a chilled out mode that I have moving chairs or I don't know?
Some VR experiences program for this. So in Job Simulator, there's a mode called Smaller Human Mode, and it's meant for people that are short or children. But actually, some people have used it for accessibility, like if you're seated or even wheelchair bound, where it makes the world smaller so that you can interact with it. But there are experiences that exist right now to where it's like a virtual cinema and you can watch Netflix, or some of them are meditation experiences. So it just kind of is what you want to design. Not every experience would work for that chill out mode, but some of them do, and it's pretty cool.
I was just going to say, there's some really great meditation stuff out there where you literally just put on headphones and this VR headset and lay down in a comfortable chair, and it's just just chill, man. Just float in space, right? Or whatever, right? It's cool, and you can think of it from, if you just want to chill out and relax, you want to be on an airplane that's full of screaming children, it's here you go, gone, but yeah, there's a lot of different chill out stuff. It's something, I don't know, it's not to take this down off the high level, I don't think that's ever going to go away, the Netflix and chill thing, right? We're always going to want to do that, but this is a different tool set that we have to do different things, and so if you want to go to that deeper level of chill, yeah, there's absolutely experiences.
Yeah, I'm going to add to that deeper level of chill. I think, not where you may think this is going, but it's interesting because I think obviously the Netflix and chill, you can hang out on your couch, you can kind of take that downtime. But the great thing about VR is we actually took a guy who was a new parent to twins, and he was in the lab's kind of mountain space, and so he went out, he hung out in the mountain, and when he first went in, he was like, oh, I don't know about this. I'll try it. I'll spend 5 minutes in it, and he spent 3 hours there. And all he did was chill out. And the opportunity for just more kind of that immersion and presence and actually getting to escape reality, I think can be really helpful, because it allows for you to chill at a deeper level. So
Word of warning though, don't fall asleep in VR. When you wake up, it's terrifying.
What? I'm sorry, we're out of time. We're good on time?
We're done.
Okay, cool. So thank you to all the panelists. I really appreciate it. Let's give a big round of applause for them. So I'll leave out with this. They all organize lots of awesome meetups. They happen here at Hookah, at Mutual Mobile, all over the place. Austin has a great VR community, so for all the other questions that didn't get answered, come talk to them at some of these awesome meetups. WebVR, VR 360, Video Meetup, VR Austin. There's a few other that I've noticed. VR Beyond Gaming as well. So, all right, thanks everybody.
Hey everyone, real quick, in about 11:30 in a Mobility X, they're going to go over immigration options for entrepreneurs. So they're going to be talking about hiring overseas and visas, things that you might want to do once you start scaling your own operation. And then also in this room, we're going to have the pitch competition. So we're going to have a team of developers over the next couple of days build out a select app from our entrepreneurs that are going to pitch here in about 15 minutes. And they're all going to get 5 minutes to pitch us. And the developers are going to select tomorrow, and they're going to reveal the one app that they're all just going to crank out and build in 24 hours. So we got about 10-15 minutes here, and then we're going to wrap back up here or in the Mobility X. There is a schedule right on the back window, so if you guys are choosing what you want to do or what room to go into, please review that. And that's it. Hey, for those of you who are pitching, I ask that everyone comes over here to this corner, for those of you who are pitching for the app competition, and talk to Brendan here. We're going to give you an order on each and every one of you, who's going first, and so forth. 3 minutes. We're going to get started in 3 minutes.
Thank you, everybody. Excellent. So right now we've got the Build My App pitches are happening in this room. Foster Global is doing the immigration panel in the next room. So if you're interested in learning about how to become, move to America, that would be an awesome pitch for you. So in here we're going to have 11 teams pitching, and I'm going to give a quick introduction because we are really packed for time. If you haven't done so already, check out the hashtag 3DS Global Roundup. A bunch of good stuff on there on Twitter already. So right here we have our hackathon team. They are going to be going nuts for 24 hours, and they're going to be keeping score and judging these pitches. So awesome. Glad to have you guys here. And so I want to kind of cover the purpose of this real quick. Is obviously the first and foremost thing is it's a chance to get your app built. We've done 3DS around the world, and one really common thing we run into, and actually heard about this a little bit with Cam Duty, was finding a developer, right? I've got this idea, I need to find a way to get this built, and so we wanted to kind of help solve that problem for some of our participants. So that was one thing. Another thing, though, is demystifying the process of software. And what I find is when I talk to people about coding, they look at it like it's like wizardry. Like, they're a muggle and they could never do this stuff or figure this out. So it's just a really mystifying, weird process, and there's no magic about it. You know, it's learning to code and becoming really good at it. So I think demystifying that process is really important. By the way, this is that's Bree. She won last year, and this is her. I embarrass her all the time, crying and getting really emotional about it. So anyways, that was last year. And the other thing is learning how to work with coders is a skill. One thing that we see really commonly at 3-Day Startup is somebody gets a coder on their team and they ask for something that, can we finish this tonight? And the coder's like, yeah, we need like 6 senior developers and it would take us about a year to finish. No, we're not finishing that tonight. They're like, oh, well, maybe tomorrow, or something where it's like, we got this really hard thing we need to do. Is this possible? And like, yeah, there's an API. We'll get a key and we'll be done with that in no time at all. So learning some things about that is really valuable as well. And we're going to talk more about some of that stuff tomorrow. So learning to work with developers is an important skill that we want people to figure out as well. So our pitches, here they are. We've got 11 of them, and we are very tight for time. So I'm going to jump right in. And but our panel, this is what they're going to be looking at. Is there a clear problem and solution? Is this something that people will want? Is the wireframe well thought out? And from a feasibility angle, is this something that they feel like they can build? So that's a little bit about what they're looking at. So pitches. Our first pitch is piggy bank.
Never spoken into a microphone before, so you have to bear with me. So, my name is Caitlin Cole. I'm here today to introduce you to Piggy Bank, the first mobile payment app that actually allows you to convert hard coinage into digital currency with the use of a simple QR code. An issue everybody in here faces is loose change, whether it's in your pocket, your car, or in that massive coin jar at home you swear you'll cash in. Coins are also really inconvenient to reuse. How many times you go to the drive-thru looking to find exact change just to give the server cash and accept more change in return. It's even very expensive for our government, banks, and retail stores to produce, distribute, and keep track of coins not only in our economy, but globally. Now imagine if you could have all the coins in your coin jar at home at the tip of your fingers. Well, with Piggy Bank, you'd be able to. By simply scanning a QR code at checkout during cash transactions, you'll either be able to receive your change or pay the exact change. This will not only start to save you more money over time, it'll start to save you time from having to use a coin star, and it'll also start to eliminate all that loose change that you've been building up over the years. The way Piggy Bank works is like every other mobile payment app when you first download it. You'll have to go through the sign-up procedures. For the sake of time, I didn't put that in my wireframe right now. You just sign up, either connect with Facebook, you'll go through, link your bank, or you can skip and do that at a later date. You also have to put in a 4-digit PIN code just to secure your account, make sure nobody can get in. Then Piggy Bank works similar to this example. So imagine you go to your local coffee shop every morning and get your usual $2.25 iced coffee. Every other day you'd hand your server $3 and accept the 75 cents hard change to put in your pocket. Well today's different. Today you have a Piggy Bank app. So you go, you give your server the $3, and instead of accepting that hard change, you'd open your Piggy Bank app, select the receive option, and then you'd allow your server to simply scan a QR code with the POS scanner, and the 75 cents is then added to your account. Now let's skip to the next morning. You go back again to get your same usual $2.25 iced coffee. You would give your server $3, but you remember you have your exact change. So instead, you just hand them $2 and you select the pay option, and you again allow your server to scan the QR code with the POS scanner, and you're deducted the 25 cents. Now if we fast forward to the end of the week, say you built up $10 in your account. We have a lot of visions of what you'll be able to do with your money in Piggy Bank in the future, but for right now we're just focusing on connecting it to your checking and savings account. You'll either be able to withdraw money or transfer money to Piggy Bank. So initially you have to just link your bank account. If you had not done so already, just following the steps, entering the bank's account number, routing number. Then you'll either be able to transfer money to Piggy Bank or withdraw from Piggy Bank. So say you're running low and you only have 25 cents left in your account, but you want to have more, you can transfer, say, $5. You just select your bank, select your amount you'd like to transfer over, and 24 hours later, it'll be there. Same thing with the withdrawal. Say you want to withdraw that $10 and put it in your checking or savings account. Again, you just select your bank, select the amount, and in 24 hours, you're all set. Our revenue model is based on that of a 1 to 3% commission with all change that's brought in. So when you brought that 75 cents in on your coffee, we would take 3%. The 1 to 3% is correlated with the amount you take in. So the more you bring in, we would take a 3%. If you only bring in 10 cents, we would only take a 1% commission. Our team is made up of myself, Justin Morgan, and Jennifer Morgan. I currently study economics at Connecticut College. Justin studied systems engineering at UConn and now works at Sikorsky. And Jennifer studied behavioral neuroscience at Connecticut College. So we all have our little quirks that help us kind of figure out what our consumer base is and how the app will work better. We're also looking for somebody that has a better understanding of back-end tech development, just to kind of give us a good breakdown of what we might need. We have a good gist, but it's always good to have somebody that knows the technical side as well. So if you're interested, we'd love to meet you. Piggybank is actually the first mobile payment app that's going to allow you to convert your hard coinage into digital currency. Right now we're focusing on coins, but in the long run, we hope to be able to do all cash transactions as well. So when you get $5 back, you'll be able to also accept that via the Piggybank app. And I can guarantee you that after hearing about Piggybank, you will, when the next time you get that hard wad of coins in your hand, you're going to wish that you had Piggybank. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. We're going to go on to the next one with Exosphere.
The number one cause of death in the United States is heart disease, and it can be easily prevented with better nutrition and increased exercise. If you ask people why they don't exercise, you usually get some of the common answers. I don't have time to go to the gym. I don't have space for a treadmill in my house. Or simply, I get bored. There are two aspects of fitness: the equipment and the trainer telling you what to do. At Exosphere, we've already addressed the first problem by creating the Power Trainer, the most portable, adaptable, and collapsible home gym ever created. I can put a 75-year-old grandmother on this, give her a great workout, and within seconds, I can put an NFL linebacker on there and kick his butt. Simple. And then at the end of it, I can slide it under a couch, in a closet, whatever. What about the second aspect? Personal trainer. How do I bring that aspect of the gym into your home? Well, that's where the Exosphere app comes into play. Now, the app is free, and our revenue will be generated from the equipment that we sell. But the app is essentially your own personal trainer, randomly creating workouts for you, no matter what your situation is. So, home screen looks common if you've ever used a fitness app. You have your common preset workouts, but also a very unique feature of this is a randomized custom workout. So you simply select your options. How much time do you have? What do you want to work on? And uniquely, what equipment do you have? So whether you're at your home gym and you have lots of different equipment, if you have a power trainer, if you have a physio ball, dumbbells, select that. But if you're flying and you're in a hotel and you don't have any equipment, well, select that you don't have any equipment, and it'll randomly generate a workout for you on your schedule for what you want to do. Fitness will come to you. So once you get your workout selected, you've selected what you want to do, what you want to work out, how much time you have, you get these exercises listed. But what if there's an exercise on there that was randomly generated that you hate? What if you never want to do another burpee in the rest of your life? Well, simply select the exercise and a list will pop up of what works in the same muscle groups, and you simply replace it with something that you want to do. What if you want to reorder it? Well, you can reorder it too. This is your workout coming to you. So once you start your workout, I'm sorry for the image there, it's been skewed just a little bit. But it pops up and you're led in the warm-up by Dr. Ryan Pogue. Unlike many other fitness apps which are led by personal trainers, ours is actually led by a doctor who's worked with everyone from elite athletes to people in nursing homes. So we want this to be something that everyone can use, no matter their current fitness level. So we understand that life happens and we need to do different things. So you can hit next, back, pause, or stop your workout anywhere. So you don't have to completely gap and keep your current workout going if it's your schedule. So you get your standard rest periods that you determine. This, once again, I can't stress this enough that this is your workout. You decide what you want to do, when you do it, how you do it. So
So at the end of your workout, you get a summary. This gives you an estimated number of calories burned, because we all like to know how much more we can eat at the end of the day. And it tells you what you've done, what you've worked on, and then you can share it with other people using social media. You just did a 30-minute workout focused on your glutes. You want everybody to know that. Trust me. It also has a link for joining Exosphere. We have an array of different videos that will be posted soon on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, different things, so people can get tips from our doctor and from other people who have designed workouts specifically for focusing on different areas of the body. As I said before, it was founded by my brother and I with the dream of making health real, making health tangible. Doctors and scientists can come up with new medications and new surgical procedures, but the heart and soul of health is simply living it, simply exercising and eating better, and that's what we want to bring to everyone into their homes. Are you ready for fitness to continue? Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you very much, and I forgot to look at the next one, so 1 second here. We are going with Dion.
Hello everyone, my name is Yogi. I'm going to introduce this concept called Dion. If you were wondering what Dion stands for, Dion is the name for a Greek god who brings good wine, who brings good messages. Hopefully this app could bring something good for everybody. So just to set the context, there is a major industry disruption that's happening. You see industries like car rental getting disturbed by Uber, which owns no car. The media industry is getting disturbed by Facebook. It doesn't create content. The retail industry is getting disturbed by Amazon and Alibaba's. And similarly, the hospitality industry is getting disturbed by providers like Airbnb and HomeAway. So what's common about all these disruptions is what we have is electronic platforms. These platforms, they provide a very neutral way for any individual to start running their business. So the traditional model where you had to invest a lot and then run your business, for example, a hotel chain like Hilton, that's now getting disrupted. Even as an individual, I can go make my rooms available for rent, or as an individual, I can be a driver, earn money. So it's driving more and more entrepreneurs. The many regulatory industries, they're getting disturbed, and many of these regular historic companies with big money, they're getting disturbed. So just like many of these industries that got disturbed, one industry that's ripe for disruption is the service industry. The service industry, here what I mean is the services that we as individuals, we all avail. For example, we go to different places for haircut, we go get a massage. Sometimes me and my wife, we are too busy, we want some help with the grocery, we want some help to arrange the birthday parties, or we want some babysitters or somebody to take care of the adults. So as individuals, many of us, we need many of these services. Many of these services, we go and search on Craigslist, we try to connect, but there is not a very respectable platform. There are individual applications that are available, but they're very focused. They don't provide many of these services, and they don't provide any neutral platform. Just to give you a brief on how much this industry is worth, whether there is any real money, most of us, we spend, go and do haircut, we pay probably $15 or $20. But there are, these are some facts about the US hair service industry. There are close to 86,000 establishments. They make a revenue of $20 billion. A typical salon is like 1,000 to 1,500 square foot. There is an average annual rate of 3.2%, and it's about to hit 58 billion by 2019. So what it really means is those who owe the salon, they make a lot of the money. The individual guys who provide the service, probably they're paid a meager hourly wage. Let's say I'm very good at haircutting, but I can't have my own salon. I'm not building a reputation for myself. All I'm doing is going and cutting for somebody. My skill is being utilized by the provider to build the reputation. So this is the concept around Beyond. Allow individuals to advertise about the services they offer. Let's say I'm an individual. I can give a good massage, or I can do a good haircut. Allow me to offer my service in a platform. Allow me to say what rate I want, what locations I can serve. And similarly, as a consumer, allow the consumer to decide the rate he wants to pay. Mostly what is happening is the price is decided by the provider. As a consumer, I don't have a choice. Change this model, allow consumers to provide the price, and allow the app would allow the consumer to find the right provider. And also what is different is many times we have to go to many places to avail the service. I go to some other place and get my haircut or get a massage. The problem is like I'm married and I have 2 kids. Many times I go out, my wife is saying like you're finding an excuse to leave the house. But if somebody could come to my house and give me a haircut, that would be great. And that's something that Dion would focus on. Similarly, if we have a peer rating system so that we can start rating and then allow these individual providers to build their own reputation, it would help them as well. So if you're thinking how we could monetize this, every consumer who is availing the service, we can charge some sort of a transaction fee. Every subscription that the provider, he can have an annual subscription and he can avail these services, or he can have a cost per transaction model. And similarly, we can also have advertisements. Let's say somebody is looking for a babysitter. It means they have a baby in their house and we can give targeted advertisements around baby products. So those are the different monetization models that are available. Some of the risks about this idea is like gaining adoption. I mean, that's going to be risky. The idea could be easily copied. This is kind of a sample example architecture. What we want to build is a simple API and a mobile platform and some sort of an abstraction layer which allows us to quickly build a proof of concept. So these are the basic sequences I want the team to build. Probably you can read and have a look at the basic sequences. Thank you.
Awesome. Up next we have Miralend. Is Miralend in the house? Awesome.
This is the Royce family. They came to North America from the former Soviet Union 28 years ago, where they lived under an oppressive communist regime. The father, Mikhail Royce, was even a political prisoner. He was forced to work in a labor camp for over a year, simply for wanting to leave the country. In the 80s, the Royces had had enough and decided to apply to move to North America. But they waited for over 5 years until they finally got accepted. It was hard to leave friends and family behind, but they decided to come here for a shot at a better life. But when they got here, life was not as easy as they thought it was going to be. Mikhail and his wife both had master's degrees, but had to take any jobs they could to make ends meet and provide for their family. Mikhail cleaned apartments and his wife worked in cafeterias. After 2 years, Mikhail got a call that would change his life. It was for a job opportunity in his field of engineering, and he was so excited. But there was a problem. The job was close to 2 hours away, and he needed a car to commute. Mikhail took his family to the local community bank, but the banker was hesitant to loan him the money. He said, "You're new in the country, and you're unknown in the community." Mikhail sat down with the banker and explained to him that he was not looking for a handout. He was looking for an opportunity to provide for his family. The banker sympathized with Mikhail's story and told him that if he was able to get 3 references from prominent, more established members of the community, he would give him the loan. Mikhail went straight into the community and got his references, took them back to the bank and got the loan, got the car that he needed to get the job, and this propelled Mikhail and his family to a life of success and stability that they enjoy today. That cute little girl in that photo, that's me. My name is Mira Royce, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Miralend, and I would not be standing here before you if it wasn't for the sacrifices my parents made. But I also wouldn't be standing here before you if it wasn't for the way banking and lending used to be, much more friendly and community-oriented. Now, millions of families in similar circumstances do not have the same opportunity my family did, and it's because of the 2 main problems plaguing the credit and lending space.
The first problem is credit scores.
Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, 3 of the major players in this space, have a mission to help consumers, but just this year have been fined $20 million for deceiving consumers. At this moment, 40 million Americans have errors in their credit reports, and it's no wonder that this system is such a mess. It's over 30 years old and it predates the internet. The second problem is that for 12 million Americans that have difficulty making ends meet, they have no choice except to visit a payday lender. And when they do, they pay an average national interest rate of 350%, and here in Texas, that number is 450%. That means across the country, $11 billion in interest and fees are paid every year, and here in Austin, it's $150 million. And this is why we built Mirrorland, a holistic solution to both of these problems. First, our patent-pending community engagement score uses machine learning, community and social data in order to build a qualitative credit score that demonstrates how trustworthy you actually are. And in our marketplace as a service, we allow borrowers and lenders to connect directly in a true peer-to-peer environment where they can negotiate their own rates and terms and even engage in secure collateral-backed loans. Mirrorland is different than all of the other peer-to-peer lenders because we are cutting out the middleman in everything that we do. And therefore, our value proposition is that for borrowers, we can help them save an average of $576 per year. And for lenders, we can help them earn up to 10% more on their loans. Mirrorland is also able to monetize both of these solutions. For our community engagement score, we are able to sell a monthly subscription to banks, insurance companies, and all of the other institutions that use credit scores as part of their business model. And we will also be able to charge a 3% document fee for all loans that have been consummated on our site. Our team is highly experienced, and we have decades of banking and project management experience, a consultant to the Federal Reserve Bank, a trilingual CEO, and my name is Brad Gold, and I'm a professor of commercial transactions in the #1 accounting program in the country at Texas. And today, we are asking all of you and asking your developers to help us build this marketplace, put an end to predatory lending and an end to the debt cycle for millions of Americans. We have our wireframe built out in Adobe XD. We have communication technology provided by Live Oak, and we are looking forward to building our beautiful matching site MVP. We thank all of you, and we hope that once again everybody can start to trust in lending and to trust in Mirrorland. Thank you.
Awesome. Up next we have Green Choice.
Hi, my name is Galen, and I'm here today to talk to you about Green Choice. But I first need to come clean with all of you. Lately, my food choices haven't really aligned with my personal values and my goals of living a more healthy, sustainable lifestyle. And this disalignment between the things I care most about, the things that I know are right, and the actions and decisions I'm making each day is causing an internal anxiety and a self-dislike that isn't mentally or physically healthy for me or for anybody. And the reality is I know I'm not alone. So the other day, in an attempt to make a choice that aligned better with my values, I was at the grocery store and purchased free-range eggs. Little did I know that free-range hens are far from free. In fact, they'll likely never see the light of day, never make it outside, never breathe fresh air, fed antibiotics to keep them healthy, and intentionally starved to induce additional laying cycle, all for me to get my eggs. And you may say, I could have taken the time to filter through the options, read the labels, read the claims, try to understand really what was going on with each package, filter through the many online resources, do the research if I only had the time. And it's easy to say, well, certifications, they could help you get. There are certifications out there. And understanding the ones that matter, and the ones that are important, and when they matter, and when their standards align with my standards, and when I should care, it's a little overwhelming. And sometimes I just think, God, it would be great if I just had one certification, one that reflected my values, my goals. Green Choice is here to help consumers make healthy, sustainable purchasing decisions at the supermarket. We're going to do this by allowing users to set their weights and personal criteria in areas of health and sustainability, depending on what matters most to them. Next, they can scan products or search them to immediately see a product green score. This green score is reflective of how any given product matches their personal values and preferences. Finally, users can build shopping lists and see a cumulative green score reflective of all their products in the list. There they can substitute products and view Green Choice's suggested alternatives that will help them improve their score and meet their goals. According to the National Marketing Institute, 22% of US consumers are living lifestyles of health and sustainability and actively making intentional purchasing decisions that align with these values. When you look at millennials, it's more like 30%, and younger generations, even higher. It's important to note our customer is not our user. Our customer are research institutions and universities interested in our in-depth product data in areas of health and sustainability, and the way that we classify claims and certifications. Additionally, once we've reached a critical mass of users, we're going to have very in-depth consumer data that reflects conscious consumers' purchasing patterns and the way that they make decisions and substitute products. So back to the workflow a little bit. I know there's a lot going on this page, so I'll try to keep it brief. But assuming a user has already created their account and set their preferences, they'll immediately be greeted by the home scanner page. Scanned products will open to the left of the scanner page in scorecards, and the user can swipe between them to quickly compare scores. If a user would like to add it to a shopping list, quickly just click Add to List. To view their shopping list, swipe to the right of the home scanner page. They can open additional shopping lists and compare those cumulative scores as they did the product scores. Furthermore, if a user would like to see his or her search history, pull up from the bottom of the home scanner to view a list of their recently searched and scanned items. Finally, if a user would like to access this product data from the comfort of their home, all they need to do is pull down from the home scanner page to access the Green Choice search engine and view a live feed of our blog. From there, they can access their profile, adjust their preferences, view their account settings, and access the Green Choice database. So of course, behind every great business is an even better team. And I am just so blessed to have a fantastic team working with me from a diverse range of backgrounds, really complementary of each other. Everything from data science to computer science to environmental studies, business analytics, and marketing. We also have a team of advisors and mentors supporting us in our work with degrees in environmental law, environmental science, corporate strategy, and engineering. Together, today, we have an opportunity to change the way consumers act, to empower consumers to make a difference, to hold producers of meat and dairy products, of packaged foods and processed goods accountable for providing us with healthy, sustainable options at the supermarket. Help us today give power to you. Thank you.
Awesome. Up next, we have Feeding Express.
Yeah, good afternoon, one and all here. I'm Feeding Express. I'm here to talk about how Feeding Express can help solve hunger and malnutrition. It's not only a local but a global problem. Every year, 48 million Americans struggle through. Every year, 48 million Americans go through food insecurity, not knowing where the next meal is going to come from. In here in US, we have 1 in 8 people suffer from this. In Texas, it's 1 in 6 people because Texas ranks number 2nd in terms of food insecurity. So if I tell you this is not just due to lack of food availability, but due to some inefficiencies in the food bank supply chain. So my customers are Feeding Texas and the food banks. If you look at the graph here, it shows the fruits and vegetables are the ones that are most wasted. The reason why, I'll walk you through. So currently Feeding Texas sends this Excel sheet in an email to all the food banks. This is the produce availability in the system. So the food banks then look at this Excel sheet based on the availability and reply them back through email, phone call, and text saying they place the order through these mediums. But what's the problem in this? First thing is it's very time consuming because it's an Excel sheet, there is no live update, and there is no streamlined ordering platform. And second thing is, it's just 2 employees in Feeding Texas who coordinate 6 million pounds of food every month. And the most important point is the people who place the order and who receive the order are always constantly on the move. They keep meeting food banks, vendors, and to get more sources. So it leads to food loss, and even the food being delivered has less nutrition value. I'll show you why. Currently, we have the average shelf life of produce from the date of availability is 6 days, but the food takes around 7 to 9 days to reach the people. And if you see the graph here, every single day the nutrition value of food keeps reducing, and by the time it reaches people, it either has less nutrition value or becomes unfit for consumption. And the data shows that 46% of the produce being supplied to food banks are expired, so they've been thrown away. This is a very big number, and something has to be done about it. My solution is this, a mobile platform which will help food banks place an order, make them ability to share the truck loads and an address book. It's quick, easy, and convenient. So the wireframe here, this is what the food banks will look at, the produce list. Based on the expiration date, so they can click on it. It will open up a page where they have a truck with 21 pallet spaces. It's default. They can add or reduce pallet spaces. They can confirm order. Based on the date and time, the order has been placed. In 4 clicks, the order will be placed. And if they don't need the entire truck load, they have 2 options. Either send a notification to the nearby food banks to share the truck, or they can have a combo option where they can choose another product from a different vendor, so they can mix and match a mixed load of truck. And the address book, it's quite straightforward. And this is what Feeding Texas will look at. This is how they're going to add and populate the information, which will show up on the screen towards the right. And once the food bank order has been placed, Feeding Texas will receive an order. And when they click on it, it's going to open up and give them the details of it, which they can email directly to the third-party shipping people. So shipping can happen really quick. The impact of the app is currently it takes 8 days for the food to reach people. With the app, it can take just 5 days. We are saving 3 days. We are delivering food 3 days in advance. And we're able to cut down the operating time by half. So in a year, we end up saving 130 days for 2 people in Feeding Texas, which is a huge deal for a non-profit. Which means increased volumes, feed more people with high nutritious food in less time and cost. I'm not just making the numbers. This is what Feeding Texas emailed me, saying my app would help them save time and money and help them feed more people. And they've come forward and requested to add the logo on the app. Having said that, the revenue model here is based on subscription-based fee. I'm charging a fees of $50 per food bank. And this number came after discussing with all the 21 food banks in Texas as well as Feeding Texas. And the potential market potential is, to begin with, it's going to be in Texas, 21 food banks, and then add Feeding Florida, Feeding Pennsylvania, and then move on to 200 food banks nationwide. And why now? Why this event? It's because Feeding Texas is having a conference next week. They're going to have all 21 food banks present there. And this app right now will be able to help me in pitching the idea there and push the app forward. And I am Nitin Vignesh Bhatti, and I work for the Central Texas Food Bank here in Austin, and that's how I came to know about this idea. And I've gone through all the app. It's been tried and tested with Proto.io. I've shown to all the food banks and agencies, and this is what I have in slides. And with Feeding Express, I'm ready to take up the challenge of zero hunger. Are you? Thank you all very much.
Up next, we have Cypher.
Hi everyone, how's it going? I don't know how you guys are going to get through this next 24 hours with that. So my name is Angela, and I'm here to talk to you today about Cypher. This is a mobile app about dance. So dance is the basic human expression that we all share. If you've ever been on a dance floor and it's crowded and you see a bunch of people huddled together and you're like, what is that? What is that over there? You like push through, you look over a bunch of shoulders, and then you see 1 or 2 people hanging out in the middle and just, showing their dance moves off and just having a great time. So Cypher is just helping people remember that they are a dancer. So everyone is a dancer, and I truly believe that. The solution is how do we help people feel empowered by their bodies and by their movement and get in touch with their basic nature, natural expression. And the way to do that is to build an app where people can find and create mixes for music. They can learn about the history and different styles of dance. They can create and clean choreography and build formations and transitions of dance. So I know that's really hard because you have 50 to 100 people on a team sometimes, and you have to figure out where they go, when they come in, when they go out, and all the different formations in a dance. And so having it in a mobile app will be really easy. Also, it allows you to explore what others are doing to push the boundaries of dance, and then also share your work and build your portfolio to get your name out there. If you're, a choreographer or you're a dancer and you want to get your brand out there. So let's talk a little bit about revenue. The most foundational part of this is the freemium model. So you want to be able to hook someone in to the app. And online shopping didn't happen overnight, and neither is it going to be the same for people taking online classes for dance. It's really difficult, to find a good instructor. So that's kind of the main point that we need to focus on. And if you've ever heard dancers count off to start anything, they don't start with 1. They go 5, 6, 7, 8, and then they go. So in light of that, level 5 is where you get to view content. So you don't get to do anything except for look at the videos, find music, etc. And then level 6 is where you create content. So you're able to actually bring your classes onto the app. You're able to maybe guest write on the blog. And then level 7 is where you're starting to get more competitive. So there's a lot of really large dance competitions out there. And this is for people who are coaches or people who are part of a competitive team. They want to get branded gear or they want to do collaborations. This is a way to get their name out there. Level 8 is where you have the pros. So if you've ever seen professional football players or golf players, they have an application where you have sensors all over your body, and it tracks your movements, and it tracks your angles, and it tracks how hard you're hitting the ball or throwing the ball. So I'm thinking, why don't we have that for competitive dancing? So this is for professionals. Basically, it will aggregate all this real-time data through the sensors on your body, and it will show you your angles and your musicality and whether you're hitting the beats right. And when you have 50 to 100 people who have to look exactly the same, this would come in handy. The other parts on here, partnerships, licensing, merch, advertising, those are all ancillary services to support the content that is on the app. So I want to walk you through the wireframe, and I kind of put this at the end. So this is a screenshot of the homepage. You'll just see a featured dancer, and then below you'll see resources. So let's say we want to look at some choreo. This was probably from a video from YouTube or something. And then underneath you'll also see what was in the video, like who was a part of this video in creating it. So it's not just dancers, it's also videographers, it's rappers, it's DJs. So it's bringing in and creating a collaborative community. And then when you click below, you get the bio of an artist. And then also separate features are for the pro user, just a chart to show like your angles, your timing, and then a chart that shows the breakdown of how you're spending your time. And then lastly, the third chart is just where you are on the stage, so this performance area relative to other people where you are. And this is our merch store. So let me go back to, this is our team, it's just me and my sister. She actually did jazz, modern, and lyrical, and I was more of the breakdancing, hip-hop, more hard-hitting beats. So we didn't find something that put everything together. Like you either had to go find music on YouTube or Spotify, you had to go over here to figure out your choreo, and we still use paper to do transitions and formations and to draw up choreo. So we wanted it to all be in one place, and this would be that mobile app, Cypher. So in conclusion, I really do believe everyone is a dancer. I know you guys are developers, but you're also a dancer, for today at least. This is for the weary, the hopeful, anyone who's ecstatic, angry, etc. Dance is really a community. It allows us to listen to one another and build those bridges. So Cypher makes it easier to be who you've always been. Don't forget it.
And next up, we have Barber Fleet.
Hey guys. Thank you. Alright, so Jamie here is handing out some of the wireframes to the developers, so you guys can follow along as we're going. I guess everyone in the front row is getting one. Okay. Hey guys, my name is James, this is Jamie, and we're college students. So just like any average college student, we're really busy, we're on a really tight budget, but at the same time, we do care about our appearance. Unfortunately, in many college campuses where we have to bus or Uber to the nearest barbershop, many students just go shaggy for several months. That's where we come in. We're a barber fleet. We're providing haircuts on location. But we're not your typical brick and mortar barbershop. Barber Fleet streamlines the entire process of getting haircuts for students. We provide the barbers, equipment, and convenient location on campus for students to pop right in with our easy scheduling app and get their haircut done right away. So it's easy and they can be dapper whenever they want for the next presentation, interview, or event. So for our revenue basis, we're going to start off with offering our clients a $20 subscription model of $20 per month for unlimited haircuts for our clients, or a one-time fee of $15 per cut. We will accept tips just like any other barbershop, except with our app, it will be even easier and more encouraged to actually give our barbers tips for all their hard work. We see immense growth potential with Barber Fleet. We're trying to expand after moving after Hopkins into other universities around the Maryland area, other companies, and then other places in the U.S. However, this all has to be done through our app, so that's why we're here to pitch our idea.
Alright, so let's talk about the features of this app to understand why it is integral to our particular business model. So with any beginning, it's very simple. It's just loading, registration, and you've got your menu on the side. As James mentioned before, we are having a payment platform right on the app to encourage tipping. Since this app is also for barbers, it would also allow the barber to focus on cutting instead of dealing with cash transactions. So this is what the customer would see. They can upload photo references for their barber to see before they come in for a cut. So if I want to get Justin Timberlake's haircut, I can just put his photo on there. You can see the barber profiles and see the gallery of past cuts that they've given and schedule right on the app of what time you want to go into that particular location and get your haircut. So Levering Hall is building on our campus. For the barbers, they see the photo reference that you've uploaded, and they see a very easy layout of their day-to-day schedule, as well as they can use the app to accept or decline different appointments. So this is a mock-up of our appointment reshuffling algorithm. So what customers will get is a notification from the app that tells them if they're the next in line customer and they're in the area, which is likely the case because it is an enclosed area on campus, they will get a message saying, would you like to come in early? And this ensures that barbers will always have full chairs and students can get their haircut ASAP. So if you're just sitting in the library, you can walk over and get your haircut very quickly. So this app will work because it reaches our target market of young barbers as well as app-savvy students, providing a seamless transaction between the two. With the reshuffling, it eliminates the wait time, it eliminates empty chairs, as well as on top of that, it provides a flexible work schedule. So remember this, Barber Fleet is not a permanent barbershop. Like we learned from Cam this morning, I learned the word tech-enabled. We are a very simple idea. We're just applying tech to it. And we are putting haircutting into the sharing economy on campus. Our team is made up of James, who just graduated from Hopkins with his bachelor this past May, congrats. I will be a rising sophomore. And we are partnering with Larry Avera, who served as the former president of the Maryland Board of Barbers, who will help us through the laws and permits. He also owns his own barbering school, which we will recruit recent graduates from.
Professionalism, convenience, flexibility, value. This is how we will stand out at Barber Fleet. To our potential customers, we say, make the cut.
And to our potential barbers, we say, join the fleet.
We're Barber Fleet. You guys can keep the...
Thank you very much. Up next we have Say, or S-S-A-Y-E.
Hello everyone. So Yeah, introducing you SSI. So mainly this is a social platform, mainly enabling for smart living and sustainability, mainly around the communities and leveraging the society and enabling the democratization. So the problem is, because of the global trends, the challenges are local community developments are not that really focused in the developments. So mainly the challenging economics, whether it's job losses or in terms of the mergers and acquisitions. So the local community is not getting benefited. The impacts are like higher cost for assets management, any of the trading that happens, as well in terms of other things like education and so on. Even includes the jobs markets as well. So in addition to that, the other things are like the business transactions. They are being high, the costs, and the actual beneficiaries are not getting benefited. This means those companies or the middlemen. And then, of course, the community engagement. There's not too much of engagement. It's all siloed across the different platforms they are. And there's no such, though there are some community platforms, but not as in benefit to the local community. So as such, what we are trying to do here is enable the asset management that can be more local prune and reduce the middlemen and also other social engagements that we would be enabling to be more local, identifying opportunities. So as a solution in detail, so mainly an ecosystem that can help the local participation, and you leverage the global resources and technology, which can help to lower the transaction cost, make faster decisions, smarter decisions, and also build the trust within the societies, and also enabling the power to the people. So that is the concept of enabling the solution. And as such, there are a couple of different modules. The initial ones are like asset management and social engagement. So asset is mainly any asset you can digitize, whether it's your property or other, it could be anything that you want to sell on. And then it enables to a marketplace where people can buy, sell, lease, rent, that can happen. And likewise on the engagement, which is also, a community can get identified opportunity within their development. It could be anything, a charity or any other activity that can happen over there. And get the right partners, build on funding support. So those are other things that they can leverage and eventually monetize. So whether it can be locally, they want to build a business, or sell it to another group. So all those options are available. Of course, there are other modules like energy is another thing that we are doing down the line. So just a quick overview is mainly getting a higher level of engagement, and those are the users within the community, that they can also gain the various services as well within the platform from the community, local community, as well the other players in the market. So basically a social marketplace that can enable that engagement and eventually see what's the progress and have that better transactions in terms of the lower cost and faster speed, as you spoke about. And just a quick look, user management is more about all the different aspects of user registration, message board, payment, all those comes in. The major core modules are like asset management and the social opportunity management. So asset, as you're talking about, is the registration, looking at the history, financial validation, challenges. So those are the details of what would be in that particular module. And the social opportunity management is talking about an opportunity that people can register their opportunity. You find the partners, build the rules, as being more as a management tool that can help them to deliver better eventually. So the revenue, is mainly, of course, there will be a premium for the initial members being for a subscription base, and then you would also have an engagement with the township or the local community. That would be another model, and of course, on the transaction fees, any asset sale, purchase, those, as well as the other business transactions that goes on, and the last, of course, the advertisement revenues as well. And the model is, it's more for the community development. So the members can also be part of the action, and there are rewards being given to them in different pieces that they do participate in the society contributions. So this is a quick, actually I couldn't get much detail, but basically a quick wireframe which gives about the initial login, and then you have the people profile and some of its list of engagement, whether they can be part of a community development or asset sale, and then the more details are there on the social app or team. Basically, myself being on the Fortune 100 companies and other folks likewise in the real estate or social community engagements. It's a global team as well as we leverage people across. Quick summary, yes, basically social venture that enabling people to make smarter decisions, benefit financially, and also building a trust within the environment. So that's what it's about.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have StudyShare.
Good afternoon. I'm Ricky Vega, a student from Mercer University doing business at StudyShare. And being a student most of my life, it's safe to say that I know the struggles students face in education, and let's just dive right on in. Well, the problem with education today is that it's geared using the one-size-fits-all model. During a lecture, a professor will sit up and teach 200 students using the same PowerPoint, lecture plan, and examples, and during which he'll stop, and 80% of the students are frantically writing down what the professor just said. 15% of the students are distracted or on their phones, and only 5% of the students sitting in the front know the answer to the question. Now, this issue stems from the fact that technology has facilitated research, and this research adds on or improves the content that was previously there. That means that students have to learn whatever the professors had to learn, plus whatever new information research pumps out. On top of that, sick days, doctor's appointments, and etc. also add to the variability of you missing class and missing a lecture and not getting the notes. So the opportunity here, the fact that the EdTech service is currently at $48 billion, and by 2020 it's going to rise up to over $90 billion. And these projections were before Betsy DeVos planned to defund education by over $10 billion. The solution is shifting from the one-size-fits-all model into one that personalizes education and improves learning outside the classroom so that you can improve learning inside the classroom. StudyShare is a social note-sharing platform that allows you to upload different perspectives on topics and basically access them. So this service is going to be free to students. The 3 ways we're going to make money is by going out and doing market research on college towns, figuring out which businesses, clubs, bars that college town likes, and then giving those businesses the privilege to sponsor StudyShare and have in exchange will basically advertise directly to those students that want their services or products. The other one is optional subscriptions to universities where we make it easy for them to monitor the uploaded content. And finally, money exchange for bounty points. Bounty points are the incentives students get for uploading content, and you can use these points to either get cool prizes from the businesses or sponsors, or to post questions directly to the boards of students that want the students in the same course. The management team include the salesman and CEO, yours truly, Ricky Vega. Website developers currently Lindell Fowles and Erwin, and my marketing guy, Mike Caselli, CFO, Josh Harkins. And together we basically designed the website that's perfect for students, and we're going to run a beta year at Mercer University, and after we fix all the bugs, we're going to go ahead and expand outwards and go from there. Research found that by compartmentalizing information, you're able to encode, store, and retrieve information more efficiently. So let's go through the wireframe and show you guys what I mean. After you log in, you either create an account or log in. So let's create an account, basic information, any clubs or organizations you're in, and then brief survey to gauge the students' interests, and that way we know what businesses to approach for the sponsored section. You register in your courses, and study shares is composed of three main components that exist individually but have never been comprised to interact together. So the first one is Study Hub. Study Hub is essentially the place where you store and spatially organize the information. So think of these as buildings for your courses. Let's click on Bio 1, and then in here you get to add different relationships similar to the ones on Microsoft Word Smart Art. And you click on block, let's click on proteins, and you have these note diagrams. From here, you have all the supporting details, and you can tag things and connect ideas similar to neural networks. That's the way our brain works, and that's how you can make ideas tangible. You get notifications. The group section, you click on the group, let's say student government, and you have a shared concept map for everybody, cloud storage, and an instant message board. And then create note section, which is similar to zooming into blocks. That way it's easier for the coding team. The bear share portion, this is where you add the courses, and essentially this is how studying should be. You click on the course, go to the chapter, sub-chapter, and then you upload the notes and you rank them. And you click on the red letter grade, rank them, and essentially that's how we curate it and make sure everything is up to date. This is just a few things that are presented on the tags. Yeah, and then big breakthroughs happen when what is suddenly possible meets what's desperately necessary. Thank you.
Awesome. Then we have our last pitch coming up here with foodies. All right.
Hi, I'm Preeti, and this is Foodies, calories and produce in a snack. Meet Susan. Susan likes to eat out on a frequent basis, and she also likes to log her calories in the popular MyFitnessPal app. However, it takes Susan about 20 steps to log one item. That's inefficient for Susan. Susan also likes to use the popular Mint app to keep track of her budget. However, this only keeps track of her credit card purchases, and this is also inefficient for Susan. So the problem. People right now that are keeping count of their calories and their budget find it tedious. There's a slow process and there's no information breakdown. Why this is important right now? Well, spending overtook grocery sales for the first time in 2015, and we'll get more on that later. So the solution, Foodies. You take a picture of your food, and it keeps track of your calories and your budget. It keeps you set on your goals as far as budget and calories, and it gives you dynamic food recommendations. The technology. It uses your location, smart food recommendations, as well as menu recognition item with Amazon recognition. So it's as simple as open, snap, done. So simply open the Foodies app, go to the home screen where you take a picture of your food. Here it'll tell you what the food is, and if it got it right, you can continue. If not, hit the X in the top corner and try again. Once it got it right, you can swipe. It takes you to this page. It has your recommended food items, how much money you've spent so far, and how many calories you have left in the day. So our revenue model. Basically, it's free to use for the users, and then prepackaged food companies as well as restaurants pay for higher visibility on the recommended food list. So some of our metrics. So obviously percent of food recognition accuracy and how many restaurants and prepackaged food companies we partner with. So here's our competitive landscape. It has common competitors like, of course, MyFitnessPal, Lose It, and Mint. And Foodies excels all of those companies in ease of use and quality in a number of features. So our go-to market strategy, our early adopters, we were looking for popular food critics, as well as foodie austinites who like to eat out on a regular basis. And then our eventual target market is 25 to 35-year-old city dwellers who like to eat out on a regular basis, but also want to maintain a healthy lifestyle and a balanced budget. And that's the Foodies dream team that made it all possible. I guess no questions, but thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Our team is going to figure out who the winner is right now. It is now lunchtime, so everybody can go and eat, and we will interrupt the proceedings to tell everybody, hey, who the winner is, hopefully very, very soon, okay? Next up we have, let's see.
Yeah, next up at 1:30, we're going to have Shayna's going to run a facilitator workshop next door, and she's the program manager for 3DS. So for those of you who are leaders and want to learn to facilitate a program, this would be the one to go to. It's awesome. And then we'll have an SEO. This is Shayna, by the way, in the beautiful green shirt. And then SEO workshop is going to be here at 1:30. For those of you that want to learn that want to have a website, learn how to measure your traffic and use SEO. If you want to have a web presence, SEO will be here. Use the VR during lunch, and we'll see you guys at 1:30.
team went ahead and reviewed everybody's pitches. There was a lot of really good ideas. It was a really tough decision. There's a lot of really unique approaches to a lot of different problems that we thought were really engaging, really interesting. When we were thinking about it, we used the criteria that we were looking at, like how feasible is it to build over this weekend, and also what impact it would have on the team that's actually building it. Entrepreneurship is always a transformative process, and that's kind of what we want to do here at 3DS. So after much deliberation and debate, we're going with Feeding Express to help out the food guys.
Thank you, Father Koros, for an idea. It's for a good cause. So it's non-profit as well. So this will really have an impact, and I've seen that being in person. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to work with you guys over the weekend. Let's be the change to see the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to peel away from Chinese food and VR and all those things. Some quick housekeeping before we kick off the next stage of things. And I would like to thank everyone who just helped me give everyone the clap. I appreciate that. Okay, at 5 p.m., we're going to do a massive group photo that's going to be amazing. So our man Ricky will instruct us, but this is the first time that I gently, lovingly hassle you all about this photo, which will be the greatest photo in the history of cinematography and camera. So I'm frankly pretty excited to be a part of that. And thank you, Ricky, for enabling that.
It's going to be epic.
Yeah. Speaking of pictures, the 3-day startup photo wall is back there. And I've had a lot of people ask me if they can do this thing called Birdman hand rubs that I am. If you don't know who Birdman is, he's the guy who signed Lil Wayne. It's a complicated thing. But just all those people who asked if they could do Birdman hand rubs with me, you can. And for those of you who don't know what that is but want to get in on that, I'm available at that wall for today and tomorrow to do the wonder and majesty that is a Birdman hand rub. Last thing is, today, like this part until 5 is the formal, you're getting your money's worth sort of stuff. This is, ladies and gents, can I have attention, please? This is the part where we bring together, deep in our network. We're bringing investors and mentors and all these wonderful people. But the formal, sophisticated part of this stops at 5 p.m. And at 6 p.m. we go into the University of Awesome. So just a reminder of what that is. That is 3-day Startup's terrible pitch competition. This is from the mind of Maya Donahue, and this is where we pitch god-awful startup ideas, like Uber for piggyback rides. We also had someone pitch Tinder for grandmas, and what I mean by that is not how you date grandmas. It's if you just need a grandma in your life, someone who can make soup or just kind of give you a nice wool blanket. So these are the sorts of ideas that get pitched at University of Awesome. There will be alcohol there, just a reminder, don't do stupid stuff. But that's when we transition into the second part of the day. Any questions about any of that? Okay, so we now got a few minutes to go to this room if you want to hear a panel on SEO and marketing from Anthony Blattner. In the other room, Shayna is going to be doing facilitator training. So what facilitator training means is that if you are already trained as a 3DS facilitator, we'll get into some advanced gangsta stuff. And if you are not a 3DS facilitator, but you're interested in learning how that works, Shayna will talk about that process and how to get involved and what that's like. We're also really interested in this because it helps us be better at what we do. A lot of people who run entrepreneurship workshops are terrible, and one of the reasons we're not is that we do cool stuff like this. So that's what's going on. Thank you all very much, and do your thing.
Yeah, I did. Oh, yeah. I think
right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started here. So if you guys will all give myself your attention, we're going to bring up Anthony here. Hey, everybody, we're all ready. So Anthony's about to come up here and talk about search engine optimization. I think something a lot of us can relate to if we want to have a web presence. And so the cool thing about Anthony, he built an app, a Power Hour app, a while ago that got over 1 million organic downloads. So Power Hour, that's like, build college students. So something that he's got in his belt, but without further ado, come on up here.
Alright, thank you guys. So today we're going to be talking about SEO, search engine optimization. I know a lot of you guys are founders or starting companies or working on new products. So the goal of this is to figure out how to get you guys the most visibility and search traffic organically through Google. I know there's a wide range, probably of experience levels here, or where you are in like your product and company development. So I'm going to try to start from ground zero and work all the way through to some advanced SEO stuff. And we're going to do a quick kind of case study as to how we work through SEO for different companies and websites and products. So a little bit about me. My background, I've worked in software and web and all that for a while. I started off with IBM doing e-commerce web development and got to work on some pretty big websites and see how they did development and see how they handled search and social media and all that good stuff. And then I co-founded a mobile app development company, Jackrabbit Mobile. Built a lot of apps, built a lot of software, and now I run and manage Modern Media, which is a digital marketing company, and we help companies with their online SEO and advertising. So, cover a lot of topics today. Again, starting from zero and working through a workshop as to how we do SEO and getting into some more advanced stuff towards the end. So, starting off with a definition. Sorry, this picture. Some of these pictures might be a little bit small. I feel like the best place to go for the definition of search engine optimization is Google themselves. And what it reads here is the process of maximizing the number of visitors to a particular website by ensuring that that site appears high on the list of results returned by a search engine. And I made a little edit to this and say desired traffic because there is bad traffic, and we'll get into that a little bit later. So first, a little disclaimer is that if you guys are starting a new company or working on a new product, SEO is probably not the most important thing for you to think about right now. That if you're thinking too much about SEO too early, you're probably trying to game the system, and Google does not like that. If your website's promising something that you can't deliver, it's a bad user experience. So some of these things, keep them in the back of your mind for when you get to that point in time. And then there's also a variety of things that are good for developing a good product and company, and that are also good for SEO. So you'll see some points here where you can kind of double dip into product development and into SEO. So why do we need SEO? At the end of the day, Google is a computer algorithm, and I would make the analogy that they're just a stupid robot. So Google is only going to be able to consume whatever you give them. And there's things that we can do, there's signals that we can give off to make it so Google better understands us, our product, and better understands what traffic to send us. This Roomba here, if the Roomba can't get under certain pieces of furniture, it's not going to be able to suck up and clean up those areas. And if Google can't, say, get past your login page, if you don't have an unlogged in experience, they're not going to be able to crawl the rest of your site, and they're not going to know what's there, they're not going to know what to rank for. So Google is just a stupid robot that only can consume the information that we give them. Why else do we need SEO? Well, there's a lot of opportunity there. There's so much search traffic that happens online, and we're seeing new companies come out that are competing with established brands. I think Dollar Shave Club is a really good example. They just got bought for like over $1 billion or something, and they're purely an online company. And they do that through various methods of getting organic traffic and beating out these old brands with new modern marketing. So how does SEO work? Sorry, I'm kind of going back and forth between both of these screens. How does SEO work? So we're mainly going to talk about Google because Google is about 90% of the search traffic that happens out there. And most of the research that you read online and the studies and the tactics, most people are doing that based on Google results. You're going to see a lot of Google search pages here. You can think about Bing sometimes, and kind of the cases for most of my work is based off Google, and most of the search world is based off Google. Certain times we will look at Bing if we're looking at maybe an older demographic or one that's not as tech savvy. Maybe somebody who has an old Windows laptop that has not installed a different browser and they're on Bing. But most of the search traffic goes through Google, so we're going to talk about Google. First thing is Google is a business. So, how does Google make money? Google makes money by showing ads to people who are searching on their platform. So it benefits Google to get more people searching more so that they can serve up more ads and then make more money. You can see this results page here. I'm searching for golf clubs. First 3 results are ads, and then you have more ads on the right side here. So Google's making money when you click on those links. So it benefits Google to give good search results to their searchers so that they have a good experience with Google, they come back to Google, and they keep searching. If people are finding bad results with Google, maybe they're going to stop using Google, maybe they're going to use something else. And that's negative for Google because they're losing money. So if your site is not solving somebody's problem or fulfilling the search that they're typing in, that's bad for Google and they're not going to rank you. Some areas that Google's seeing some competition in right now is with like Amazon and Facebook. Nowadays people might just go straight to Amazon to search for a physical product that they know they want to buy, maybe golf clubs or something, rather than going through Google. So we're going to start at the beginning with how Google got started. Obviously, the company was founded by Larry and Sergey, and it goes back to their days as grad students at Stanford, and they were doing research, and they were finding that as they were going through these academic papers, that looking at who and what these papers were citing as their sources, and noticing that there was trends. If a lot of papers cited one source, or one source had a lot of citations, then that source generally tended to be a more important source for them to look at. And then if these really important sources cited certain papers, then those papers tended to be good ones to look at. So it's kind of the early days of how linking worked. And they developed their PageRank algorithm and patented it. And PageRank, the way it works, is looking at links that happen online. So if a lot of sites are linking to you, then that's passing on a lot of PageRank to you. And if a site like CNN links to a website, then that's passing on a lot of PageRank to that website. So it's the number of links that count, and then also the quality of the links. So how does Google work? Again, your search ranking in Google is based on Google's evaluation of your site's ability to satisfy that user's need. When a user's coming to search, who does Google think is going to best satisfy that user's need? And kind of what does that look like? So if I'm searching for, say, golf lessons or golf clubs or something, and I get a search result page from Google, and I click through to one of them, maybe I read a couple blog articles, maybe I read about their instructors, see some of their drills, and then I'm interested, and I book a lesson, or I contact them for more information. And then I leave, because I'm done with the information that I needed, and I move on. And that's a positive user experience. What's not a good user experience is if I click on a link, and I jump on a website, a video starts auto-playing with volume, and then I get a pop-up asking for my email address, and all things on the page are just prices, different packages, and there's a neon add to cart button. That's probably not a good user experience. I'm going to close that page as fast as possible and go check out something else. So Google monitors all those signals, and it can infer what a good user experience is based on user behavior and what a bad one is. So think about kind of the user experience of somebody coming through your site and how you can best serve them. Now we break down SEO into two categories, on-page and off-page. On-page is like the content and what's actually on your website and things you can directly control, such as like content and then how you mark up that content in HTML. And there's various other types of markup, microdata for certain locations of businesses, recipes, and then they also consider like page speed. If your website takes a really long time to load, someone's probably just going to close it and move on. That's a negative user experience. Then off-page is kind of like where you fit into the web of the internet. How many links are linking to you? Who's linking to you? What are people saying on social media? Are you listed on citation sites, such as like Yelp and Facebook, Yellow Pages, and how many reviews you have? Are those positive reviews? Are those negative reviews? So these are the two big categories that, as we get into some of the SEO process, I'm going to break down into on-page and off-page. sorry, there's a lot of text on here. I do have a link at the end to download these. One thing you hear a lot if you're looking at SEO, it's about link juice and more about those links. Links are the biggest thing. Are the biggest thing in Google's algorithm as to how they rank people. And I like this picture here because it kind of shows like the number of sites linking to you, how much link juice they're passing on. A link is like a vote. So when you're trying to build links, you want to make yourself visible to other sites and get links built from those other sites to your site that are relevant, and get as many links as possible to increase your rank with Google. And then once someone's on your site, different things we talk about is click-through rate. So when Google shows a search result page with a bunch of results, what's the rate that people click on your site versus other sites? That's one metric. Time on page, how long do they spend on your page? Do they leave immediately, or do they actually read your articles? Do they click through to a couple different pages and consume more content? That's a positive signal for Google. If they land on your site and they leave right away, that's called a bounce, and that's bad. So SEO principles. A lot of the things I'm going to talk about are going to be kind of tactical throughout this presentation, but they tie back to the basic principles of SEO is fulfilling a user's intent and providing a positive experience. A lot of things you're going to read online are going to be different tactics that are kind of working today in SEO, but a lot of those tactics have come and gone. Keyword stuffing used to be a thing, and now it's not. Buying links used to be a big thing, and now that actually gets you penalized in Google. So think about a good user experience, whereas like keyword stuffing, if you're reading an article that's making keyword stuff, it doesn't make any sense. It's not a good user experience. So kind of comes on these principles. So quick process on how we going through the SEO process with a website. I have a case study. I say Sally here wants to improve her golf game. So Sally's going to go to Google to do that, or to start. So the SEO process we break down into 4 steps. It starts with the user's intent. So what's the intent that Sally has? Is her initial intent to go buy golf clubs or to go get lessons? Or is it just to improve a golf score, however that may be? Then we talk about keyword strategy is number 2. What is she actually typing into Google? And then thinking about what are all the different ways that somebody's going to express that intent to Google, and how can you capture the most of that traffic? And then we're going to talk about on-page optimizations. What can you do on your content, on your website to maximize that? And then what can we do off-page? So the core questions that we're going to ask throughout this process is, what is it that your users are looking for? And how does your website help fulfill their intent? If someone think about the user journey or the customer journey that somebody encounters your website, encounters your company, how do you help facilitate that journey? Who else is ranking for this search? There's a lot of websites up there that if CNN is the top rank right now, it's going to be hard to get in front of them, but maybe there's other areas or other search terms that you can get in front of. And then what makes you different? So this is kind of where differentiation comes in. Thinking about your product and your company, what makes you different, and who's your target market? Who are you going after? You'll see a lot of those aspects show up into the search process. So I have a couple worksheets in here. Feel free to go back through and grab them, use them with your team, your company. But we're going to talk about customer personas, search intents, and differentiators for your company and your products. So taking Sally here, we're going to say she lives in Austin, Texas. We're going to say she's middle-aged, 40 to 50. She's female. Maybe she reads some stuff already. She reads Golf Digest. She has some free time on the weekends. Maybe the kids are off at school or college. And she already golfs in the low 90s, so she kind of knows what she's doing, but she's looking for some more advanced lessons. That's some information about her intent. She wants to get better at golf. She's looking for golf lessons, and maybe she's researching some advanced tips and exercises. So what are your differentiators? So say we have a hypothetical company that gives golf lessons in Austin. Maybe our instructors are all PGA pros, a little more advanced. Say every lesson is a one-on-one with the instructor. Alternatively, we might have group lessons, and you have a special program focused on short game. So you have like specific drills that you're giving out with more advanced techniques. So then thinking about the keyword strategy, we start with like what is that user's intent? So Sally's intent was to improve her golf score. Let's distill that down to what's the fundamental part of that intent. Improve golf score. Now, take that and think about all the different ways that somebody might express that to Google. Some ones I have listed here are how to lower my golf score, tips to improve my golf score, and where are weekend golf lessons near me. And other ways to kind of generate more keywords. I'll have some tools kind of later in here as how we go through the process. Think about think about your target market demographic and think about what makes you different. Those are the qualifier permutations you want to add into that search. So how to lower golf score below 90. Because if our target market's Sally, she's already in the 90s, she wants to shoot below the 90s. Expert short game tips, if we have a short game offering that we're selling. Weekend golf lessons in Austin. So first place to start is by just going to Google and see who's already ranking for that search and see what's coming up when you type that in. So if I just type in how to improve my golf score, I'm using a tool here called Moz, and Moz gives me reporting as to the page authority on the page and the domain authority. So something like PGA.com, it's a big website, highly trafficked, has a good user experience. The domain authority is really high. It's the bar on the right there. And then that single page on PGA.com is not as strong. It's got a 28 or so, which is decent, but it's not as strong as like the homepage on PGA.com. So it's a little bit easier to go after that page rather than trying to dethrone the homepage of PGA.com. By looking at the search results page here, there's some things that we can figure out. If I'm just typing in how to improve my golf score, the first result doesn't even mention improve. It says score better. It says scoring shots. So, and then the second one talks about lowering your golf score. So you can infer that a lower golf score is better, whereas most sports, a higher score is what wins. So Google's kind of inferred those things from different searches that people make and the trends that they've understood. This is one way that if you're not intimately familiar with the industry, that you can go through and see already what's Google is inferring from those. At the bottom of every search result page, Google gives you searches related to that, and these are based off of Google's trends, what they've seen people search for over time, and maybe it's also like if you ever search and maybe misspelled a word, Google's like, whoa, did you mean this instead? These are kind of things that are related to that we want to consider your keyword strategy. Other things that we see, it's mentioned strategy a few times, breaking 90, breaking 80. So breaking is kind of getting to a new passive plateau in golf. We see talks about course strategy and course management in some of these descriptions, and we see fast and quickly. So maybe we want to think about our product or our offering to be maybe a short lesson or a quick lesson. If we're trying to go after these search results, then we want to incorporate a lot of these keywords into our content. Here's another search. This time I'm searching weekend golf lessons in Austin. So the previous one, I was looking for how to improve my golf score. Now it might be a little bit more, I know I want golf lessons, and I'm looking in Austin. Different things that we see, top result here is Yelp. So Yelp's got a very high domain authority, and they're going to be a bit harder to get in front of. And then we think about why is Yelp a high result here? They have a lot of comments, they have a lot of listings, they have a lot of user reviews, so maybe we want our lessons to have user reviews as well. Other things that we see on this page is talking about the best golf lessons in Austin. I'm talking about, I search for golf lessons, but some of these other titles talk about golf academy, golf instruction. These are other wordings, other ways that people are expressing that intent that they're looking for. So maybe on our page, when we do put it together, we'll want to mention, we might want to call ourselves a golf academy or a golf school, and mention these other words on the page. Another worksheet as to how you might break these down. And then, so keyword generation, it's like the biggest part of starting with this keyword strategy process. Every time you sit down to think about keywords, I always think I can probably figure out if it's an industry that I'm familiar with, I'm like, okay, I can just sit down and figure out how people might be searching for stuff like this. But then I use the tools, I go through the process, and I'm always kind of, I feel stupid as to all the ways I haven't thought about that people might be searching for different things, questions they might be typing into Google. So there's different tools out there that you can use that you might type in your starting query, type in improve golf score, and then it's going to give you back a whole bunch of different ways that it thinks you can phrase that. And this is kind of where search is part art, part of science. You'll look at the results that gives you and then pick out the ones that are relevant for you. So now how do we actually choose the keywords? So like I said, you're going to have a lot of options, and you want to pick the ones that are most relevant to your company, your product, or what it is that you're selling. And the highest ROI comes from the best web traffic. So there is bad traffic that we don't want. We want to look at search volume, so which keywords are the most highly searched and which have the lowest competition. And then once we have that information, we want what's the highest converting. So there might be different channels that people are coming from or different searches. Say we were selling golf clubs, and say people were just searching for lessons and landing on our site. They're looking for lessons, we're selling golf clubs, they're not going to convert, so we wouldn't want to go after those keywords. So you want to track conversions using like Google Analytics or Facebook Pixel or something like that. All right, do the SEO. So now here's how we go about with those keywords. So we're going to looking at the ones that we saw here. We saw the PGA.com one listed for the other search result with a really high authority. Here we see Weekend Golf Lessons in Austin. The number 2, number 3 have really low domain authority. Those are going to be easier to kind of get in front of. So we're gonna pick that as our primary search word. So now how do we go about doing SEO? Again, we want to make sure that our content and our website clearly give off the signals so that Google knows what to rank us for. Again, that's done through on-page and off-page optimizations. So I have a whole checklist here. I'm not going to run through all of these. I'll have a link at the end. You can grab these slides and you can go through this checklist for your website. But some of the big things are optimizing the title and the description for your site, optimizing the content that's on your page, making sure you're using the right keywords, making sure you're marking it up correctly with H1 and H2 tags, having a variety of multimedia on your page, images and videos, using alt tags for those so that as Google crawls that page, they're going to understand the content that's on your page, and they're going to rank that for the right keywords. So now I have a quick little walkthrough. So what this would actually look like if you are using like WordPress or something. How does this SEO influence how you actually build your pages? Just by a show of hands, who here is using WordPress for your website? Okay, cool, good number of people. So to start, there's a good plugin called Yoast, and they have some features. I just did the cash. Cool. So there's a cool plugin with WordPress called Yoast. They give you some interesting tools. I recommend that one. So if we're a golf school and we're giving golf lessons in Austin, we're going to start with the search term we were trying to get in front of was Weekend Golf Lessons in Austin. We're going to title our page Weekend Golf Lesson Academy. Maybe our name is the Austin Golf School. On the page, you're going to have your header. You see how this is the H1 tag right here, Golf Lessons in Austin. And then we're going to have different content on that page. So I have a video here of a golf lesson or golf swing. And then I have information about our golf school. So ready to improve your golf score fast. Different things I have on here are links to maybe different blog posts that we are publishing and to our lesson packages. And it's a variety of different content along with some images and then additional resources so that if a user's coming in, they might have a bunch of different intents that they're trying to fill or a bunch of different search phrases that they're searching in Google. This is to capture the most of those search intents that's possible. So a user might be looking for golf videos, looking for golf tips. They land here, cool, they can consume that content, and then maybe they'll come back later to book a golf lesson. Maybe they are looking directly for a golf lesson, and they'll go to the bottom and they'll book a lesson right away. Maybe they want to call, maybe they want to email. Let's make it easy for them to contact us. And then formatting this text, like I said, this is an H1 tag. Then you want in order of importance. These are H3 tags. Our packages are probably the second most important thing if we're trying to sell golf lessons. So that's going to be an H2 tag. And then images. You have the alt text, alternative text. You want to list out what's in that image and be sure, again, to use the keywords that make sense for you. So if this is a PGA golf instructor teaching a lesson, you want to mention that. So rich snippets are another, you're going to have the text that's on your page as to how you're explaining your product and your company. Rich snippets are little pieces of code that go on the website that as a Google bot crawls your website, that they can consume that and understand maybe what is that service that you're offering. There's a few different ones that are offered that Google recognizes. Articles, so if you're writing a blog post, if it's a video, it's a software application, maybe you're posting about a recipe. These are the different ones that Google offers. There's a plugin here for WordPress to help configure those rich snippets. And where that shows up is if you've seen in Google those, let me see, what's a search term? So you see this top block here in Google? Google's trying to answer the question of the search intent by pulling content off your page. Sometimes these come from rich snippets that we're putting on the page. Sometimes they come from how we word the content on our page. If you can structure your content the right way, so Google can crawl that and understand it, and then chooses to present that to a user, then that's good. Whereas your website might leapfrog over other sites that might be higher ranking, but if you're answering a search intent and Google can pull that content off your page, then that can help you rank in front of other sites. And then this Yoast plugin, it gives you a little preview of how you would show up in Google on a search result page, and you can edit, from here you can edit the title, you can edit what the URL slug is, and then you can edit the meta description below here. Meta descriptions do not actually play into Google's algorithm, or so they've said, but this is what displays on the search result page, and it's like a little piece of like advertising text that will be bolded with the terms that they're using, and it's the user's gonna scan through that, and if it sounds relevant to them, then they're gonna click. So while it doesn't immediately play in Google's algorithm, it still plays into your click-through rate. Off-page SEO. So that what we just did on WordPress was how we do on-page SEO. Now, if we were selling golf lessons, how do we go about doing off-page SEO? Different things that we're going to look into are social media. So we might be listing our golf school on Yelp. We might be creating a Facebook page, Twitter account, posting information, maybe blogs that we're writing. Maybe we're writing emails to local bloggers, different sites that maybe like local golf schools. Letting them know about our offerings, sending them our blog posts. Maybe they're going to create a post about us, or maybe they're going to link to us or send their students to us. Maybe we're reposting our content on Medium. Maybe we're offering our lesson on Craigslist or creating a meetup with a free group lesson. So these are all creating links online on the internet, more ways for people to find out about us, more ways for the Google bot to crawl through the website and then find our site. All right, so that's kind of like basic SEO. Going through keyword strategy, doing on-page and then off-page. After that, here's some more advanced tactics that we go through. Before we get into advanced tactics, remember the principles that fulfill your user's intent and provide a good user experience. And the ways that Google, it's just a stupid robot, is evaluating that is by looking at the click-through rate, CTR. So when Google gives you a list of results on their page, how often is somebody clicking on your title versus somebody else's title? What is the bounce rate? How many people are going to your site and then leaving immediately? That's a negative signal. How much time are people spending on your site? Are they reading through all your content, or are they just like skimming the first couple lines and then leaving because it's not sound relevant to them? How many blog posts are they reading? What's the pages per session? We want to try to increase that. And then Google evaluates the user experience based off things like if you have a pop-up or how clean and easy and readable your text is. So if you're trying to create like a new web app and using some fancy JavaScript stuff or some plugins that might not be easily crawlable or might hide content, you might be hurting yourself on the SEO side. So some advanced on-page stuff. A lot of people say that if you have a lot of content, Wikipedia is one of the best sites for content structure, content hierarchy. Pretty much anything that you search, a Wikipedia page is going to be in the top 3 results that it gives you. So if you have a lot of content on your page, think about or look at how Wikipedia structures their content, and they make it easy for users, where they have a summary section to get started, a brief intro into what's going to be on this page. They have some different multimedia. They have an image. They have some quick facts on the right side, and then they have a navigation into what else is on their page. They have links to more information, and they have references. So they cite their sources. Also, Wikipedia articles are constantly updated. Google evaluates freshness for kind of relevancy, where an article that was posted this month might be more relevant than an article that was posted like 5 years ago. Some more stuff on page. If you're building a web app, think about, Google bots are just these bots that crawl through the internet. They follow links and they consume your content. But if you have a logged in only user experience, they probably can't get to a lot of your content. Think about what your unlogged in, your guest pages look like and what content is presented on there. So if I was searching for 3DS Global Roundup and I happen to be not logged into Facebook, this is the page that would show up, where it would still show me all the information that's on this page, but I wouldn't be able to actually RCP. Also having links at the bottom here, links to all the Facebook products here, and the About page, and more information. If you have blogs or are publishing a lot of content on your site, I think Medium is another good one. They have a very clean user experience. At the bottom, providing related articles, so if somebody wants to keep reading more about your topic, if we have a blog post about golf lessons, we might want related articles at the bottom, short game, driver, something else. Ways that you can facilitate social sharing, so embedding those social widgets are a good thing. And then also be careful with pop-ups. So Google is starting to dock people for pop-ups, especially on mobile. I like how at the bottom here they have like a learn more, sign up for a newsletter kind of thing, without being like a pop-up that kind of gets in your way. Negative keywords. So this is the bad search traffic that's out there. If people are searching for things and landing on your site, and you see that things that they're searching for might not make sense for you, you want to analyze why are they landing on your site. Are you using certain terms on your site? Are you maybe talking about your competition? Or are you talking too much about what people should not be doing? That Google is consuming that content and they see all these search terms and they're ranking you for that, even though you're saying, don't do this, don't buy this. People are finding you because of that. So here's just a quick example. This is a enterprise cybersecurity company that I work with. A lot of these search terms are related to enterprise, cybersecurity, supply chain, but this one here, the first one highlighted is Magnatech, which is actually a competitor company. So maybe they're talking about their competitor too much. You'd also want to consider if, maybe you do want to try to grab your competitor's search traffic, but what page are they going to be landing on? Do you have a page that compares and contrasts you with your competitors? Because you probably want them on that page rather than your home page. If someone's looking for a competitor and they land on your home page, they'd be like, oh, this isn't what I was looking for, and they exit out. But if you have a compare and contrast page and land on that instead, you then have a chance to sell them or show them why they should use your company instead. A couple search terms here: government contract vehicles. It's a cybersecurity company. They may be talking about how these vehicles get hacked, but if someone's just typing that into Google, they're probably looking to buy one. Maybe they're looking for a police car, where that wouldn't be traffic that we want. Because the downside of somebody searching for this, landing on our site, and then leaving right away is a negative signal, which is going to hurt our ranking. Last one is social media management. Again, they might be talking about how enterprise companies get hacked through social media exploits. But if someone's just searching for social media management, they're probably looking for a marketing company or something to manage their social media. All right, this is kind of where SEO overlaps with product development. So when you're doing user testing or when you're talking to your customers, think of your website as one of your products that's out there. What do users expect when they land on your page? I was talking to somebody who worked for a fitness company, and one of the things that their website had, their web app had, was like running routes around the city. And different components that are on that page might be the name of the route, the time it takes you to run it, how much traffic's on that route, have a map of what that route looks like. And they found that there's different orders you can put these elements on the page. Some are below the fold, some are above the fold, and they were seeing high bounce rates for some reason. And they sat down a few users to test them out, and users saying, well, we're looking for a map where this route is. That's the first thing we're looking for. But that map happened to be at the bottom of the page. So they opened this page, they're like, oh, this isn't what I'm looking for, even though that information is actually on there. So if you do user testing, ask your users what are they looking for, what do they expect to see when they land on your website, and then optimize your site for that. More advanced off-page stuff. So off-page, biggest thing is link building. So what are the channels you can reach out to get more links? Who are you going to who can you email? Maybe bloggers, different influencers in different areas. Can you list your website on different directory sites such as Yelp, Google My Business, and Meetup.com are a few examples. Social media engagement. Can you as you tweet, are people engaging with your brand? Can you continue to re-engage them? Online Q&A, websites like Quora and Stack Overflow are great places to go and look for people who are already asking questions about your industry or your product and answer those questions. And in doing so, maybe you link back, say, hey, here's the answer to your question. To find out more information, here's a blog post that I had written. Go read it here, and that creates a link back to your website. Newsletters and notifications. So if somebody does choose to sign up for your newsletter, you're engaging them through those methods. Then syndicating content is a good thing as long as you don't directly copy and paste it. Recycling content on the Medium or other self-publishing websites is a good thing. Off-page warnings. So a lot of times when I talk about advanced off-page techniques, they kind of get to be the spammy ones. So usually I give a lot of warnings. Is don't buy links, don't exactly copy content. Also be very careful if you're buying content. A lot of people sell template blog posts, but those have already been posted 100 places online, and Google knows about them, and they're not going to rank you for that. Don't spam your links other places. So when I mentioned Quora, go answer somebody's question, deliver some value, and then link back, but don't just say, read my blog post, because that's a negative thing. Don't falsely advertise. Don't buy irrelevant domains. So what some people do is buy related domains, and then they point them to their website instead. These are all things that they're trying to do to game the system, and Google's going to catch on to it eventually, and then they're going to give you penalties for it. So on the right here, this is Google Search Console. I encourage you to, if you have a website, use Google Search Console to see the analytics that it's going to give you. But also, Google has a whole team that that goes through information that the bots bring back, and they might give you a manual penalty if you are doing things like falsely advertising or if you're spamming links. And this is where you might find out about that. In the bottom right's a quote. This is about a month ago. This is from one of the lead search guys at Google, or she's quoting the lead search guy at Google. If you're buying links, you're literally throwing money away. Okay, so SEO. This is adapted from another presentation, but SEO is kind of like a long-term game. You're going to pick your SEO keywords, your strategy, and then over time you're going to develop your content, create blog posts that are in line with that, so that Google sees these signals and ranks you over time as you build up content. What are ways that we can shortcut that process or get ourselves ranking even faster? Well, if you think about maybe a big news article comes out or some popular thing goes viral, Google's going to want to rank that. So what are the signals that show that something's gone viral? Well, if suddenly all your friends start sharing the same link on social media, that's a signal for Google. If you're being endorsed by influencers, say Tiger Woods is tweeting about our clubs, that's going to be a big signal for Google that we might be something that they want to rank us for. I also recommend using the Facebook pixel on your website. As you get traffic over time, you'll start building up an audience in Facebook's database, and they'll give you demographics from the Facebook profiles of the people visiting your site. And that can be useful for understanding your market and your traffic. Also, kind of newly out there, you've probably seen them, is AMP and Facebook Instant Pages. So page speed is such a big thing that they have these tools that preloads your page in Google and Facebook. And if none of your competition have these, Google might rank you in front of your competition because it's going to instantly load into the positive user experience. And then I have a few more resources to find out more information if you're interested in SEO. Thanks for having me, 3DS. If you want to grab these slides, this is the link, modernmedia.io/3ds-SEO. And if you ever want to talk about marketing or have questions about SEO, I'll be hanging around for a little bit. Thank you. Any questions?
So let's say my web page is protected under the login system, and the Google bot cannot really crawl that page. Then what can I do in that scenario?
So develop.
Will you repeat the question, please?
So the question was, if I have a web app and Google can't get through my login
It's
page.
connected under the login system. So Google bot cannot really do this like that. It's under the login system.
Yeah, you'd want to develop something like you saw on Facebook here, and I think LinkedIn does a good job of it too. That maybe you're sending links to other people and they're landing on your website, but they're not logged in. Maybe have a public version of different sites that would show up with the content that you do want Google to crawl. So that would lead into how you develop your web app.
If you have an existing website and you want to incorporate like a mobile version of it in order to rank higher, would you rather recommend to change the existing website slightly or to redo the entire thing? Does that affect the ranking in some way?
So the question is, if you have a mobile site, or if you don't have a mobile site but you want to add one, what do you do with your website? I'd say the best thing is not to move your pages. You don't want to change URLs because Google ranks your individual page authority. You want to keep that page constant, and then you want to build a responsive website so that it automatically resizes. What you don't want is sometimes you'll see $M equals 1 on the end. You don't want that, and you don't want M dot whatever your URL is. Those are not as good as just having a responsive page.
How do you know how much time and resources you should be pouring into SEO and how that's gonna pay off in the long term? Because for a lot of companies, they might profit more from ad spend or things like that instead of pouring so much into SEO.
Yeah, that's a good question. Question was, how much time and resources do you want to put into SEO? I'd say in the very beginning, keep it in the back of your mind, and let the keyword strategy, think about the keyword strategy as you produce your content, but I'd say don't put a bunch of effort into it until you've kind of achieved your product market fit, until you know what your value prop is, until you know your target market you're going after, and then maybe think about some more advanced strategies. But I'd say first thing is to really figure out your product market fit, target market, and your value prop, and then it makes a lot of this SEO stuff a lot easier.
Is there like a time factor to it where like the website was getting a lot of like click-throughs, a lot of like links, say 3 years ago, but they're not really as relevant anymore? Does that count into their search, or is it just cumulative?
It does. Google definitely considers like freshness of content. Can you say the question one more time?
Yeah, so like if you're trying to compete against a site that's been around for 5 years and have done all the right stuff for 5 years, you have a chance because they've been doing it for so much longer and have so much stacked up.
So it's going to be a little bit harder for domains that have been established over time, but kind of the example that we had with PGA.com, and one of their pages, the PGA.com, the domain, has high authority, but maybe that page didn't have as much authority. Finding what are the search terms that they're not ranking for, so like looking where your competition's ranking and kind of trying to go around them, find the other areas that they're not in. Time is one signal that Google considers.
Using WordPress versus using Squarespace and things like that, is there even another option than WordPress?
So as far as I've seen it, and Google's even said this a few times, that WordPress is supposedly the best platform for SEO. I'm sure Squarespace is getting better. A lot of those sites try to do a lot of stuff out of the box. I'd say WordPress is probably your best bet, unless you're building something custom.
If you have an existing site and you go through and work on some keyword strategy and realize, hey, I can optimize the keywords both with the H1 and H2 and Yoast SEO tools, would you recommend rewriting content to match what your findings in the keyword strategy, or just focus on like the behind the scenes metadata, I think you said?
Yeah, I would probably look at all of it. I think a couple things what I heard was if you're kind of finding some surprising keywords, and those are the ones that you want, then you're already ranking for that. So I probably wouldn't change it much. It kind of maybe just makes you aware of what other search terms people are using, and maybe you want to use that more. so if that traffic that you're surprised by is traffic you want, yeah, maybe use those search terms a little bit more. When you change content, Google does notice that. It's usually good to add to content rather than if you kind of like do the bait and switch and like put all brand new content on a page that is ranking. That's a negative thing, and you can get penalized if you change it too drastically. So I'd say it's a balance there of like if this is traffic that you're looking for, then maybe use more of that terminology. But if it's not, then be careful.
When you're building links, is there a strategy in terms of building links to your homepage as opposed to like other landing pages, like an Austin page or something like that?
Yes. It depends. So what Google looks at so the question was about links, if you should build them to your homepage or other pages. Your homepage is probably your best ranking page, and you probably want to get more links to that page, but Google kind of weights what they see on all their different pages. So if they do see a lot of links pointing to your Austin page, they're going to infer that you're an Austin-based company, or you have a lot of activity in Austin, they're going to rank you higher for that. So it kind of just depends on what it is that you're looking to rank for. Yeah. Does that answer the question, or do you have something more specific?
No, I mean, I'm just wondering what is kind of best practices in terms of building links?
Yeah. Google also looks at what's the wording that people are using when they're linking to you. If the wording they use is like Austin golf lessons in that link, then that's a signal for Google. If someone's saying don't go to this company and it's a link, then that's a negative thing. So think about how people are linking to you. And maybe if you're emailing websites, give them that text and give them that link and set it up for yourself.
Why is it that you frequently see like a company's website, they'll have their like homepage and all their normal stuff, but then they'll like their blog will be blog.website.com. Is that just because they have their blog on WordPress or something, and so they're hosting it differently from their web app? Or is there actually a benefit to doing like that?
Yeah, so it's actually not a benefit to do that. It's usually, from the technical end, it's easier to embed a blog in that way. It's considered a subdomain, so it's not as good as having /blog. I prefer /blog.
One other question. You talked a little about video and what was the term you used? Juice?
Juice.
Yeah, do you get like +5 SEO points per video? Is having video content more important than relevant content, relevant copy with matching keywords?
So the question's about videos and content on your site. Should you use videos or should you write out text? My advice would be use as many different forms as you can. If you think about a person, some people might be more auditory people, some people might be more visual, some people might not want the volume, so they might just read the text. So having as many different methods for people to consume content is better. As far as like what's the best, Google can crawl text the easiest, but then it's good to have a variety.
Awesome. Thanks, Anthony. Give it up for him. Awesome. He'll be hanging around for a little bit too. If anyone wants to talk to him and ask him more personal questions, that stuff's pretty deep. So, but that's awesome. I like what you said about optimizing for user feedback. So don't build something that nobody wants. We're going to talk about that a little bit afterwards on our next session. It's going to be right here, and it's going to go over product market fit, and the founder's going to talk about pivoting and his own experiences a little bit, and then we'll be going over accounting in your startup, and we'll be doing that in Mobility X next door. So that'll be fun. But before I let you guys go for a break, I want to be an advocate right here for Sway. This is actually the founder, Maya's neighbor, actually. Founded this company, and they're making that right here in Austin, and it's infused fruit water. So it's really good, and we just want to give them a round of applause for like sponsoring us for this weekend. So if you guys can give it up for Sway. All right, guys, that's all we got for you. Anthony's over here, but we'll be back here at 2:44 for the next session. So Accounting in the next room, and product market fit / pivoting is going to be right here. About 3 minutes, everyone, so if you guys can slowly make your ways over to the chairs, we're just going to get started here in about 3 minutes. everyone. We're about to get started. Can you guys make your way to the front, please? We're just about to get started. Alright guys, come on, we're gonna get started. We got a strict deadline to take, and drink your coffee, bring it up from the chairs. We're gonna get rocking and rolling here. So alright, you guys ready?
Alright, if you guys want to have conversations outside or over there, otherwise pitch.
Accounting next door in Mobility X, but here it's product market fit and pivoting. So we have Ben who's gonna talk to us here in just a second. I'll bring him up. So come on up to the front, bring your enthusiasm. We got just a couple more here, so let's get started. So I'm going to bring Ben up here in just a second. He's going to talk about product market fit, and according to let's see, Steve Blank, he says no first tactic survives with customers when you first put it out there. So implementing like pivoting is necessary, it's inevitable, we hear that all the time, and Ben's going to go over, he's going to elaborate on his own experiences and how he's pivoted and the best way to personally find product market fit, and something that we can all definitely relate to because we're all going to have inevitable struggles and problems, and now we'll definitely be able to relate to some cool things. Ben, come on up here. Give him a round of applause, please.
This crowd, this is amazing. How many people have been here for the first time? This is your first global roundup ever. Damn, this is exciting. So I actually used to work with 3-Day Startup. Got to work on this failed enterprise project that's now like kicking ass. It was probably because they had the wrong team and pivot away from Ben Canty, which was probably a good idea. We'll get into how to do that with your own company. But it's great to be here. I'm an Austinite. I actually recently moved to San Francisco, so it's great to be back. Getting access to breakfast tacos again is fantastic. And sweating through my pants is just not so much fun. I forgot about that part. But thank you all for being here. It's great to see you. I'm the CEO at Plot. Plot is consolidating airport IT infrastructure onto a single cloud-based platform. It's really, really sexy stuff, obviously. But what's hilarious is most people know me from being the CEO of Park Evergreen, which was a mobile parking app. So connecting those dots is what we're going to do today, which is a lot of fun. But I think it'll help you guys understand a little bit more about pivoting. And of course, I forgot to turn Slack off, so I'm going to do that real quickly. Turn away, that's all proprietary. All right, so let's jump into this. So pivoting, it's the most overused word and the most misunderstood word. It's hilarious when I hear people talk about pivoting. So let's dive into that. There's one of the most successful VCs in the world has his own opinion about it. This is one I tend to agree with. However, I've got a little softer approach, but that's also part of my personality. So I feel like it's an ongoing process. It's not this event that happens and everybody's like, shit, we fucked up, time to change. So it should be an ongoing process. And again, I apologize, I'm fairly irreverent and crass, and that's just going to be something you have to get over. So I'm going to throw back to the 3-Day Startup programs. If you guys, I trust most of you have gone through them, so you know this. This is part of the curriculum. It's something we talk about all the time. Build something that people want. And that is at the heart of what a pivot is for. So let's get some vocabulary knocked out here. A pivot is a major change to something big, right? Like your business model, your product, your brand. A pivot is something massive. All right, so we're going from a square here to a circle, different colors, and then iterations. All right, so let's get these words out here. So we've got pivot, big changes. Iterations are a bunch of small tweaks, right? So you've got your business model, you understand the market you're going after, who you're selling to, you've got your product. Now you're making little tweaks, with user feedback, with client feedback, etc. And then once you're there, now you've got product market fit. So you've got your purple circle with the black line around it. Everybody loves it. Cash comes in and scale happens. So that's what we're going to talk through a little bit, just to clarify. Also, if you guys have any questions, we'll do a Q&A at the end. But if there's a word or context that you'd like more explanation, feel free to raise your hand. So let me go through our story, kind of how it applies to Plot and how we got there from a mobile parking app. We launched, of course, last year in May as Park Evergreen. It was a mobile parking app. We were going to change the world, make parking easier. I think there's a parking app idea in every single 3-day startup we've ever done and ever will do, because parking's a pain in the ass, right? So everybody wants to solve this. Big problem, big market, lots of people parking. What we found out was we were number 201 startup out there trying to launch a parking app. Investors were burnt out on parking apps. They were tired of it. The only company that's actually made any difference is Spot Hero, and they're still trying to scale outside of Chicago with $25 million in funding. And so parking is just a really difficult space. So we found we were competing with parking meters. That was our biggest competitor, not other startups, parking meters. So obviously big learning experience, but it took building an app, getting it out there, trying to get people on it to figure out that we made a huge mistake. After that, we moved on to monthly parking. So still Park Evergreen, but our biggest thing was, okay, how can we get away from competing with parking meters? How can we get into people that are using this more than just once a month to come downtown? So we launched a parking app for office managers, people that are managing hundreds of employees. And these employees come down, they park downtown, and these office managers have to manage parking passes and badges at 5 different facilities, all that have different billing methods. It's a pain in the ass. And then when you start talking about 500 to 1,000 employees, that's a massive undertaking for an office manager. So we created this monthly parking platform, which was genius. The office managers loved it. We just couldn't get parking facilities. So we'd solved one pain, we'd solved one problem for one part of the marketplace, and then parking, we just couldn't get these facility guys, these parking management companies, to understand. So by the time we had it up and running, we were making tiny, tiny little pennies because we just hadn't really solved a pain or problem for the parking facilities, the parking managers, the contractors running those. So we actually did make enough money and did enough to impress 500 startups. Honestly, I think it was just our sales ability and tenacity that got us in there, but we got accepted into 500 in October with this platform. And the beauty of an accelerator like that is it's kind of your last chance to iterate and experiment with some cash. And so that's what we did. We had proximity there in Mountain View to SFO and San Jose airports. We got really great connections there just through the network. And so we started talking to them. And we're looking at our business model, just weeping because we can't get parking facilities to come on board. We've got thousands of employees ready to start parking on our platform. We can't get parking. It's just a nightmare. And so we just started looking at what are the biggest parking facilities out there? Who can we go after? Where can we park people? So we just started hitting every single person that had a parking garage of some kind. And airports actually responded to us. They were interested in the platform we built. They were very interested in how it all worked. So we just changed everything. We scrapped the entire thing and went to airport parking. And of course, this is all the matter of October through December. So this is what we emerged with at the end of 500 startups was a parking solution that was software based that could run an entire facility. It had the added benefit of the monthly parking platform we built for employees and office managers, but now it's parking employees at the airport, crew members for airlines, and so we were able to kind of retool and repurpose our monthly parking platform, which is really cool. So then we run into this other problem. We still have this parking mobile app, and that's at the heart of our system. So to get people to use our mobile app to park with Park Evergreen, we had to get them on this app. And as all of you guys know, if anybody's in mobile, well, you guys all know you hate downloading a new app. You're probably pretty ruthless with what is on your phone. Sorry. And so it was kind of a bitch trying to get people to download this app. Most parking companies, they do it by incentivizing with discounts, with reservations, with all types of perks that drive the cost of user acquisition way up. And so we started looking at airports. We're like, okay, what else can we do here to increase the value for the traveler? And the CIO at SFO Airport, the San Francisco Airport, became a really good mentor and advisor for us. And he was like, listen, you built this cloud-based platform. Airports are running all of their IT. They're running 15 to 20 different systems on their own data centers, their own servers. All of it's outdated. All of it requires management teams, and it crashes all of the time. Airports don't want to spend the millions of dollars it would take to migrate to a cloud-based system. However, it seems like we could get yours in the door, start using it, and then start migrating other systems onto it. And that was, I'd love to say it was my idea. I mean, one of our team members' ideas, but it wasn't. It was a customer, ultimately. And so we took that and we were like, okay, what can we do right away, really quickly, to offer more value to drive up mobile downloads? And so we launched TSA tracking time, wait times. So we're tracking live wait times at airports. We launched terminal monitoring with sensors. So we're picking up MAC addresses with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. We're doing traveler parking, crew, employee, contractor parking, and TNC tracking and billing. TNC is Transportation Network Company. So it's like Uber and Lyft. They get charged every time they pick up or drop off a customer, and that cost is passed on to you. So anytime you get picked up at an airport, you're paying a little extra because the airport charges those companies for that. So this is what our product suite is now, and that all came together just from these, pivoting as fast as possible, listening to the customer, what they wanted, what they needed, and if we could build it, we would build it. And so it's been a crazy, intense journey, and I want to break it down just a little bit for you. So this is the process we went through. Pretty straightforward, right? So the other interesting thing for us was with parking, I mentioned that there were already 200 plus startups doing parking apps. Investors were really burnt out on parking. They'd invested in it. It didn't go well for them. It sounded promising, big market, big pain, but nothing, and it just never worked. And nobody's really to blame there. We all thought it was going to be a big deal, and there was going to be an Uber for parking. But what we found was parking's not investable. It still isn't. And we needed to find another market that was investable. So that's another big part of pivoting is you don't just pivot to find something that people like. They've got to pay for it. People have to pay for it. And if they're willing to pay for it, and there's enough of them to pay for it, now you're investable. So the interesting thing for us, and I'm going to be really quick, is we've now stumbled into a $25 billion market just in the United States. And I literally stumbled into it. And there aren't any competitors. There's not a single startup in the airport IT space consolidating IT, improving IT, because nobody cares about airports. They're boring. And so what's hilarious now is trying to talk to investors, and no investors in Silicon Valley know anything about airport IT. Nobody. So we're having to educate investors at the same time and say, hey, forget VR, stop competing on all these popular deals, get into airport tech. It's so cool. It's working, kind of. So what's it take? What does it take to pivot? I didn't put talking to people here or conversations, because entrepreneurs, you guys all know we love our stuff. We love what we build, we love what we have, and we talk way too much about it instead of listening. So listening, and not listening through the filter of you want to hear what you want to hear, not listening, getting defensive, taking everything in, processing it, and really understanding what people were asking for. And this takes having a shitload of conversations, and I'll touch on that in a little bit. But when should you pivot? This is another tricky question, right? And so to be a little crass, like poop smells, right? We all know that. And the longer you leave it around, it will eventually become a cesspool that then creates the Black Death plague that then spreads around and kills millions of people, right? It's not like everything is awesome today and the next day Black Plague. Like, there is a stench from your product. There is a stench of things not working, people not buying, customers not caring. There are signs all over the place. So when should you pivot? It's pretty clear. As soon as fucking possible. Right, so you've probably already got a gut feeling. If you're a halfway decent entrepreneur, you're like, what's going on? Why don't people get it on phone calls? When we do a demo, why aren't people wanting to buy it? Why aren't they signing up? Why aren't we getting inbound leads? Why aren't we getting whatever it is, whatever industry you're in? You've got to have a gut feeling about this. If you don't, you should get a new CDO. So here's a couple things, and I wasn't sure how big the screens are. This is a 3DS no-no, by the way, this many bullet points in this small font. I'm breaking rules here. But these are just a few questions that we use all the time, and I challenge you guys to use these. And of course, I'll share the deck as well if everybody's interested in having it. But the key here is the questions are all going to be different. This is the general theme here, but it takes conversations. And this is where you guys that have been through a 3-day startup program are familiar with mentor fatigue, right? Do we have another term for it these days? So mentor fatigue is when you're like day 2, I think, and you've got all these mentors coming through, and they each tell you something different, and most of the time it's conflicting, and you're just like, at the end of it, you're exhausted, you're pissed, you're cranky, and you have no idea what the hell you're doing. And so this also happens a lot with early stage startups. So it's easy to take a lot of advice. People will give it freely, and lots of it. And the ability to stick to your guns comes when you become a subject matter expert, when you have domain expertise. So you're going to be flighty, you're going to bounce all over the place, trying to do different things, changing to this, changing to that, but until you have domain expertise, you won't be able to stick to your guns. And the only way you get that is by never letting yourself off the hook and sales. I'm really sorry. Everybody wants to get around the sales piece. The reason all startups fail, well, another Steve Blank's quote, the reason most startups fail is the lack of buying customers. And the reason you have a lack of buying customers is they don't want to buy your shit. So sales is everything. Every founder will find some kind of excuse not to get on the phone, not to have a conversation. But if you can't become a domain expert, then you can't stick to your guns. You can't find a product that'll work, that'll stick. If you cannot have enough conversations to understand what the market wants, what it's demanding, what the needs are, you're never going to succeed. And so just please, for the sake of all of us here, if you can't do that, don't start. Because I don't want to listen to another sob story about an entrepreneur who couldn't get his business going. It's just really sad. It usually just takes getting out and having a ton of conversations. If you can't do that, then go code and have somebody else be the CEO. But I'm not saying anything against coders. I'm just saying maybe you have another job to do. Thanks for the laugh over there. So this is a little rigorous thing that I have in place for myself. I've got a little to-do list I keep each day. I want to know, what am I doing today? What have I done? What do I need to know today? And those questions are really big and really high level, but they get smaller and smaller and smaller. They get more fine pointed, more strategic, the more conversations you have. One exercise that the team does is we'll mock up sales literature. So we'll put together a sales PDF on a product that doesn't exist, and we'll go try to sell it to an airport and see what they say about it. And say, this is how it all works. We'll take our hypothesis and we'll say, this is how it all works. It's in beta test right now. It's not ready for purchase, but is this something that would interest you? We usually get a ton of useful information. It is in beta test because we have a PDF. And we figure out if they're going to buy it or not. And then we also learn, like, okay, well then buying it, how much would you pay for it? What kind of budget? Who do we go for the budget? We learn all this stuff. Then we go back to the drawing board, we tweak it, and then we actually ship it. And of course, it always looks very different, but this is kind of similar to the lean startup methodology. I just have here hypothesize. You've got to have every member of your team doing this on every portion of the project that they're working on, from growth to development to big product piece to business model. My VP of sales and I, we go over this every Monday, and we make a list like this. And we're still learning. The cool thing is we finally settled into this nice niche, and now we're just tweaking. We're fine-tuning things, and we're raising our prices because now we know how to sell. It's cool. Lastly, I would leave you on the pivot side with just be ruthless with your team, with yourself. Now be a human, be kind, right? But be ruthless with your product, because everybody else will be. The rest of the world will be. Austin's a very nice town, and people will be really friendly to you here, but once you get your product outside of Austin, it's going to get ugly really fast. And so be ruthless, and then relentless. No stopping, no waiting. Don't wait for people to call you. Don't sit around brainstorming with your team like, what do you guys think? You think this is going to be cool? Yeah, it's going to be super cool. Don't do that. Go out, talk to people, hypothesize, test, iterate. So that's what I'm going to leave you with here. I'm going to jump into Q&A, mainly because I think the better stuff is just going to come from individual situations, and I'd love to help out at all in this Q&A period. If you guys are looking at pivoting, if you have questions about it, what you're currently doing, how you're currently doing it. Anyways, open floor.
If the best time for funding is after product market fit, then what scenarios are seed funding being valid and
Gotcha. Well, it's all about the return to the investor. So angel investors, that's the type of money you need to get in early when you're not sure what you're doing, how big of a market's going to be, you're not generating revenue. It's these early believers that'll write you a $10,000 to $50,000 check, right? Seed rounds, that usually involves venture capital. So venture capital, they have very strict requirements on what they have to return on every investment. So if your market that you're addressing, the value of the market, the number of competitors, they take all this into consideration. And if the market's just not big enough, they're not going to invest in you. So there's the market piece. The team piece, right now, I don't know, it's always trends in Silicon Valley, but like the team piece has been really popular. Now it's kind of less so, just because investors are figuring out how to get people pulled out of startups and new people injected and stuff. So as far as timing, it's tough. Usually it requires revenue and some scalable revenue for a seed round. Seed rounds are bigger than they used to be. So Series A's are much larger than they used to be. Seed rounds are much larger these days. You've got, mainly because bigger VC firms are going early and earlier stage in investing. But typically with seed stage, you can't raise a seed round in Silicon Valley without revenue. and some kind of sales process for getting more. Does that help?
So you're talking about how you move from an area where you don't have to educate your investors very much to an area where now you do because you're talking about your work IT. How does that affect my company is also a very kind of a niche thing that I have to constantly educate people about the problem and the technology. How do you manage that in the pitch or how you're talking? How do you manage your time? How did that change your approach?
Yeah. First thing I do is when we sit down, I ask everybody at the table if they know anything about airport IT. And when they say no, then I just say, okay, great. I'm the subject matter in the room, expert in the room. I know all the stuff about airports. We've been doing all this. So basically, I just don't want them to do the typical investor bullshit where they start saying stuff like, oh, they question this or they say this about the industry. At the very beginning, we set the tone for the call or the pitch or the meeting that they don't know anything about it. And honestly, I've done 67 pitches to different VCs, and not a single one has known anything about airport IT. So just establish that. I'm not being rude, just being respectful of everybody's time, making sure that we're all on the same page heading into this pitch. Yeah. But if you don't establish it at the beginning, then it can get kind of ugly at the end when they're asking really dumb questions that sound really smart to them, and you've already lost at that point. Anybody else?
Where do you sort of draw the line between educating the customer and potentially listening to the feedback that you receive from the customer? Because you're the subject matter expert here, and you may know more about the customer's needs or the need that you identified that the customer doesn't know about yet. How do you balance that?
Yeah, so that's where the stick to your guns piece comes in and becoming a domain expert. We didn't know anything about airports. We didn't realize we were getting into the most regulated purchasing system in the country. We didn't realize a bunch of interesting stuff. But because we've had so many conversations with so many airports, and now we've got so deals closed at airports, we've gone through that whole process with some very patient people. We actually now are domain experts and can push back when we're in those conversations and the airport's like, well, we're going to put out an RFP for that next year. We're like, no, we're straight sole source. We do a pilot, we do it for 3 weeks, we do this, and we go to a sole source justification letter, blah, 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 blah. Like, we tell them exactly how it all works, but it took a while to get to that level. And so that stick to your guns moment, it's where customers are always going to tell you bullshit. They're always going to, especially try to talk things down, pricing, tell you why they can wait later. And you're just going to have to listen to that in those first conversations. But the more and more accurate and the more expertise you have in the industry or the market, you'll start recognizing it and understanding, knowing when to call it out and when you don't take it as feedback, if that makes sense. It's a little bit of a fluffy answer. Cam would call me out on that, but I think it's going to be different for each scenario, but it just requires a ton of conversations.
So you're you're in a big market, and it's a B2B market, and here we are, we go to 3DSs, and we're always exposed to B2C companies, focuses on high user growth, revenue comes later, ads, okay. But how do you get to a point, I'm going to answer this question and ask if that's right too. How do you get to a point where you're exposed to ideas which everyone is doing, parking ideas, right? I've heard one a month. Do you start executing on an idea that you don't think will work, keep talking to customers, until you get to an untapped market that you never even would have thought of before? Does that question make sense?
Kind of. I mean,
I'm still working on it in my head.
Yeah, I wouldn't waste anybody's time with an idea I wasn't sure was a good idea, if that makes sense. Like, I'd have to be pretty bought in and understand some of the basics. So if I have an idea, I'm going to at least do some Googling and figure out the price range and things like that. Not sure how to.
That's fine. I'll ask you later when I figure it out too.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and have a coffee. That'll help.
Yeah, I will say on the note about B2C companies and there's definitely a trend changing again, kind of going back to revenue first. What I've seen in the last 6 months now, fundraising and talking to investors and meeting obviously lots of startups. Like it is interesting. Like build something that makes some money first, and your life will be a lot better for it. Yeah.
Hey, talk about that a little bit. What you just mentioned, like revenue first, because I think there's still this grow, don't worry about revenue. But we're hearing a lot of investors talk about like that's nice to do once you revenue now. Talk about that shift a little bit.
Yeah, I guess so I've started some businesses before, and I've never raised venture capital before, so this is a new world for me. I just always thought a business is something that makes money, and you control your margins, so you save your profits and you grow. That's how you run a business, and so I entered into this kind of with that thought process. And there was about 3 months this past spring where we were thinking, okay, you know what, we're just going to go full on user acquisition. We'll save profits for later. We can make money, but we'll give the airports everything for free, just so we can get our stuff installed, up and running, and start getting users onto our travel mobile app. And anyways, we ran with that, and the investors didn't want to have anything to do with me. I'd pitch it, and they didn't want to hear anything about it. They're tired of mobile apps. They know it's important, and if you have a product that's software, it has to have a mobile app component. But as far as revenue, that's all they cared about. And I think a piece of it, just to be clear for our unique scenario, they don't know anything about airport IT, so there needs to be a lot more going on there for them to invest in it versus a social media app where they know backwards and forwards what the successful model looks like, how it could all work. They know it very well, but with airport IT, they're like, okay, we actually have to see some real growth, some real traction, some real numbers. But I think there's just absolutely a trend of let's invest in things that are making money, in investors or in entrepreneurs who know how to build a scalable sales process. That's huge, and I think you see that reflected in a lot of accelerators now. Like 500, for example, was very different than about a year ago. 500 program was all about distribution and sales, closing deals, getting deals closed, because it's new for most founders. All right, yeah. Can you rephrase the question?
So, like, what do you do in the beginning, like, when you're not hiring a lot and you have to do things at full scale?
Oh, yeah.
Like, what do you waste your time on? If you really want to know, like, in the future, but, like, what kind of challenges do you have, like, in the beginning that you won't have now that you're scaling?
Yeah, I think it kind of comes down to what are your strengths versus weaknesses. As an entrepreneur, you end up having to do it all. So, like, you put me on the phone, you put me in a room, an environment like that, or a team meeting where I've got to get everybody on board and excited about what we're doing. I can do that all day long. I live for it. I love it. But sitting down to write sales copy, like, I just want to shoot myself in the head. And I think those are those things I'm going to hire a copywriter for that, like, in a month. So it's just like, those are those things you start scaling, but you have to do it all yourself in the beginning. And then just try to find free college kids.
Ben, I was also going to ask you, in terms of questions, going out and talking to people as much as you can, I really want to know how do you phrase your questions, how do you come up with questions, because I remember doing 3DS last year, and everyone was like, oh no, that's a leading question, oh no, that's not actually you're just asking for what you want to hear, and I don't really know how to do that properly, so how do you have those proper conversations, how do you phrase those questions?
Yeah, the best thing that I've found recently is not actually even bothering with questions. I just try to sell the product to them, and they usually destroy it. So you take their feedback, and if you're lucky, you'll get destroyed. If you're not lucky, they'll just say, yeah, we're just not that interested. But in the 3DS environment, I'd be trying to pitch something like it exists and it's ready to go, and whatever that price might be. I know it's a little different with consumers, but that's what we did with airports. Is we just built these product pages, a general idea of how it all worked and what it would cost, and take it to the airport and get laughed out of the conversation. Or we learn something really valuable, we go back, we tweak it, we come back, we're like, yeah, we talked to all these other airports and now we're doing this. And you just can't have any shame or embarrassment about that kind of stuff, And then as far as the question piece, that'll always be valuable. I mean, we've got our product team is doing a lot of that consumer feedback for the mobile app, for product development. And it's difficult, it's really hard. The best thing I can say is what you're trying to do is you're trying to learn and pure curiosity. You're not trying to figure out if they like blue or green better. You're not trying to figure out habits or anything like that, just genuine curiosity. And that really opens up a kind of an empathetic exchange, and people are more open, they're willing to discuss things. And you tend to learn more that way than you do about, like, here's a set of questions we're going to ask you. Yeah, I don't have a strong one on that, sorry. Well, that comes back to the domain expertise. Really understanding the general trends, what's happening, what people are using, how they're using it, why they're using it. Because yeah, you're going to get a lot of conflicting user advice. I mean, I think there's a couple Masters of Scale podcasts that Reid Hoffman does, and he talks to Airbnb, a bunch of people, and they talk about that process of you have to use consumer feedback, user feedback, but then also like there's a point where users and customers are just idiots, and you have to tell them why this is better. So, man, I wish obviously if there was a book or a golden rule for it, we'd all be very successful entrepreneurs.
How do you know when to stop adjusting your idea? Because usually when you're in a B2C environment, it'll take some time until like you get to know the customer and you sell the product. So how do you know when to stop this process and like found the one right idea for you?
Yeah, so I think that's that fine line between the pivot and iteration. So we had that, probably just blinded somebody with the laser. So these are your big changes that you're going to go through with the pivot. And this is just using feedback and information you're getting from customers and those conversations, and you move into the iteration. So this is like, at this point, I'm selling the product and people are buying it. And we're using their feedback, we're studying, analyzing their habits, and we're measuring whatever. I'm trying to be broad here with this. But we're tweaking it the whole time on the back end. We're doing surveys, things like that. I think maybe what you're referencing is just that pivot. It's like just trying to find the fit. Because once you find the fit, you know it. Like, people are going to get excited about it, they're buying it, they become brand ambassadors, you don't even have to ask them. Like, there's some clear signs of traction that occur when you found that product market fit. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else before we wrap up?
What's your motivation for raising venture capital instead of bootstrapping? With a B2B business like this, I imagine you could bootstrap it. So
yeah, that's a great question. And we're winning government contracts, and banks love government contracts. You can borrow against those all day long. We're raising right now specifically because it's a land grab. We are the first startup in this area. And before long, people are going to catch wind of it, and they're going to realize this is a massive industry, it's outdated. We're not doing anything that special. But good luck to all you guys thinking about competing with me. But we're not doing anything that special. It's all a land grab, so I need speed right now. So most likely this will be the last bit of investment we raise before we move to probably loans if we need that kind of growth. But no, we've been fortunate enough to be able to bootstrap, to sell, to get deals, to get revenue. But good question. It's different for everybody, but that government contract bank loan thing, it's a nice thing for us. All right, I think we're gonna. One more.
Sorry about that. So do you feel there's like a sequence to iteration and pivoting, like what comes first and what I should be or you should be looking at first, and then what comes next? Because I feel that iteration might be like the first step, and then making the bigger change when your small tweaks don't work. Do you feel that makes sense?
Yeah, I think it's different for everybody. A lot of times people will land on the right product for the right market, and then it is just a matter of iteration to get that widespread adoption or that massive growth. It's going to be a fluffy answer for you, but I think it depends on the team's ability for just gut instinct, being able to make decisions, taking in tons of information and data from observation and making decisions. That's that crazy stuff. If anybody plays any RTS games here, like the way you spend resources in the first 15 seconds dictates the outcome of the game. And that's how it is in startups. Those first couple decisions you make are critical, unless dad's got a lot of money and doesn't mind floating you for a couple years. So I think we're done. I kept it pretty quick. Pivoting is not a big mystery. I didn't want to bore you guys for hours. It's pretty straightforward. You've got to be ruthless. You've got to have conversations and be relentless. So thank you all so much. It's been great chatting with you.
Awesome, that was great. I like it. He Ben's decisive, so he doesn't wait around and make changes fast, and I think that's super important. So, awesome. Thank you, Ben. We're gonna take a little bit of an extended break here, and then we're gonna get started in a little bit. And Bootstrapping is going to be right here, and we'll go over that in a little bit. And then in the Mobility X, we'll have engineers turned entrepreneurs. So here we're going to go over bootstrapping. Great, you raise Series A, but what does it really mean to bootstrap your startup intentionally without having to raise money? Might coincide with a few things that Ben said, making money before you go raise. So we'll start that at 4 o'clock, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Too much of I have no idea. I didn't park over here.
He's 11.
if I can have everyone's attention for like 10 seconds. This stage is going to be geared towards bootstrapping in a little bit. In about 10 minutes, we're going to get started. In the next room, we're going to have a couple technical co-founders, and they're going to go over engineering turned entrepreneurship. So this is the last panelist of both the panel events, so make it worth your while. yell at anybody. If anyone can take their seats, this is the last panel event, so we're going to get started here in 2 minutes. So please stop conversing and find your seats so we can get started and have fun. Alright guys, 1 minute. They're going to talk about bootstrapping, and I just wanted to share a little tidbit with everyone. Does anyone know how Brian Chesky and his co-founder bootstrapped Airbnb from the beginning, other than what was told earlier? Yeah, they were selling cereal. They made cereal and sold them for $40 a box during the presidential election, and they made 30 grand doing it. So they were walking out of YC, Y Combinator, apparently, and he told Paul Graham, he's like, yeah, we made 30 grand selling cereal, by the way. And he's like, wait, what? So if you can make 30 grand selling cereal, maybe we'll give you a shot at Airbnb. So fortunately, it paid off. So that being said, I'll give the mic to you guys, and I'll let you take over.
Alright, hey everybody, how's it going? I think somehow I ended up once again this year with the biggest panel. Moderating the biggest panel. I think what happens is that I just get so excited when I know people that will be good for it, and I just ask everybody, and then they all say yes, and then here we are, 6 of us on stage. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to kick it off and have each of the panelists briefly introduce themselves, just say what your name is and what you do, and then we'll just jump right into questions.
Hi, I'm Mark Phillip, Brooklyn native, been in Austin for about 17 years now. I run a sports excitement analytics company, which is a fancy way of saying we figure out when a sporting event gets exciting, give you a digital tap on the shoulder when it's time to run to the couch. Without getting too much of the story, we're B2B. We license our data to other customers. We have a competitor that I probably will bring up at some point during this chat. And it's interesting to see how we've gone bootstrap and they've gone a very, very different way.
So great to be here. My name's Adriana Cantune. I've got a medtech company called Revealix, and we're developing a mobile-powered medical imaging platform that's directed at complications of the skin, so not cancer, but everything else. So things like diabetic foot wounds, things that would cause you to lose toes, lose your limb, infections in surgeries. So that's my background. So that's really what we've been doing, is bootstrapping our way to get to a proof of concept, and I'll share a little bit more about that. But
hey everybody, my name is Jackson. I'm from Austin, and I have a couple of little different businesses that I've bootstrapped, but the main one, which is my baby at the moment, is wine and cheese delivery business. So you can think of it as like the new HelloFresh or Blue Apron, focused on wine and cheese. And so we have a pilot running now, and we're officially launching and marketing the offering this fall. So you guys will see us around town if you're here. But yeah, a lot of these people are my mentors, and so I'm kind of excited to be here on stage with them. So.
I didn't know I was your mentor.
You mentor.
But actually I'm a mentor. My name is Jen Schultz, and my business does not have a very cool name. It's just called Jen Schultz Coaching, and I'm a business coach and mentor. I've been doing this for almost 4 years now, and I am the person who quit my full-time job cold turkey, and I taught myself how to be in business, and I work with new business owners that I call non-9-to-5ers, and I really teach them how to stay with business, how to keep going when it gets really hard, and all those fun, practical, logistical action steps that we all need to take, and how to also keep our mindset on track when we're building a business. So thanks for having me.
And I'm Mark Magnuson. I'm the CTO of Concepture.com here in Austin. I'm from Austin as well. We are a software consulting firm, and we're in the middle of a pivot to becoming a product company. So we're taking our internal tools that have allowed us to build software at about 1/10 of the cost of traditional full-stack web development, and we're launching that to the world in a couple months here. Glad to be here.
Awesome, thanks y'all. So just so we're all on the same page about what we're talking about here, we're talking about bootstrapping. So what does bootstrapping mean? Right, does anyone want to just kind of take that one first and give us the quick once over?
So, I mean, I'll give my own personal definition of bootstrapping. So my business is fully bootstrapped, and it's interesting because I would have never, the type of work that I do, I would have never even thought that I could actually get funding. Very foreign to me, so different than I think a lot of you guys up here. But for me, bootstrapping really means to take full 110% personal responsibility for your business, for what you're creating, for your brand. And when you take full personal responsibility for your own creation, I think that there's nothing better than that. It's a lot of hard work, but I think the rewards are pretty amazing.
Yeah, and so that actually leads us really nicely into the next question. So for some people, bootstrapping is just the default and the way they thought they would do it, but for a lot of entrepreneurs, bootstrapping is a choice. So could you talk a little bit about why someone would choose to bootstrap their company versus raising funds?
So in our case, I think maybe in almost every case, it's a deliberate strategy that you realize that how can you de-risk your product or your solution and still create an opportunity to hold on to as much of that opportunity to gain on the upside. And you're doing that very deliberately from the get-go. So in our case, in the MedTech company, we're saying, well, what can we invest in? Where can we put our resources? That's time, money, everything. Where can we double down? And in our case, it was like, okay, let's build the underlying app and cloud infrastructure. So we put our resources there. Let's lock down our intellectual property. So we invested there. So it's all about de-risking the entire process so that at some point you've really been able to maintain as much ownership of that entire entrepreneurial journey. Because for my company, we may not always bootstrap, but we know that for MedTech, it's really crazy to think you're going to get investment very early on as a first-time entrepreneur. So we've really set out and said, what can we accomplish to get to our first, traction with customers? And that's our bootstrap journey. It's like we're going to do everything we can on our own to get in that position. And I want to also kind of throw out that investment comes in different forms. And so you can have people invest their time in you, they can invest their talent in you, you can get into accelerator programs. I mean, always just be thinking very creatively of all the many ways and resources that you can help really accelerate the growth of your company.
I'd love to say that I wanted to be bootstrapped from the beginning, but no one gave me money up front. And just as a small caveat, I like saying self-funded into the bootstrap, and it is a semantic thing, but I think there's a connotation with bootstrapping versus being self-funded. And I kind of teased this earlier, but I've been running my company for 11 years now, and I'm a one-man shop. And I'm going up against a company that is based in Palo Alto with 15 employees, 11 million in funding, and we go toe-to-toe. We were very B2B first. They are very B2C first. I think in 10 years, it's going to be a great case study for an MBA student somewhere to figure out, okay, how did this actually work out? I'm biased. I think I'm going to win, but I think if you pick, to paint with a really broad brush, if you're in the Bay Area, you tend to be more B2C. You tend to look for funding first, where Austin tends to be more B2B, and you tend to care about revenue first, because a lot of people that are funding companies made their money from B2B, and that's what they know best. And so I think as a city, you will see a lot more B2B, a lot more self-funded companies here than you will in other places, just because that's how tech money was made early. And even beyond tech, that's just kind of the DNA of Austin.
And I would add, when you're first starting, when you're trying to go from idea to an executed product that's on the market, there's a lot that you don't know, and you can throw as much money at that as you want, but until you actually learn a lot of the lessons, so just taking little steps, launch a little bit of the product, test it with a few people. You can do that with 50 people on a huge payroll, or you can do that with 2 people on a very small payroll. So you can throw as much money as you want, but it's usually not the best way to go. Get your product out there. That's the reason that we're bootstrapping our pivot into our product. We're taking revenues out of our service company, so it's not a direct bootstrap, but we still have to maintain all the existing clients we have to do all that, so it's a lot of the same exact things we're doing, and we bootstrap the service company as well. So basically get your product out there first, learn all the lessons you can out of it, and then when to your point, when you do go raise money, you're at a much better valuation. You're not giving away a ton of your company, and you learn all the lessons without spending more money.
Great. So we talked about some benefits of bootstrapping, right? We're de-risking things, we're keeping ownership. What are some of the challenges of bootstrapping a company?
I mean, it's time versus money, right? That's kind of the basis of it for us. You either invest more time, or you go get more money and have somebody else invest that time that you're paying. And so, the person who knows, or the people who know the product the best and are going to be actually building the product the best, we typically think are the people who are already there and are passionate about building it. If you go immediately start raising rounds and you immediately start putting a bunch of people underneath it, you're not doing it the same. We think it's the wrong way to do it.
Well, I don't know. I think a lot of us could probably agree with this. Debt is something, right? Although debt is not necessarily a bad thing. I think people tend to think that debt is this horrible 4-letter word that just follows you until the day you die. But I have a lot of debt, but but I know where the debt comes from, and there's things that I've had to choose over the past 4 years of doing this. What's the smart investment for me? I'm using my personal funds, but I've had to really decide what are the smart investments for me to make. And something that I teach also that I believe in, and I was sharing with some folks here earlier, is that the choices that I make in my business, I base them off of my intuition. I follow what I know is in my heart and in my gut, and I invest in those things that I know are aligned with that. But definitely, debt is a challenge that comes along with that, and again, having to take that real personal responsibility for yourself and for your business.
And I can definitely relate to that. I think uncontrollable debt is the problem that we all face, and that's what brings the negative connotation to that 4-letter word. But I think really the challenge for me has been, I'm solving the B2C. I have a consumer product, and so we do have to sell to consumers. And so I think the challenge is identifying what that strategy becomes. When you're up against some very large companies with huge budgets who are solving a marketing problem where it's sort of a pay-to-play, strategy, right? With more money, you can move a lot faster. You can test a lot of different things, find out what works much more quickly than you can, throwing spaghetti at the wall, right? So what we've actually done with Fromage is we've found ways to get to channels very efficiently, and what you actually get out of this, it might take a lot more time, but I personally feel that you get to where you're going. It might take a little bit longer, but you get there much more efficiently. You waste a lot less money along the way, and then you have some really strong customers. And I don't know if you guys have. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I think most businesses have 80% of their revenue comes from less than 20% of their customer base, right? And so I think ultimately what I'm building is a much safer business. And Adriana was kind of talking about de-risking yourself. And so I think by not taking funding and doing sort of the conventional startup, or what you typically see in the tech space, especially, we're able to really build a safer business, not be beholden to investors and their vision, personally own our business, and get there more efficiently, wasting a lot less money, but ultimately having a lot longer gains in that process. So.
The other kind of angle that I'll add is to really know yourself. So if you're really considering, all of you love entrepreneurship, if you're thinking about it, you got to know yourself really well. If you have the stamina, do you have the physical capacity? Do you have the mental capacity to endure, all the challenges that are coming your way? Because they are there and they are longer than you think. But if you know that you can do it, game on, run with it, and see if you can get to your goal. But the reality is, the challenges are you have to also constantly be looking for opportunities to grow your company faster than you can do on your own. If that's out there, be ready to jump onto that, bandwagon as well. And I think what that really says is, if I'm a company of two, my co-founder and I, and some of the challenges are you won't always have the right talent or resources around you to make really great decisions. You're going to have to still make them and go forward and own it.
And let me just add one last thing to that. I don't think what we're saying is that funding is bad. VCs are bad. Some of them we've seen lately are really bad. Funding is an accelerant. It is going to move you faster. The thing to figure out before you take funding is if you're pointed in the right direction or not. Because if your wheels are a little wobbly a little bit and you hit that gas pedal, you're going to spin out and crash into the wall. But if you're true when you get that funding, then you're set. For me, I launched way too early. I mean, I mentor a lot of people, and especially when I talk to kids in school, and I tell them that I'm older than the iPhone, their eyes gloss over. They just can't really figure out how that works. So my tech was way too early. So if I would have gotten funding, I would have been dead way faster because the market wasn't ready for me yet. So I'm thankful that everyone said no to me for whatever reason they did. They said no. And that was a godsend, so that when I finally got to the point where I was ready for the market, and the market was ready for me, I already had the foundation set up, so I was ready to go.
Yeah, so we've talked about some of the differences as far as the way you make decisions and the way you view your company. Are there any operational differences to a bootstrap company versus what you might have to do or the kind of work you would do if you did have the VC funding?
Working from a coffee shop? There's a lot of things that I do differently. I think, there are a lot of different things that just flat out work in business, and they're very smart ways to run a business, and there's sort of this mold that, you have to fit to some degree, right? But also, I think there's a lot of different operational things. We're a on-demand delivery logistics company specializing in perishable products, right? So I've had to find very, very interesting ways to cut my overhead costs to store this, to make sure we're managing inventory as one-man show. It's a lot of work to do. But I think more and more these days, there are platforms that are allowing entrepreneurs and self-funded startups like ourselves to, they're really enabling us to do what we do by being able to build upon something that they've specialized in. For instance, I use commercial kitchen space, and I worked a deal. It's called the Sustainable Food Center. If you guys haven't been there, it's on East 17th Street. They're doing amazing things. They're teaching the sort of an underprivileged community how to eat healthy and afford to eat healthy. And they're doing all kinds of, they have cooking classes. Anyway, they built a commercial kitchen, and I can store my product there and actually rent the space. I've got the nicest kitchen. In fact, sometimes I'll just cook dinner there because it's much nicer than what I had at home. So again, if you're in tech, they have platforms, they have APIs. You don't have to build everything from scratch these days. I think that is definitely something that enables self-funded startups to do what they do. Operationally, I think everybody's actually doing this, though. I think that you just have to get a little bit more creative about how you go about that, and maybe find a way to not let the coffee grinder come through in the background of your conference calls.
I don't know if I can add much more, because I think what you said was really what I was thinking personally. My office is my kitchen table, to be honest with you. And that's one way how I bootstrap. I don't have a cool, fancy office, and sometimes the doorbell rings when I'm on a really important phone call, and it just happens. I don't know if you guys have something you want to add to that.
So I've gone through sort of all the phases of that. Working from home at first, then we got an office, from home again, then we got a big office. I have an office up in North Austin, and I also come down to Capital Factory here and there to be a part of the community. We're about 20 employees or 18 employees right now. And so growing while bootstrapping is also something that was, if you don't methodically create systems in the beginning for what you're doing, you have to do that in any business, and you should be doing that. But if you don't do that when you're bootstrapping, when you hire that person, you're not spending. You're spending your money, right? So you're spending what could be your paycheck. So if you don't get that person in place quickly with good systems, then it's unlikely they're going to be successful at their job. It took me a while to learn that. If you don't put someone in place or systems in place for them to be successful, they have to also be an entrepreneur, and not everybody signed up for that, right? If you're starting to hire.
Can I add one more thing?
So he mentioned he had 15 to 20 employees. I have, well, now we have 3 because a few left for summer vacation. But, you know, another thing, I mean, autonomy is really bad. I mean, you have to work more efficiently as a self-funded startup. You know, in larger companies, you have managers, right? And you have people who wait. And, you know, in a lot of cases, I think this might not be true for every startup, but, you know, people are directed to do certain things. They have job roles and responsibilities. And I think with our team especially, we've hired people who share our vision and would make the same types of decisions that we make. And so I think in a lot of ways, we have cut a lot of the organizational structure out of, you know, what could be, you know, a lot of more formal or traditional, you know, roles and responsibilities for our team, if that makes sense. So, you know, operationally, I think that's very different because I talked to my co-founder, my business partner, for the first time in 2 weeks today, and I kind of was like, wow, you know, when was the last time we actually got on the phone? But we have Slack, we have, you know, documents that we fill out weekly, everything's in place, and so 2 people are able to do a lot more than a team of 15, and sometimes you need a team of 15, right? Especially when you're supporting a large customer base and you're doing a lot of work, if you have, you know, enormous development hurdles. But anyway, I think that's one distinction that's very different. I wanted to mention that.
So we're also a company too, and there's another entrepreneur in Austin, Kevin Coyne, and he always says, you know, your first, what you want to raise first is social capital. So really get out in the community and make yourself known, let everybody get to understand, you know, who you are, what you bring to the table, what you're trying to accomplish. And you'd be surprised how, I mean, you shouldn't be surprised, don't be surprised. Go out there and make sure you build that network around you, because it's those people that will help accelerate your ability to make really wise decisions, faster decisions, and can put you in front of, if you really need to make a quick hire, a quick, you know, product adjustment, you can actually give you directions to the right person that might help get that done. So that's been a really deliberate part of our strategy, is to spend a lot of time getting to know the ecosystem here. It's been very valuable for our company.
That's great. So I am pretty proud of myself about this panel because you have such a diverse group of businesses here. And so do you have any thoughts on whether startups in certain industries are a better fit for bootstrapping versus some are a better fit for raising funds?
Well, I can tell you the medtech's not a good fit for bootstrapping unless I'd like to speak to anybody in the house that is thinking about it. And this is why I'm here, because I can say, you know, it can be done. I mean, there's some the obstacles and hurdles are legit, and they're named. I mean, it's called the regulatory strategy. What's your reimbursement model or not? Are you just going to have, you know, in this new era of value-based care, you can do it. And then what about your product? Is it going to be class 1, class 2, class 3? It's like if you're going class 2 and 3, don't do it on your own, or if you can, wow, that's awesome. But so my advice really for anybody considering, you know, a medtech or biotech product is really go at your regulatory strategy right out of the gate and understand, can I do this bootstrapping? Can I get a non-invasive product that is not going to be beholden to these crazy clinical trials? We're not that. I mean, it's like what is it called, that stick you put in your mouth? It's just like, you know, it's a nothing product, but it's an awesome product, but really in terms of the regulatory strategy, it's not a big deal. So you can do that on your own. If you're going to look at a product that is going to be a value-based product, they can pay for that directly. No big deal. You don't have to get reimbursement. So my advice is I'd be happy to share more of any of you considering that track. There's ways to do it on your own. If you're looking for more than that, be careful.
Trying to think of, you know, I think technology is just, it's easy to scale something because of the fact, the point that I mentioned earlier, which is that there's so many companies that are specializing in things like platforms that enable you to do what you do much more efficiently and in a much more cost-effective way. much faster, right? For me, you know, I've got a physical product, I've got a commercial kitchen. I think it's something important. You know, I came from the healthcare space before this, and I think avoiding regulatory environments. I was also working with drones, and you know, that's also very similar. I mean, I still work with drones. You know, the FAA was regulating a lot of what we do, and so it wasn't illegal, it wasn't legal, it just wasn't. Nobody knew really, and so we got a lot of questions. And what that did, you know, we were still able to do what we were able to do. It took a lot longer. It took a lot of education to get there. I think a lot of disruptive products are also, those things slow you down, a lot of education. I'm a sales guy, so I'm just thinking about how do we sell this and how can we get that money in our pockets as fast as we can. And, you know, I think avoiding regulatory, you know, friction is something to stay away from. But I think technology is what I would say is probably the easiest. I don't know if that's a blanket statement that can be agreed with, but I feel pretty strongly about it.
Just to jump in, so we're software as a medical device, so that's how you do it.
You know, you can also services businesses. I mean, a lot of people are self-employed. I don't know what these statistics are at this point, but I've read, you know, articles in the past about people just pulling, you know, this freelance network. And again, like I was saying, there's ways to sort of scale services and work for yourself to fund things that are not scalable or things that are more, you know, expensive to run. You know, when you're running a business that has expensive hosting fees, for instance. I mean, a lot of my friends do custom development work on the weekends to pay their hosting fees so they can support their user base, which is not being monetized currently. So, you know, kind of weighing these things and again, self-funding. There we go. You know, that allows you to have that kind of autonomy, and you don't, you know, when you have to tell your venture capital firm or your angel investors why you're spending a week in Chicago having meetings with, you know, some custom project that's not at all related to your business. Sometimes that can be a hard conversation, but if you're your own boss, you're owning this, you're not beholden to anybody, you can pick and choose where your time investment goes. And so I'm not trying to give you bad advice and, you know, say don't focus on your business, but I think there's other ways to kind of balance those costs and that's not fair.
I'll add to that too. I think even before you have a decision point of bootstrap or go raise funds, you need to decide or figure out if you have something viable in the first place. And there's almost no product in the world that you can't test the waters with. Noah Kagan here in Austin has some good videos online where he actually does in a room like this where he's like, just give me a business idea. I'm not going to do this because I'm not good at that. But he's like, give me a business idea, and people just like shut a business idea out of him. And he explains to them how you could take that idea and validate it today in like 2 hours for basically free. And validating that idea, as soon as you do that, now you know what your customer actually wants, and now you're informed as to whether or not you should bootstrap or raise funds. Because maybe the customer doesn't care about the device, the physical device. Maybe they care about the software, the output of it, or something intangible in between that you can actually do now to raise money or to bring in revenue before you raise money and go get into the rest of it. So validation, I think, is really key for me.
So we have a lot of young entrepreneurs in the audience, college students, recent graduates, and we have combined decades of experience out here. What is something that these folks can do right now to better prepare themselves for self-funding a startup? It's like a Merc sandwich up here.
So a good friend of mine, John Kolko, runs a design school on the East Side called the Austin Center for Design. I saw at least one alumni here in the back. One of the projects that they do from the beginning is, and I might get this wrong, so help me Sophie if I get this wrong, but essentially build something and charge someone for it. And your goal is to make $1,000. And that's kind of the entire task. If you're just getting started, probably the number one thing I can recommend is get used to charging people. Part of that is realizing that you have worth, realizing that you're building something that's important, but also charging someone is really, really important. We look at these big companies, Facebook's free and YouTube's free, and we don't take a second to think, okay, they're free because either A, that they have, you know, a bunch of funding came in, or they're making money in the back end. So if you have an idea, then okay, validate it, tackle it, whatever. But if you're still trying to figure out what you want to do, get in the habit of making money, because it is actually a skill. Whether you're selling lemonade, or whether you're finding things on Craigslist, you're fixing them up and you're reselling them, or you're creating a marketplace, whatever it is, get in the habit of bringing in money, because no matter what you do, you will eventually have to do that.
I think, it's really great to hear you say that, because it's reminding me, my last career I ran operations for companies at 200 units, it was all internal facing. And so when I moved to Revealix and realizing, well, shit, I'm the CEO, I'm in sales. And I think that, so what can you do is like, really, if you've got to be a really rock solid salesperson, because you are out all the time trying to, give credit to yourself and to your company. So if you can really work on being good at selling all of that, that's a package. That's a huge part of your journey, and it goes on, and that'll prepare you really for a lot of success in the future. But let me hand it over to a salesman.
I think Mark had something to say, but I second that for sure as a salesperson. I think just getting started and doing something is by far the most important thing. You'll find that you'll start to sharpen skills that you didn't know you had and round yourself off. I think selling is a really important part of it, and I'm not just saying that because, we're in this to make money at the end of the day. Without money, nothing happens. Even if you're a nonprofit, you need to keep the doors open. People don't work for free. You shouldn't be working for free. So I think that is really the sage advice. I think the other thing is get a mentor. Says my new mentor. I think ultimately that's really, really important. In fact, let me pass the mic and let these two have a word on that.
Thanks for that. Yes, not just because I am a business coach and mentor, but when I was starting my business, I just started. I didn't know exactly what I was supposed to do, but I was sharing with Adriana before when we were talking in the back that I remember going to like a Starbucks coffee shop, and I had a business before this where I decided to take teaching. I was a New York City public school teacher, and I wanted to teach on my own outside of the school system. I had no idea how you could actually even do that or if that was a thing. So I started thinking about it, and I started thinking, who could I contact? So I thought of contacts that I had, and I went through my own mental database, and I started calling people, telling them the service that I was providing, and then I started charging something for it. So that it kind of sounds cliche, but it's the just start model. I fully believe in that you need to start somewhere. And then when I realized I got to a point where there were things that I didn't know, I wanted to link myself up with someone that had been there and done that. And I was so committed to my business and so willing to be consistent and committed that I invested in someone. I have my own mentor who I've worked with now for 4 years, and because of her support and her teachings, and she's been in business over 13 years, I've been able to do what I do. So that's my personal suggestion, is find someone that you feel super connected to, that you're willing to invest in, and that can really help you with what you want to do.
I agree with all of that. Come to Capital Factory and see if you can get a mentor here. Come and join if you can afford to join. The mentors here are fantastic, and you can take advantage of them every week if you want to. And not just the mentors, but people just sitting around at desks that are working. Everyone is willing to talk to you about things, and you can even just come up and bounce ideas off of people, and you'll get valid feedback, like real feedback. Along with the pricing stuff and actually charging, that is a big deal. We didn't learn early enough, or at least I didn't personally, that valuing yourself and your time, and we're a services company, so understanding that most likely people are willing to pay more than I think they're willing to pay, and learning how to test that. And whatever you think that number is, try quadrupling it first. Just see. Because what if they say yes to quadruple the money? And then cut it in half and see. And then go in between, Don't undersell yourself in the beginning. It takes a long time to get out of that if you do.
I hope you all are noticing the theme here of learning by doing, right? We talk about this a lot. I promise we didn't tell them to say these things, but it works. So now, obviously, when I sent you the questions ahead of time, I'm totally going off script now because I'm just going to ask things that I'm curious about. But can you tell us what was the highest high, the absolute best thing you've experienced self-funding your company, but we also want to know what was like the worst. What was the time when you were like, this is the worst idea I've ever had. I can't believe I wanted to do this. I just want to quit.
Yeah.
Got so many thoughts.
I lost sleep about this one last night. The best thing that happened to me with Fromage to You, I've got several others that I could share stories on, but we can talk about those later. When I got my first stranger to buy from me, and that stranger actually wasn't the first stranger that bought from us. It was the first stranger that wrote back to us. So there was a second purchase later. I didn't know who this person was. I shipped blindly some cheese in a box in a FedEx. I went to FedEx. They called me Cheese Man there, and they were like, "What up, Cheese Man?" I was like, "Hey guys, like, how much is it to ship overnight to New York City? $100? Okay." And I shipped it off. I went over there. This person sent. Thank God, I just set up contact us email, put it on the site, and this person wrote back. Right now, my fiance is the picture of this person, but their quote and their feedback and their praise is on our website. It just looks like my fiance. Anyway, I think that's when I knew that like this crappy thing that I thought was half complete that I sent off to somebody was actually well received by somebody that I had no idea. They found us on Instagram, you know. And they loved it. And they're like, I have a business, it's a commercial insurance business, and I have 47 clients. I'm going to send this to all of them for Christmas. Can you make sure that you can do that by the fall? And I said, absolutely. So anyway, that was super rewarding. It gave me all the motivation to keep doing something that was taking a lot of time and effort and money out of my pocket. And relationship stress, when Cindy finds out that her pictures on the website. Anyway, the worst moment was when somebody that I did know got something that ultimately wasn't the quality, consistent quality with what I had originally intended to deliver. So I sent a very powerful, or well-respected contact of mine something, and there are uncontrollable factors that get in the way. So FedEx, the temperature got hot. FedEx got delayed. The airport, was hot outside. The airline took off 6 or 7 hours late. I dug this information up later. Anyway, the cheese was super sweaty, it was kind of moldy. I tested for the very first time on this one order ice packs and condensation forms, and so the cheese was fine. I mean, you could eat the cheese. It just presentation-wise, it looked terrible. And it went to the CIO of a major company, and I was like, that's not what I had intended. I got a picture back of this disgusting package and was personally insulted myself. And so you got to be ready for that and protect against that. You got to sort of forecast it or try to guess where these weak links are and do the best you can, and then have a contingency plan for when that happens. I didn't send him more cheese, but I did write a letter and was prepared to explain what we're going to do about that. I think collecting that feedback is also very important. So not letting that get to you. You gotta get some thick skin and take that feedback well. But that will get much.
Can you do me a favor? Ask the question again, just so I'm going to process it again and I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this like when I say a word, I'm going to say the first thing that comes to your mind?
Wait, say that again.
Okay, so highest high, the absolute best moment. Lowest low, the time once you quit.
Okay. So I think I can't think of one lowest low, but I think for myself, I have low points where it was last week, it was a couple of days after 4th of July, I was sitting there working, and I had all of a sudden this thought came into my mind that was, why the heck am I doing this? Why am I not at a 9-to-5 job just getting a paycheck? Why am I doing this day after day and trying to find, connect with my ideal clients? That's a low for me. And it happens from time to time, it still does. And then, again, not that there's just one highest of high, but when I connect in with another human being who I know is so crazy committed and passionate about their business, and I know exactly how I can serve and support them, and I know exactly how we can create what they want, there is no other feeling better than that, because I know I'm serving people the way that I'm meant to serve them, and that they're going to benefit from that. And when they benefit from my service, their clients or their customers will then benefit from there. And there's this amazing snowball effect. Thanks for re-asking. I just needed to get that in there.
I also want to add to that too. I personally, so the first couple that wrote that really great feedback to us, she also was like, you know, what can I send you for Christmas? And so now I've got a personal relationship with this person. Every single one of our customers I've spoken with on the phone, almost every single one. And again, those relationships are your most valuable business asset. So, you know, just like having mentorship or surrounding yourself by a community of people who will support you and give you honest feedback to better what you're doing, I think that, you know, it's personally rewarding. I think as a human, we all are rewarded by those relationships. And I want to emphasize that point that I just made, which is relationships are your most valuable business asset. Make sure you're leveraging those.
So as far as challenges, you know, when we were deciding to self-fund, it's like if we can get ourselves in the optimal position, we can get to a pilot with our own dough. And it's taken more dough and more time than we expected. But so I think the challenges is I've never felt like quitting. I've just been worried that you know, can my co-founder hang in there? You know, can we do it? And we have. And I think along with that is the challenges are people who don't get what you're trying to accomplish, and they're related to you, and they gave birth to you, and they're like, why are you doing this? I left a really great job, and you know, that's a challenge. Is sometimes when people don't understand why you would not have an income for so long, why you would live this way. I mean, I live well, but I mean, why you wouldn't actually go get a job. I think that's actually a challenge, and that still, you know, can hurt. But in terms of like the best moments as are happening right now, it's we are in our proof of concept. We're in our pilot. We've done this bootstrapping. I have a fantastic, you know, medical physician partner, and we're getting our data in right now, and the imaging is fantastic. So that's actually, I mean, just last night showing my just showing my, you know, my family. Look, this is what we're actually doing, and they see it because they can see it. So that's actually this is happening like real time. So it's a really exciting time to know that we're pulling this part off bootstrapping still, self-funding.
We'll get there. I have so many stories to pick from the lows of whether it's having a 0 credit score, which isn't supposed to be possible. But I found a way. Turning off my landline because the mortgage companies kept calling me because I wasn't paying them. But I think to surround it with one high and low in a very, well, actually a long period of time, I was going after Comcast. And I've been pitching them since 2009. And this was 2014, 2015. So 5-6 years of going after these guys. And pushing and pushing and pushing. And finally they said, okay, we're going to do something with excitement analytics. It's either going to be you or your competitor. Bake sale, here we go, show us what you got. And I thought I nailed it. I thought I had it, everything was great. And on a Friday afternoon, I got the email saying that they're going with a competitor. I emailed them back, and I said, you know, what was the reason? What could I have done better? And they said, well, they're physically closer to us, so we went with it. So I was gutted, absolutely gutted. So, you know, our technology is all about curating live sporting events. So cable companies are crown jewels. Comcast is a crown jewel of crown jewels. And I was gutted. I remember sitting on my couch. I didn't get any sleep Friday night. I didn't get any sleep Saturday night. And Sunday morning, I was sitting on my couch talking to my friend. And I was telling her how frustrated I was and how gutted I was. And I realized that I needed to go talk to them. And I kind of felt like I'd been dumped. And I had to go see them one more time. So I bought an airplane ticket. I flew out to Silicon Valley. I flew to San Jose. Woke up in the morning. Bought as many Domino's pizzas as I could. Put documentation on a flash drive of my ratings versus my competitors' ratings for the World Cup. So I thought my ratings were way better. Walked in, dropped them off, said, hey, if they ever mess up, look at this data and come talk to us. And then I left. I was there for maybe 15 minutes, and I slept like a baby Sunday night. Fast forward a year and a half, and I get the call from Comcast saying, hey, they're not getting it done. And I went there, and I was chatting with some people, and it was kind of a waste of a trip. It didn't seem like we get anything done. But then 1 p.m. said, wait, don't I know you? I was like, no, I don't think so. Said, weren't you here last year? I was like, no. Like, did you drop off all those pizzas? I was like, yeah, that was me. You know, it was a wonderful moment to land that customer, get Comcast. But you know, the biggest advice I'd give is especially if you're self-funding, have support. Don't be a one-person shop. It is extremely, extremely hard. because you get those highs, you get those lows. It's hard to stay in the middle. I've gotten better at that, but it's painful. So either have a co-founder or one or two or three, or if not, make sure you have some sort of support system. I'm a big fan of sending out weekly emails, even if it's to mom and dad who don't really understand what you're doing, or your friend, or your landlord, whoever it is. It doesn't matter. It's more about the exercise of writing something down every week that is saying, here's what I am, here's what I've done, here's what's short term, here's what's long term, and getting that out. Because keeping yourself in the middle for those highs and lows is hard to do, but it's critically important if you're going to keep moving.
Oh man, imagine if there was a community of people just like you that were entrepreneurs and they went through the same thing that you did, and once a year they all got together in Austin, Texas. That would be so amazing. Mark, do you want to tell your story?
Yeah, we've been doing it for 12 years. A lot of highs and lows, very few middles. Comcast, that's a great story. I don't know if I have a great up and down story that follows all. That's perfect. But for me personally, it's about building something and creating something of value to others. That's really what it boils down to. And you just get the highs and lows with that because you're putting yourself out there every day, right? So, but that's where all my highs are every day, and all my lows are every day. Are the same things you've had, what you're talking about, where you're sitting there on Wednesday afternoon. Why? I just talked to my buddy. He just went off the word. He's over there drinking or whatever at the bar, just having fun, and I'm working at it. A lot of late nights, all that stuff. But it's about the passion of what you're doing. If you found something that you want to create and build and give to other people or sell to other people, there is no better high than that for me personally. That's just, I have 3 kids, been married 13 years this year. Actually, talk about support. If you're getting married, if you have a wife or a husband, and you're going to start doing this, make sure that they are on board. My wife was from the beginning. My dad was an entrepreneur his whole life. I grew up in this, dealing with it, VC funded, bootstrapped, all the ups and downs of that growing up in it, so I was lucky enough to see that. And my wife knew that going in, so that worked well. But man, I can't even tell you how many times you get off the phone call, lost the deal, you made the deal, whatever it is, and you just need a place. You gotta have somewhere to go and just release all of that. Because it will, if there's anything that I think will drive you out, it's not being able to let that stuff go. You gotta get it out the door somehow.
I have a lot of thoughts. So my fiance was not on board with this because we're getting married and I have no stream of income and she's inheriting all of my credit card debt, which I hope will be paid off. She's an amazing woman. And anyway, but she's come around. So, I think that I have a lot of advice, which you guys can ask me about later if you'd like. There's a book. Is it called Here's Your Why? You guys read that? Yeah. It's a TED Talk, and there's a book. I think.
Start with why.
Start with why.
Start with why. Thank you. So read that book. It's really good. It's really good. It's kind of talking about marketing and how to communicate something that you're doing. This is another one I'm going to butcher on purpose because I don't know if you guys know this. I'm a former 3DSer, and there's this Albert Einstein slide that they always put up, and Albert Einstein did not say the quote that is on that slide. Anyway, it was either, I'm going to give you guys can figure this out later. It's either Theodore Roosevelt, Gandhi, or Steve Jobs that said this. Comparison is the thief of joy. Don't compare yourself to others. Do your own thing. Don't feel like you have to live up to somebody else's standards. It's another thing that's very important, kind of on theme here with being beholden to investors or whatever. It's your vision, and you have to understand that you are measuring your own progress, and you have to be satisfied with what that progress is. Balance your life. Don't let things get to you and ultimately lead to your own demise and failure. Measure that progress. Communicate that progress to your spouse, and that's how she'll come around, or he'll come around. I think I get chills talking about that because now Sydney's like, oh cool, when I pop up on my computer, she's like, tell me what's new, instead of oh gosh. Super important. Start with Why is a great book, read that.
That quote's great. there's one. In the middle of listening to him, I heard.
So we have some time for questions. And I'm just going to hand this mic to Andrew, and he'll come around when you have a question, so we don't have to deal with only a couple people hearing a question, but everybody giving an answer.
Was there, could you guys explain if there was ever a point where you looked at the cash in the bank and said, oh my God, you know, I only have a week or a month left, and kind of how that situation might have turned around for you, or how you monitored that to make sure that you didn't get to that critical moment?
Every week for the first, how long? Yeah, it's a consistent thing when you're first starting, for sure, until you learn how to manage those cycles. Yeah, there's a lot of times where you have to make in the moment decisions on, I'm at the wall, or I'm heading towards the cliff, or however you want to put that. You got to make a decision. Do I need to let someone go? Do I need to take on a loan, get some debt to keep this thing going? How do I reduce my cost, which you were talking about earlier? It's a minute-by-minute decision process that you have to do all the time, and you're almost always able to see that wall. I think if you're not able to see that wall, you have a problem. You should always be able to see that wall. In the beginning, it's always a week, a month, a couple of months out. So it's just something you have to manage consistently every day. It's part of your daily routine, at least for me.
So I'll say in our case, my co-founder and I, we were very specific about the amount of funds we would put in and time, and that's changed. So I think when you realize that we've made good progress, but we're really at the end of what we committed to, are we still in? And along that early part, we actually had a fantastic CTO, and he's the one who created all of our infrastructure, so we still have that he was not able to stay on. And so my co-founder and I, we doubled down. And so really we've been able to now, again, being in the position to have our pilot, we're realizing what we wanted to realize with our funds, and we still have, more to go on our own. So that's a good thing. Had we let go a year and a half, I would have been heartbroken. It's actually hard to imagine just stopping, but I'm sane enough to know, if it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. But it will. We're on it.
Just real quick, use Mint, use QuickBooks, whatever it is. I keep an Excel spreadsheet that I've used since the beginning, and it just has everything. And so I know exactly which date, if none of my customers renew, I always know exactly which date I'm going to run out of money. Make sure you always have that vision. It doesn't have to be fancy. I just have an Excel spreadsheet with how much money I have, columns with all of the expenses, columns with all of the customers, and I just do a sum. And so I know exactly when things are going to get in trouble. Make sure you always have vision in that.
Pay your taxes quarterly. I got a huge IRS bill, and I woke up for 2 weeks in cold sweat, thinking about where I made 20 grand from. And I was like, and then you find out you have to persevere. But make sure you're doing that, and make sure you kind of put some money away, and you talk to your financial mentor or whoever that person is, and you just make sure you're protecting yourself against the things that you're just unaware of. I was like, I pay my personal taxes annually, I'm going to pay these annually too, and we'll pay whatever it is. And then I had to come up with 20 grand, so that we did it. We pulled a rabbit out of a hat somehow, but it worked out. So yeah, I think being organized is kind of the takeaway there, and just knowing what it is you're actually doing day to day.
Just real quick, I owed way more than that, and I still owe way more than that to the IRS. Don't run away from it. They have programs that will help you get started. I think I'm paying like 3% interest, which when they first told me, I couldn't believe it was so low. So if you're buried by taxes, and I know that feeling, it's terrible, go to, even if it's H&R Block, I will recommend my H&R Block lady because she was great. Don't run away from taxes because it only gets worse.
Same thing with customers and vendors. Don't run away from the problem. Go to it.
They'll help you solve it. They're customer reviews because they want to be a customer reviews typically, and those those vendors want you to continue to pay them over the long term, and then
I just want to add, I think it's funny that you were sharing an Excel spreadsheet, Mark, because so I didn't track anything the first year or so. I wasn't tracking anything. I had no idea what was really coming in and what was going out. And then I started using an Excel spreadsheet. And I love the fact that you said Excel spreadsheet, because there's lots of fancy programs out there. Just track it and be aware of what's coming in and what's going out. And there was a period of time, I think in the beginning of my second year, I think, where there was like no money coming in, and I had to really budget myself. I had to sacrifice where, like the friends are going to the bars or whatever you were saying. And I was taking $20, I think $20 every week, and that was my budget for groceries, and that had to last me the entire week. But I did it because I felt so strongly about my business. And the funny thing about it was, it actually became fun. Like, who thinks it would be fun to go to Trader Joe's and go, here's $20, and I'm gonna, budget myself on groceries for an entire week? But I realized why it was fun for me. It was like a challenge. I went in and I calculated everything that I was buying, and I was like, this is so cool, because for the first time in my adult life, I had a handle on my finances to the T, and it was fun to be able to do that.
Kind of feels like you're getting away with something, doesn't it? I think that's the point where you're an entrepreneur and you're like, all right, let's solve this, and you just you get motivated and feed off of those kinds of predicaments, right? And Trader Joe's is awesome. And $2 whatever frozen.
We have time for one question. We have it. Otherwise, Cam has a question or something to say. Oh wait, do you have a question?
So what can you get with $20?
Enough.
Cookie butter, crackers.
She's still alive, so she made it. That's what I was
Hey, one last thing. Jackson, I like what you said about not comparing yourself to other people, because it's so easy to look in the news and be like, oh man, this guy just started he's 23 years old, he started a $1 billion company. It's like, I feel so far behind. And then you start to look at all your own faults and mistakes, and you're like, gosh, it's like, no, set your own foundation, stand firm, build your own path, don't compare yourself to other people. I'm sure many of us can probably relate directly to you saying that earlier, so.
I appreciate it. I can kind of shout it if you guys can hear it. I mean, ultimately, people say single, double, home run.
Single, double, triple, home run if you like baseball. It is baseball season, right, Mark? 162 game season. It's crazy. When is it not baseball season?
Almost never.
So I think. Thank you for that compliment. I think I had to learn that lesson the hard way. I had this incredible ego, and I was like, I could be that guy who's independently wealthy by the time I'm 30. I'm 28, I think. I'm perfectly okay with running a $300,000 business, that makes $50,000 in profit for me to keep at the end of the year. That's okay with me. You don't have to be a millionaire to be happy. I think we're all in this for the chance to be a millionaire and see what that would be like, right? Maybe some millionaires are in the room and can comment. But I think that was kind of what I was getting at is, money is not a measure of success, always. And again, if you compare yourselves to others and their happiness, I think happiness is sometimes a choice, and you have to make sure that you're passionate about what you're doing and it's worth it for you. Especially competitors, their success is not your success, and you should be proud of what you built. So anyway, that's my from the heart statement.
But when you do become millionaires, remember your friends that work for the non-profit 3-day startup, okay?
Can I add something to that, or do we?
Yeah,
Yep. I just wanted to add to that, because I think it was great what you were just sharing, is that, if there's a 23-year-old successful business owner, that person, I'm going to assume, but I could be totally wrong, that if you hear about that 23-year-old successful business owner, that's rare. It's actually not the norm, but people who are successful in business, usually you're not hearing the backstory. When we see in media and social media, we're not hearing what was going on before they were quote unquote successful. And I think it's natural for us as human beings to start comparing, because we see the photo, the tweets. I'm not a social media person. My business is totally grassroots, but we see all this stuff online and we go, crap, I want to have that. Why don't I have that? But there's so much work that goes into it. And I think it's also so important to not measure success purely on the financials, on the income and the profit, because it's so much greater than that.
50 grand is a lot. Like, it feels awesome. 50 grand coming into you feels amazing. It's like the first time that kind of thing happens. It's unbelievable. And 10-year overnight success, that's what all of them are. No one is an overnight success. Very, very good.
All right, well, that is all the time we have. Let's give a big round of applause for this.
Thanks, Nana. That was actually really amazing. Okay, now it is time for the family photo. So, all of us here and all the other room, we're going to go outside into the atrium where Ricky, again, is going to make the greatest photograph in the history of photographs. This will take 5 minutes. When this is done, you have an hour to go somewhere around the streets of Austin and get yourself dinner. We'll see you. We'll also have pizza, right at 5? Or? Okay, so there's food here. Where's the pizza from? We have amazing pizza here. If you don't want this pizza, he self-funded the pizza. So, 6 o'clock we'll be back. But before we leave, let's go be beautiful in front of this camera to make history. So, thank you.
Wait, yes,
Before everybody runs out there, I want to give a little bit of direction while I have the power of the microphone. All right, so we're taking a 360-degree picture, and so we're going to see in every direction all at one time. It also sees up and it sees down. So what we want to do is we want to get everybody outside. You'll see my camera set up just out in the lobby. Create a circle around it at a comfortable distance. We also would love, if people are comfortable with sitting on the ground, we'll do 2 layers of people. So we have a ring of people that are sitting, crisscross applesauce, laying out model pose if you're really into yoga or something. And then you can also stand up around the outside of those folks. If you can see the camera, we can see you. We'll take a couple of pictures. It'll take like 3 minutes, and then you can have the pizza from Pizza. All right, thanks everybody.
No picture, no pizza for you. Let's go.
I've been here for 17 years. Went to school up in Boston, came out here right afterwards. Short stretch. part.